leader to increase the threshold, but how many MPs you need to nominate you, and it doubled it, so that restricts the number. I really would like a genuine election which represents what we call the broad church of the parties, so left, right and centre, yeah. And of course, if there's a left candidate, I'll be arguing for left policies, but let's at least have that debate. If we don't have that debate, I think a lot of our members will just feel a bit cheated and bounced. That's the thing.
I'll come back to you in a moment. Natasha Clark, is it your sense that at this point, until such time as you get Wes Streeting announcing that he will run, but let's assume for a second that he will, that then makes it much more likely Angela Rayner will be the softer left opponent to him than Andy Burnham? It doesn't really leave Andy Burnham time, does it?
No, Andy Burnham's got absolutely no time. He can't come back to Parliament quick enough. And just to go back to Mr Streeting's letter, he says in there, it's clear that you'll not lead Labour into the next election. There's a debate about what comes next. He said, unions and Labour MPs want that to be a battle of ideas, not personalities, and it needs the best possible field of candidates. That's really interesting because he's basically he's not saying, and I'm going to be involved. It's got to be me. Yeah. It's got to be me. He's not saying that. So, like I say, he's not confirming that he is definitely going to be running. However, he wouldn't have resigned, surely, if he was not about to plan to run to actually formally launch this. This really is giving, I think, the shot back to number 10, which they were firing back earlier, allies of the Prime Minister, saying he doesn't have the numbers, this isn't going to happen, Wes has totally bottled it. And he, I think, is appearing to say, I think I do have the numbers, I think let's go for it. But I don't understand really why he's not doing that in this resignation letter, which is really very bizarre.
It is bizarre. Well, we'll find out in a minute. But John, to come back to you, the whole question of Andy Burnham, why does he have to be part of this? There's a sense, and perhaps you don't think he does have to be, but there's a sense that for it to be a genuine open contest, he does have to be part of it. Do you think so?
I think a large number of party members feel that way, but I think people don't like the idea that he's been blocked, and so there's a sense of unfairness about that. And if that's the start of a leadership change, if you start off on the wrong footing, it just causes more division and instability in the longer term. So it's better to have an open democratic election. And if Andy Burnham comes forward, he can get a seat in a limited time scale, well, so much the better. We'll have a broad range, but there might be other candidates as well. The key thing is, on all of these things, the National Executive Committee of the Labour Party controls the process. So what I've said today is that the National Executive Committee really has to just make sure that they steady the ship and that we have a proper democratic election where people feel they've had a proper say, and then, as I say, a smoother transition to a new leadership.
Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, was on the radio this morning describing a conversation she had with Keir Starmer yesterday morning. I don't know whether it was before or after Wes Streeting's conversation, but in which she was saying to him, the change has to be bolder, your actions have to be faster, people need to see results more readily. And she was asked at least twice, if not three times, is Keir Starmer the right person to remain in post? And she couldn't say yes. She didn't say no, but she couldn't say yes. She just kept saying, well now, and then said something else. So well now is clearly now Yorkshire for no, by the sounds of it. But go on, sorry.
I've said, and as I said, I think I did in Lewis's interview, I said, look, I think Keir should go, but I don't want to be bounced into an election. I want a proper process where you just, what happened, what went wrong, what do we need to put right, and what sort of leader do we want, and let's have a range of candidates that we can choose from. Well, I just want democracy to prevail. There's not much to ask in the party, is it, really?
Wes Streeting's diagnosis is where we need vision, we have vacuum, where we need direction, we have drift. Is that right?
Sheila, he's been part of the cabinet. He's been part of the decision-making process for 2 years.
He's got good results in the NHS.
Well, I actually think if in the NHS his record is open to question because of the level of privatisation that's going on. However, leave that to one side. On every decision where I've been critical and where I even lost the whip, like on the two-child limit, he's in cabinet supporting it. I've never heard him in any way, privately or publicly, dissent. There's been no debate in cabinet, and I'm afraid I can't, my own view, and this is just a personal view, I can't see how anyone who's been in that cabinet for that period of time and been associated with such huge mistakes that we've made could in any way be the future leadership of the Labour Party.
Lewis, on that.
Well, look, Shelagh, I think there are two scenarios here, and we're going to basically have an answer, I think, by the end of the day as to what is motivating Wes Streeting. Scenario one is he does have the numbers, and we're about to hear that he's got the 80, and at some point today he will try and launch that challenge. There is a second scenario which is already being put to me by Labour sources who are not less friendly to Wes Streeting, which is this. Someone said to me, this is what's happened. He didn't have the numbers. He spent the morning trying to persuade Cabinet to move against the PM and failed. He now thinks the best way to collect real numbers is to resign. This person put it to me, he is royally, well, something it. And this is the kind of, I think there is a world where, look, Wes Streeting, got to remember his psychology. This is a man who has wanted to be Prime Minister, I think, pretty much his whole life. He is a keen student of Labour history. He will have in his mind the example in 1968 when Roy Jenkins was this close, the Chancellor of the Exchequer then, this close to becoming Prime Minister. If he'd had the bottle to challenge Harold Wilson, he did it. He never got the crown. He's got David Miliband in 2009 when he was Foreign Secretary, who was potentially this close to getting the premiership. If he challenged Gordon Brown and had the bottle, he didn't get it. He has someone who is very alive, perhaps more than any other Cabinet Minister, to his media reputation, which is well cultivated over time. And he will have been deeply aware of all the MP Labour WhatsApp groups sharing pictures of bottler wares, pictures of his face superimposed on Newcastle Brown Ale bottles and so on. So this could also be his way of, yes, trying to see if the respect or momentum he generates from this gets the numbers, or, as we're seeing as well, I see Patrick Maguire from The Times quoting a source close to Streeting saying he's a politician of integrity who leads with actions, not just words. He's genuinely energised by the prospect of a proper debate and the future of the country. He'll now be free to lead that debate. Or he's going to be something of a Michael Heseltine. This is his Michael Heseltine moment when he walks out, doesn't challenge, but tries to use the time now to cultivate more of a base within the Parliamentary Labour Party and set himself up as king over the water.
So, Natasha, when do we need to hear that he is or is standing before it becomes a damp squib?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not going to do it now, I don't see quite how he ever does it in the next couple of months at all, right? So obviously we've been waiting for this moment for such a long time where MPs will start to go over the top and start to resign, start to call for Keir Starmer's resignation in public rather than in private. That, of course, has happened. But for Wes Streeting, he's not got long to keep this momentum up. So unless he's going to come out later today and do a barnstorming interview, a speech, and we know that he is, by the way, going to do a speech on Saturday at this Progress, a Labour-affiliated think tank. But what is he going to say? Is he going to say, and now's the time to come join me, and now is the time to sort of challenge the Prime Minister? Or, is, as Lewis is saying, is he going to use the next few months to build up a base and to come back again when sort of the time might be right to say, well, actually, you know what, it's now time for Keir Starmer to go, and now we do have a Labour leadership ready and waiting.
Briefly,
I think actually what's happened here is I think that Wes Streeting has put himself into a corner. He may have the numbers, he may not. If he didn't have them, then I think that he has calculated that if he had backed down from within government, that the damage to his reputation would be so severe and so profound that it would be irrecoverable. And so he has decided, let's assume for a moment he doesn't know that he's got the numbers, he's decided to try and salvage and burnish his reputation as best he can. As he says in his letter, as a man of principle, as someone who wasn't able with integrity to continue to serve in the cabinet, and hope that earns him spurs among Labour MPs in the future who say, well, at least he had the guts to act when no one else would.
Let me ask you about that, John McDonnell. Do you admire the fact that he's saying, if we agree and lots of us do the changes needed at the top, well, let's make it happen? Do you admire that? Is it gutsy?
No, look, Wes is just trying to seize an opportunity. It's as simple as that. My view is if...
Anything wrong with that? Anything wrong with that?
Ambition is overriding principle and real political commitment. My view is this, is if he's really serious, what we should do is exactly as I've been advising, calm down, let's have that debate over the coming months about how it's gone wrong, where we need to go from here, and if that emerges into a leadership challenge or election of some sort, let's have it fully democratic. Just calm down and let's get on with governing the country as well.
Can I return to that question of leftist, forgive the terminology, but just so,
okay.
shorthand, leftist candidates. John Hutton, former Defence Secretary under Blair Brown years, you know him well, he said, if a leftist candidate wins any leadership campaign, if there is one, and has a really different prospectus than the manifesto in 2024, there needs to be a general election. Is he right?
Well, look, I think within the manifesto that was elected in 24, there's a wide range of interpretation. So, my view is this is actually, if we had the debate, you will see that contained within that manifesto are the seeds of what could be quite a radical programme. And in fact, actually, Keir Starmer now is talking about a relatively radical element. For example, nationalising steel. Whoever thought Keir Starmer would ever do that? There's a big debate about where we go.
Certainly not you
water.
and Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, exactly. But there's a big debate, for example, on water. Do we regulate or do we bring it into public ownership? So within that manifesto, you can see a broad range of policies that can be brought out by a range of candidates, left, right and centre. Let's just have the debate.
Shall I tell you something, Sheila? I think that there will be more and more speculation about. I mean, it is that line where he says that the broadest range of candidates need to come forward as part of this contest. There is a world where you could see that as a direct overture to one Andy Burnham. That Wes Streeting is saying, look, we need to have as many people in this contest, in this conversation as possible. And who knows, there is just a possibility of a rapprochement and an alliance between the two men that Wes Streeting has concluded. And I don't think he'd be entirely wrong in this. That, frankly, he may struggle with the membership against any opponent, in particular, even the Prime Minister, if Keir Starmer were to contest it.
John
so this
is
could
nodding.
be the start of something, could be the start of a beautiful friendship.
A beautiful
between the two
relationship. John, you're nodding vigorously there to that suggestion.
Oh, Lewis has said this before, and I think he's right. If you look at the range of other candidates, I think Wes Streeting would struggle to get the support, certainly amongst the rank and file Labour Party members and even amongst the trade union affiliates as well. And I think he realises that. And there's a range of other candidates. Lewis mentioned I heard you say the other day, Lewis, about if Ed Miliband ran, I think he would beat Wes Streeting, definitely. So it's a range I'm not promoting anyone. I'm just saying if Wes Streeting is now agreeing with me that we need an election with a range of candidates.
John,
well, I've always believed in the powers of conversion.
Unity in the Labour Party.
Hang on, John. You've always reminded me of a good Scouse Catholic priest. One day I'll probably just rock up and ask you to hear my confession, but today you're reminding me of a cardinal at a conclave. Of course, you've decided which kind of candidate you want.
Well, I'll always want the socialist candidate. Of course, okay. I will. That's my background and all the rest of it. And don't expect abstinence from me, Sheila. By the way,
wow.
The key for me is. You know how things can tear apart. I said before the last election, I was really worried about the future, not just of the government, but of the party itself. And those elections gave us all a fright, gave us a real shock of what could happen, how the Reform and others could really take us apart if we're not careful. So my view is, look, I still believe, from my perspective, the Labour Party is the best vehicle we've got to achieve my objectives, which is socialism. So therefore, I want to hold the party together. And the way to do that is to ensure everyone has their say, everyone has the right to a vote, everyone has the right to stand as a candidate. It's as simple as that.
A few things, Sheila, I just wanted to add. Hearing from people within Number 10, we haven't got a formal comment from them on Mr Streeting's departure yet, but someone has said they believe that this is because he can't launch himself because they just don't believe that he has the numbers. Now, they have been saying that all along, that they don't believe that he has enough support to formally launch that leadership challenge. Secondly, you heard from Luke Akehurst this morning on Nick Ferrari's show. I thought he really summed up for me the reason why we're in this total stalemate. He is someone that is usually allied with Wes Streeting. He's a friend of his. He is on probably sort of the right, I guess, of the Labour Party, and he is saying, "I want to back the Prime Minister. I don't want to plunge the country into a leadership crisis."
Split on the right, definitely.
Exactly, John. So I think that is the problem that Wes Streeting is clearly having in the last sort of 24 hours. And I spoke to one source in government that said that they were seeing cabinet ministers having conversations with MPs, and they said we've turned a few around just because from Wes Streeting's camp in the last few hours, just because of that. So I think that's a really big thing playing in Wes Streeting supporters' minds, that it just cannot get enough people to go behind him.
And a poll earlier today that I saw just before I came on air of leadership voting intentions does not favour Wes Streeting at all, does it?
No, it doesn't. If you're referring to this Survation poll, which has been published in the last, with Labour List, by the way, that's been published in sort of the last hour or so, it says Wes Streeting would have the backing of 23% of the membership in a leadership contest, and Starmer takes a 30-point lead, which is up 18 percentage points since February over any potential challenger. So that is absolutely stark evidence, if anybody needed any, that Wes Streeting, when it gets to the membership, is really, really going to struggle.
But enter Burnham. Let's imagine for a second that changes for Starmer, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And look, I don't think anybody quite knows the sort of 5D chess that's going on within the Labour Party. But of course, the more people that enter this race, the more the vote is going to be split. And that's exactly why Angela Rayner is saying, I'm going to run if Wes Streeting runs, essentially, because she wants to be that sort of soft left candidate if Andy Burnham can't be that one to do so.
And John, if people are listening to the four of us talking as we are and thinking, oh, my head hurts, I just want the country run left, right, centre, I put you in government, somebody put you in government, just get on with it, just be pragmatic, make life better for ordinary people, ordinary families, get on with it. What do you say to them? Because that is not what's happening, is it?
Well, I think they're right. But what happened on the doorsteps in these elections, and I've never seen it on this scale before, was the absolute antipathy towards Keir, and you can't deny that. It was you could cut the atmosphere with a knife.
But
and
people across the country loathed Tony Blair after the Iraq War.
I know,
he stayed in power for a long time, and he had terrible
Tony
polls.
Blair then had to eventually go. He had to say, he had to say, I'm leaving and this is my departure date. And in some ways, that's what some of us were saying to Keir. The best thing to do is to say that you are going and sort out a smooth transition over a period of time. In fact, remain in government until you've finished off some of the key things you wanted to do and then move on and do it in a sort of orderly way. That was one of the arguments. So I think people don't want to see parties falling apart, splitting and all the rest of it. But the message was so clear about Keir. That's why my proposal was straightforward. Let's be honest about that. Let's have a proper discussion. Plan, therefore, the process so it is under a controlled process rather than the chaotic, precipitous coup.
Two questions now, beyond the ones we've identified, Sheila, of course, about what Streeting's intentions are. I really feel quite instinctively this is, as I say, more of a Heseltine kind of thing that he's trying to do rather than launching a challenge. I think he's setting himself up as a kind of king over the water. And honestly, I think he just concluded that he was in a sort of prisoner's dilemma situation. This was the best that he could do, given that he had allowed the speculation to run.
He couldn't sit pretty in the cabinet.
I think it would have destroyed his political reputation, I really do, and I think that it would have lessened him so much as a political figure, and Starmer would have been able to dispatch him in short order. Two further questions then. One, is there going to be a wider reshuffle? Obviously, Streeting's going to have to be replaced as Health Secretary. Who's going to do that? And will Starmer have enough authority to be able to do something slightly more wide-ranging? That'll be interesting. Number two, for me now, all eyes on Manchester and Andy Burnham. They have been briefing all week that he's got a plan, he's got a seat, he's got somewhere. If he were to announce that today, the Prime Minister would be at a moment of maximum weakness, having just lost another Cabinet Minister. A Cabinet Minister who, by the way, on some level can be interpreted as urging the Prime Minister to open the path for Burnham. I think that if Andy Burnham has got a plan, this would be his most opportune moment to reveal it to the world.
It's got to be today, Lewis, because otherwise what's the point, right? And we have been hearing from allies of Andy Burnham all week who have been saying we've got an MP, they're ready to stand down. We've seen MP after MP in the Manchester region, in other regions saying, no, I'm not going to stand aside for Andy Burnham. If indeed they have someone ready, why on earth haven't they pulled this trigger yet? And is it because the leadership contest hasn't yet been triggered yet?
Maybe Wes has pulled the trigger for them.
Well, if the Prime Minister at this point now, if Andy Burnham were to turn around today and say, I have got a seat in this place and this person is resigning and I intend to resign the Greater Manchester Mayoralty in order to contest this seat and I will be submitting my application to the NEC. If the Prime Minister today were to say that he would be minded to deny that request, then I think all hell will break loose in the Labour Party.
John,
and Number 10 will know.
You agree, John?
Yeah, there'd be uproar. We can't have a situation where a Prime Minister is blocking people from standing in elections, in principle. Secondly, it would be seen as weakness by Keir, to be honest. So it can't be seen to be blocking again. That's why, if I said this before, if I was Keir, other prime ministers, other Labour leaders, even Blair, Brand, whatever, you'd bring him in. You'd give him a job, wouldn't you? If he'd have let Andy stood in the last by-election, what he should have done is brought him into cabinet and said, right, you're responsible for the next election, the local elections. Just incorporate people by then, and if at that stage then there's still a challenge, well, at least then it becomes an honest one rather than what's happening at the moment, which is behind-the-scenes coup planning by Wes Streeting and others.
And there would be some, at least temporary advantage for the Prime Minister himself, Shelagh, in acceding to that request. Because if he were to let it be known that he wouldn't stand in Burnham's way, well, of course, that buys the Prime Minister time.
He didn't do that earlier this week, though, did he?
No, he didn't.
He had the opportunity to do that at his big speech on Monday.
He made a mistake, I think, yeah.
And then you'd have to have a by-election, someone would have to resign, the writ would have to be moved, you'd have to have the by-election campaign, Burnham would have to win, at which point the Prime Minister could turn to Burnham and make it clear before to say, I intend to bring Andy Burnham into my cabinet. Would Andy Burnham launch a leadership campaign on day one, having returned to Parliament? Tough for him to do so in terms of the optics and politics of the Labour Party.
He's got to win it, though, hasn't he? He's got to win this by-election.
And that's also on the Prime Minister's side
See
as
the
well.
voters for details. Yeah, let's not leave them out of this equation.
The way that Keir Starmer survives this period, now that Wes Streeting is gone, is to accede to Burnham's request.
Oof, he can still survive, in your view.
He can certainly survive if Burnham were to hatch his plan and Starmer were to indicate that he would accede to it. I think he can survive for a while, yeah.
Come into the Rose Garden, Maud. That moment is what we need.
I mean, it would buy him some time, and I think that's exactly what the Prime Minister needs right now. They are just desperately trying to buy themselves time.
Right now, they're living hour by hour. This will at least give them an opportunity to live week by week.
Well, listen, it's been fascinating hearing from all three of you, and thank you very much indeed, John McDonnell. You were meant to be given a chunk of time entirely to yourself, and you very gamely just joined in with us. So thank you very much. Father John, no, Cardinal John. John McDonnell, thank you. Labour MP for Hayes and Harlington and former Shadow Chancellor, and thanks to Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor for now, and Lewis Goodall, ditto for now. I hope to speak to you again.
Are we losing our jobs?
No, you're not losing your job. Yes, you're both fired. Okay. Jackie Smith, a former Home Secretary, joins me in a minute. 1:31, let's get the headlines from Amelia Cox.
Wes Streeting has quit as Health Secretary, paving the way for a leadership contest, and has accused the Prime Minister of a lack of vision. The news came around an hour after Number 10 had insisted the PM still had full confidence in his Health Secretary. Downing Street also said Sir Keir Starmer would fight any challenge mounted against him. Earlier, Angela Rayner was cleared of any wrongdoing over her tax affairs, removing any obstacles to her standing in a possible challenge. Also this afternoon, the King is meeting members of the community in Golders Green following last month's terror attack. A man has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder after 2 men were stabbed. LBC weather, a cooler afternoon with sunny spells and frequent showers. It'll be windier too, particularly around northern and western coasts, a high of 14 degrees.
This is LBC.
Buying a home on a holiday park was the retreat you always wanted. But then came unexpected site fee increases. And that was before the dramatic loss in value. If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, you may have been missold. holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive thousands in compensation. Text ASSIST to 78900. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Fever-Tree ginger beer. There's no one quite like you, is there? That fiery character, warming undertones. Mixed, you make a spirited Moscow mule. But even on your own, you still have the most delectable kick. Fever-Tree. Straight up or mixed. It's a matter of taste.
Bring your pensions together into one easy-to-manage online plan with PensionBee. Because when your pension is in a good place, you're in a good place. When investing, your capital is at risk.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical-grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexhere.com.
There's one green bottle sat on my fridge shelf. This green and white bottle that supports my gut health. Beautiful by nature, beautiful by name. It's the tastiest way to up my gut health game.
Biotiful Gut Health. Switch your yogurt to the UK's #1 kefir and give your gut and your summer a lift. Kefir is a source of calcium which contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes. For verification of UK's #1 kefir, see biotifulguthealth.com/radio.
Shelagh Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I'll get your calls in a few moments, but I'm joined by Baroness Smith, Jackie Smith, who you'll remember as a former Labour Home Secretary. She's a skills minister now in the government and a Labour peer. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining me.
Hello, Sheila.
Just a word on this letter from Wes Streeting, or some words from it. Where we need vision, we have vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. Is he right?
No, I don't believe he is. And can I just say about Wes, first of all, that I think he is an enormously talented politician. He's been an excellent health secretary. He, of course, is a very important part of the reason why just today we've been able to announce even further falls in waiting lists. You know, his work alongside the additional money that the Chancellor has been able to put into the health service, really making a difference for the British people. And you know, my problem, I have to say, at the moment, with the sort of turmoil we find ourselves in the Labour Party and the government, is this is exactly the change that the British people told us last Thursday they wanted to see. They don't think we're doing it quickly enough. They don't think we're telling a clear enough story, but that's what they want to see change. And I don't think that is helped at this moment by a leadership contest where we turn inwards, where we turn against each other, rather than actually delivering that change for the British people.
But is critique necessarily turning against someone? This was one of the complaints in Jess Phillips' letter, that having an argument, small a argument, making an argument, seemed to be something the Prime Minister resisted in her experience, and she's not the only person who said that.
I have to say, Sheila, my very many years' experience of the Labour Party, and in fact my time in Labour governments, tells me that we don't usually find it difficult to have a lively discussion amongst ourselves when we're in government or when we're out of government. My point is, you know, of course that's important. I think the Prime Minister would probably recognise that there have been times when, you know, perhaps that discussion and debate hasn't been facilitated in the way in which it should have been, when perhaps, you know, some of our MPs haven't always felt that they've been engaged in the project. But I would just say we are less than 2 years into a Labour government. The last thing I think any of us, you know, we all like a bit of lively debate. What we don't want is the type of chaos that we saw in the last few years of the Tory government, which did no favours. Certainly did no favours to their government, but more importantly, it didn't do any favours to the country.
No, of course you don't, and I don't think the country does either. But you touched on it there, that even the Prime Minister himself would accept that he hasn't necessarily been as open and discursive with his Westminster colleagues, his parliamentary colleagues, as he could have been or should have been. I think that's pretty clear that he hasn't been. And they, you know this, but I'm just saying it out loud to remind us all. Those MPs, those backbench MPs, are us, the constituents. That's who they are. So if he's not listening to them, he's not listening to us.
Well, I think he himself has accepted that there is more that we need to do to listen to the sorts of messages that we were sent in the elections last week. There's more that we need to do to explain to people both the challenges that we're facing and the changes that we're making. We need to do that more quickly. We need to do it now at a time of considerable global insecurity. Now, look, we've got some foundations to build on. Just this morning, we hear the growth figures that tell us that we are now the fastest growing economy in the G7. That will give the Chancellor, as she's been clear about, more of an opportunity to do the things that will help people feel more confident about their cost of living, get more money into people's pockets. But we can't do that if we're also having to take ourselves through all of the churn of a leadership contest less than 2 years into our time in government.
Well, we're saying that in this letter there is not an announcement by Wes Streeting that he intends to launch a bid, but the conversation, I'm sure you were hearing some of it earlier, that I was having with John McDonnell and with my two colleagues as well, Lewis and Natasha, was kind of teasing out a scenario whereby Wes Streeting, knowing he doesn't have the support of the party, teams up with, say, Andy Burnham, and obviously there's a few hurdles to jump there as well for Andy Burnham. But if that's the case, if Andy Burnham becomes ready there's no stopping a bid happening, really, is there?
Well, I mean, you've made clear, Sheila, and you're right, there is no leadership contest at the moment. And, just to go back to this point about, debate and contribution, the role of the Prime Minister is really important, and Keir Starmer's got responsibilities as a leader for how he leads the government. But let's be clear, we also have a cabinet, we also have a set of ministers. It is a team sport to an extent, government. That's one of the reasons, by the way, that I'm so sorry that Wes has removed himself from the conversations that I suspect, although I'm not there, are and should be happening around the cabinet table. But, yes, there isn't a leadership contest at the moment, but we all know that, of course, I've come on here today. I could have been talking about the visit I made this morning to talk to the construction industry about how we can get more.
Please do, because you're quite
brilliant.
Right. Good, tell me.
It was brilliant. Right. I went to East London. I saw Kier, big construction company, who are committing to supporting the government in its youth guarantee, getting more young people.
It's called
back
Kier,
into.
Did you say?
Yes. Yeah, I've been working well with Kier this morning, Sheila.
Did you choose them especially for the photo opportunity, I'm sure? I mean, on that question of jobs in construction and house building, house building has got to be one of the most, as skills minister, one of the most important aspects of this government, any government. There's an awful lot of naysayers saying that target cannot be met because of skills. What's your thinking on that? Or the work you're doing on that?
We've set ourselves a big task, and I sort of point that to people who suggest the government isn't being ambitious. It is on, house building, on our infrastructure. That does need increased numbers of people with the skills to do it. That's why the Chancellor has invested £2.5 billion in both our youth guarantee and our apprenticeship programme. It's why we've got a £600 million programme to get 60,000 more people into the construction industry. It's why I had a good discussion this morning with key construction companies about what more they could do alongside government to solve this problem. But that's not helped by a lot of internal discussion about what we should be doing in terms of our leadership. That's my point.
I understand why you say that. Of course I do. And you're right that voters don't like parties in fighting with each other when there's so many important things to do. But we're just a week away from those dreadful results. And they were, in a sense, the cherry on top of long-standing unpopularity of the Prime Minister in particular and of the government. So many missteps. I mean, you've seen governments that you've seen in the Blair government in that first year. It was quite something to behold, I'm sure, up close. It was something to behold from outside, the change and the pace of it. None of that was evident this time around.
I mean, if your challenge to me, Sheila, is that was a pretty dreadful set of results a week ago, you're completely right. And, the Prime Minister knows that people are not happy with the way in which the government is...
my challenge to be, if I wasn't specific, and I wasn't specific, my challenge is those results surely tell you that it isn't just an inside argument. It isn't just a Labour Party tearing itself apart, if that's what it's doing. It's the nation saying, oh, for the love of God, find your feet and govern better.
I agree. And I think my point is, I don't believe that you do that through internal debate and a leadership election.
You might do it with a better leader.
I think you do it by speeding up the change that we're making, communicating it better, having a message of hope and positivity about the future of the country, getting money in people's pockets, getting young people into apprenticeships, keeping this country secure, both economically and in terms of national security, at a time of enormous international instability, a war which, of course, Keir Starmer made absolutely the right call not to take us into as a country, despite the fact that many in the opposition were saying that we should be doing that. So, I think I'm not trying to suggest that there isn't a massive job for us to do, that there isn't a massive job for the Prime Minister to do. I'm just making the case that I think it's better to get on and do that rather than shift the personnel around.
Is he finished if there's one more cabinet resignation?
I mean, that's wholly hypothetical. No,
Do you think there'll be
I don't
any
think
more?
he is.
You don't?
I have no idea. No, I've got no idea, Shelagh.
What I'm concluding from our conversation is that you can absolutely see a route where he survives and stays on till the next election.
Well, what you can conclude from our conversation is, I think that what we should be focusing on is stable but productive government at a time of enormous global insecurity.
And you worry about the general election down the line, and that will or won't be with Keir Starmer as leader?
Look, nobody who is in government doesn't worry about the next general election. I will just point out to people, it is 3 years potentially away. We are only less than 2 years into this government. As you say, I have been around the block a bit, and this is a serious situation we find ourselves in. But I also went through a period of change of leadership from Tony Blair to Gordon Brown. I would point out to people that at that point, one, it was pretty clear who was going to be the next leader, and two, Tony Blair had served 10 years and we'd made already enormous change to the country. We have served less than 2 years in this Labour government. Labour governments don't come around very often, and we must do everything that we can to make the most of this opportunity, and I don't think turning inwards is the way to do that.
Thank you very much indeed, Jackie Smith, Baroness Smith, Skills Minister and Labour peer. Your calls coming up 1:45.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Is it good news if there's a leadership challenge to Sir Keir Starmer?
It will be a perfect thing to say, let's leave Starmer in place. He's the devil you know. Wes Streeting, I think, is just a sideshow.
Let's bring to the conversation Luke Akehurst. Now, Luke is a Labour MP. He's also an ally and a friend of Wes Streeting and joins me now.
My concern is that Wes could start the ball rolling on a leadership contest where the actual result, once you throw it out to the members, would be a Prime Minister that was significantly to the left of Keir Starmer.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
The following is from TfL.
I got loads of flowers the other day and messages from people I didn't even know. My mates spelled out my name in tea lights, and my mum hung my favourite footy shirt on the railings next to the lamppost where I got killed by a nice lady, just someone who thought it was okay to go a few miles an hour over the limit.
Speeding injures or kills over 1,000 people in London every year. Slow down. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
I'm in the kitchen with Charlie Bigham. So what have we got here, Charlie?
My brand new pan-fried pad thai noodles.
Noodles? But you're Mr. Fish Pie guy.
Guilty. And while ovens rule at roasting,
the pan is king of noodling.
Whether it's pad thai, yakisoba or laksa, finding that perfect texture is a bottomless noodle rabbit hole.
But all I have to do is stir it in the pan for 6 minutes, right?
Bingo! Try the new Charlie Bigham's Asian pan-fried noodle range. Handmade in my kitchen.
Pan-fried in yours.
At Lidl, there's always more to value. Like switching from Asda to Lidl and saving £30 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/yousave. Which means a stocked up fridge of big brands, award-winning own brands, and your fresh 5 a day with extra helpings encouraged. Lidl, more to value. Prices check 11 to the 5th, 26. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
From countryside escapes to seaside breaks, and plenty of open roads in between, there's a Mazda for every kind of summer. Get 0% APR on selected models when ordered by the 30th of June, and keep your mind on the really important stuff, like trying to eat that ice cream before it melts. Search Mazda. Available on PCP when financed by Mazda Financial Services by the 30th of September 2026. Indemnities may be required. Terms apply. See website.
How likely is she to, have another heart attack?
Can I still go to the gym after heart surgery?
Is my mum still my mum if she has a new heart?
When it comes to heart health, no question is too big or small. That's why British Heart Foundation have dedicated cardiac nurses you can speak to by phone, email or online chat.
Hi, this is Chloe from British Heart Foundation. How can I help?
Search BHF Cardiac Nurses.
Go all Irish to France with great low prices. With Irish Ferries, you can for less. Irish Ferries, see you travel differently. T's and C's apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Shelagh Fogarty. Text 84850.
Let me read a brief part of a slightly longer statement from the Green Party. Their spokesperson says, if Labour thinks Wes Streeting is the answer, they obviously don't know the question the country is asking, so they're not wasting any time. Are they getting their answer in or their thoughts in? They conclude the Labour government is failing. It's not strong enough to stand up to the greatest threat facing this country, that of a Nigel Farage government. Labour needs to stop trying to mimic them and join the Greens in taking the divisive politics of reform head on. Coalition, anyone? Let's get to your calls. Adam in St Albans, hello.
Yeah, hi Sheila, good afternoon. Very, very good call. We've had your previous guests on talking about proper discussions and more waffle that we've heard, that we're just drifting along like the Kon-Tiki going through here. I think we may all agree very strongly, if Keir Starmer was to take the front foot to go to the centres within Labour and call a meeting for the leadership, for him to take that to them. This would really take down Andy Burnham's idea that he has got time to gather his forces and to get into Parliament. So, in other words, Keir Starmer says, bring it on, chaps, we'll have a leadership contest as of today or tomorrow.
In the way John Major did?
Absolutely. The biggest worry I have was, and thought of this and no one said this, Angela's been very, very quiet. Could Wes Streeting have been the crowbar to basically dethrone Keir and then have a chance for then Angela to come in and then go for the Prime Ministership and then Wes Streeting possibly be in her cabinet? He was the crowbar to move him along.
You mean he sees that the party won't elect him as leader, but he can be the king or queen maker, essentially?
Correct. And perhaps he might not think it's the right time for him. He's still a very young man. I know this opportunity might not rise again, but if it really does go foul, as a lot of commentators have said, his political career really could be down the drain.
Do you admire him for resigning?
Well, if you look at the letter and read the letter, which I've gone through, and obviously he's done a great job in the NHS, and there's no taking away from it from there. But the sort of 7th or 8th paragraphs have been a bit scathing, and they have taken a few commentators' breaths away.
Were you paragraph counting like I was? Yeah.
Yes, it was. And it's like giving a good appraisal of someone and then really going on the bad parts down the road. You've really sort of got them going, and then now we're going, you're a late timekeeper, you're not very good, you've had too many days holiday. It does seem like someone from HR warning you of that on the letter that's gone through. So I would be very, very mindful. And the big thing that worries me, and I mean this truly, one of the Labour guys has said on to you earlier here, if we do get a far lefter government, and I think that is in people's minds, he's even suggested there's an election on the back of that. If we are swinging that way, the markets will not take that lightly.
If we had a very early election, general election?
Really, I think if we were going toward Andy Burnham's situation, which he was saying before, don't worry about the markets, we'll sort them out. The markets will sort us out. We can go back to ERM.
Well, he said that years ago, didn't he? That Andy Burnham.
There was a comment that he said from there, and I was in on the ERM when we left that back in '92. We were absolutely taken to the cleaners there.
All right, Adam, thank you. I want to squeeze in as many callers as possible. Terry in Wokingham. Hello, Terry.
Hi there. I'm just calling because I don't think, honest to God, it's against democracy having another vote. The people voted Keir Starmer in, and it's the people's choice.
That's interesting. You're not the first person to say that. I mean, the way our system works is we vote MPs in, and the party.
Listen, I just want to say, sorry to interrupt you, but
that's okay.
If it's the case, it should be the people get another vote at who comes into the party.
But the system that we have, I was going to say, Terry, is that we vote the party in. We don't vote the Prime Minister in.
This is the problem. We vote on the most pointless thing, which is the person who's not even really running the country.
You mean the MP?
Yeah.
Well, they're our representative in Parliament. It's not pointless. It's very important.
No, but the people voted for Keir Starmer, and he's going to be kicked out, and we're going to have somebody unelected in government.
Well, they'll be elected. They just won't have been formally elected as Prime Minister, but neither was he. He had to win his seat as an MP to be Prime Minister. He's only Prime Minister because they, in their party system, voted him in as leader. We didn't vote him in as Prime Minister. We voted Labour in as a government. That's how the system works. I understand. I mean, Terry, there'll be lots of people listening who agree with you that it feels odd for them internally to decide who the new Prime Minister is, but that's kind of how it works right from the beginning. Simon, thank you, Terry. Simon in Southampton. Hello.
Oh, hi, Sheila.
Hi there.
I had such high hopes for Starmer. I really thought that he was going to be the man to turn this country around. And I voted. I'm in a constituency that Labour doesn't really have a chance. So I kind of wasted my vote in order to vote for the man that I really did believe in. And I'm just so disappointed, to be honest. And the thing is, Jackie Smith just hit on the problem in a nutshell. In this case, it was defence, but take any policy. He has been told by different experts and different people for over a year now of the perilous situation that we're in, and yet there is still a report on his desk. If something needs to happen, it's, we'll have a review, we'll have a report, we'll do an investigation.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Tracy Brabin, the Mayor of West Yorkshire, was saying as well in her conversation with Keir Starmer. No more reviews, no more, just random assessments. Get the job done more quickly, and so we can demonstrate it to the public. Simon, I'll leave it there because your line isn't very strong, but thank you very much for the point you made. Jenny in Chigwell. Hello, Jenny.
Hi, Sheila, loved your show yesterday. The interjections were brilliant. And as you said, I think that Wes Streeting, sitting on the front bench opposite Kenny Badenoch, thought, I'd like to face that. First of all, I'm really glad he's gone. I am a constituency, in the constituency of Labour, Ilford South. Ilford North, sorry. And I've had lots of dealings with him, and I'm not going to stick the knife in as I feel he has with Keir Starmer. Anecdotally, I'm not going to go on about personal things, but quite frankly, I'm very glad he's gone. He's been on the front bench now for 2 years, and he is part of this cabinet. So why on earth he's doing this now, I don't know. And as I said, I think he's a career politician. He's never had a job. I apologise, young man. I apologise for my voice. I have a paralysis on the right hand side.
Sorry about that.
Sheila, no,
it's perfectly understandable. It's perfectly understandable.
It doesn't bother me, but I know I sound like noise.
You don't.
Anyhow, as I said, yesterday was brilliant, and when you were on there yesterday, and we heard you were very little, and you didn't interrupt anyone, and it was amazing. But to be honest, I worked as an activist and socialist for years, so I can go from both sides, because I crossed the floor when I met somebody who was my friend, and Lee Scott is who Wes Streeting took the seat from. So it sounds like sour grapes, but Lee was in for years, 10 years, and he was an amazing MP. And so I walked across the floor to the Tory party, so I can see both sides of this.
Right. Thank you very much, Jenny, for your call. Jenny in Chigwell. May has called from Edmonton. Hi, May.
Hi, Sheila. I think what the real reason what people are missing, and I'm surprised nobody's mentioned it, I think, God, what's his name? Oh, my God.
Go on. Oh, there's loads of names. Which? Wes Streeting? Wes Streeting?
The one who's resigned.
Wes Streeting. Wes Streeting.
That's it. Sorry, my age is... I'm only 21.
Oh, listen.
And I think that his real reason, he was looking for a way out because he was frustrated. He wasn't getting anywhere in resolving the health issues with the doctors. And I'm not saying he was happy with Keir, but I think this is like a good opportunity to resign and put it all on Keir when he felt that, when he came in, he felt that he was like the knight in white shining armour going to resolve it, and it backfired on him. And as much as he tried, he wasn't resolving it, because he did an interview with your colleague in the morning, I think Nick, and he felt so frustrated and down. That's what I picked up from it anyway. So I think one of the main reasons is and he needs to be honest that it's to do with he hasn't been able to resolve the ongoing issue with the doctors.
All right, thank you very much, May. That's certainly been a frustration for him for sure. And his political opponents have been able to use it against him when the doctors continued to strike after a 28% pay rise. Eric in Liverpool, hello.
Oh, good afternoon, Sheila. Right. I'd like Sir Keir Starmer to carry on because I know he's made mistakes, but, he's doing pretty well. The country is on the mend, considering what's going on across the pond there. But if he's going to be challenged, I don't care if Father Christmas challenges him. What I want the next challenger to do is actually give us the devil in the detail. In other words, lay out what they're going to do that's better than what Keir Starmer's doing for health, for welfare, for the roads and rails, for the water, for child safety, for adult safety online, for everything. And if they can't do that, then it's all hot air, really, isn't it?
All right, thanks very much indeed, Eric. Eric calling from Liverpool. So if you're just joining us here at LBC, Wes Streeting has resigned from the government but not announced that he's going to run against the Prime Minister for leadership of the Labour Party. Will other cabinet ministers follow suit? Will Andy Burnham make a statement about his intentions? Stay with LBC. Andrew Marr is going to join me in a moment. And, of course, your calls as ever on 0345 6060 973. It's 2 o'clock.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 2 o'clock, Wes Streeting has resigned from government, paving the way for a Labour leadership contest. It came around an hour after Number 10 had reiterated that the Prime Minister had full confidence in his Health Secretary. Downing Street says Sir Keir Starmer is prepared to fight any possible challenge. LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, has been looking at Mr Streeting's resignation letter after rumours he was planning to step down went quiet.
This really is giving, I think, the shot back to Number 10, which they were firing back earlier, allies of the Prime Minister, saying he doesn't have the numbers, this isn't going to happen, Wes has totally bottled it. And he, I think, is appearing to say, I think I do have the numbers, I think let's go for it. But I don't understand really why he's not doing that in this resignation letter, which is really very bizarre.
In his letter to the PM, Wes Streeting also claimed that where the country needs a vision, there is a vacuum. Former Labour Shadow Chancellor John McDonnell has told LBC this is exactly what he feared following last week's local elections.
We need to take a breath, analyse the results themselves, see how we've got into this situation and discuss the way forward and just take some time over that. I also said the leadership issue is bound to be on the agenda, and if it is, we need to look at a proper process for that, a proper democratic election, making sure there's a range of candidates. And also, if Keir is going to go, at least have some form of smoother transition and a dignified exit.
Earlier, Angela Rayner was cleared of any wrongdoing over her tax affairs, clearing the way for her to stand in a possible challenge. Also this afternoon, the King has been meeting members of the community in Golders Green following last month's terror attack. Charles visited a Jewish care charity centre to meet the 2 men who were stabbed. A 45-year-old man has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder. A formal investigation will take place into whether Nigel Farage broke parliamentary rules over a £5 million donation he received. The Reform UK leader claims that it was a personal gift before he became MP. Parliamentary rules say new members must declare all of their financial interests in the 12 months prior to being elected. And children aged 8 and over will be able to use passport e-gates at UK airports from this summer. The Home Office says the change will speed up checks for an extra 1.5 million people every year. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 37 points at 10,362. The pound buys $1.35 and €1.15. LBC weather, a cooler afternoon with sunny spells and frequent showers. It'll be windier too, particularly around northern and western coasts, a high of 14 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Shelagh Fogarty.
Hello, good afternoon to you. Just to bring you up to speed on what's happened since 1 o'clock, the Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, has resigned from Keir Starmer's government. He said he's lost confidence In the Prime Minister, he talked about a vacuum where there should be vision, a lack of direction, drift instead of direction. He essentially put the knife in after being fairly pleasant about him to start with. He did not say in that letter that he intends to run against the Prime Minister, prompting all kinds of permutations of what that might mean. Let's talk about all of that and more with Andrew Marr, presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr, weekdays from 6 on LBC. We meet again, Mr. Marr.
We meet again, Sheila.
And there's been a development.
And there's been a couple of big developments, really. If you add Angela Rayner in this, and this, I think, a very, very well written, very, very interesting resignation letter. I was listening to Natasha there say, why did he not say, I'm going for it now? Two possible reasons. There aren't the numbers there, though he says there are. I think more interesting, I think the two significant sentences are the one about him wanting a broader contest of all the best candidates. That is an open hand towards Andy Burnham in particular, and to the soft left in general, but also the missing sentence, the sentence Natasha was talking about, and therefore I now announce my intention to challenge the Prime Minister. Because I think what he is trying to do, Wes Streeting, is open this up. I think his way to continuing as a very powerful politician, either as leader or as chancellor or whatever it might be, is to have an arrangement with Andy Burnham, and you bring both of the wings of the Labour Party together and avoid the kind of vicious, factional, public contest that people have been feared about. John McDonnell was kind of talking about as well.
Which, I think I remember correctly, was what you were hinting yesterday should be the way forward, the meeting at the service station.
Yes, we're back to Northampton service station meeting. That's exactly what that's what I think should happen. I think the really interesting thing now is what Keir Starmer does about all of this, because he must be very, very tempted. He can't stand Wes Streeting. He can't stand Andy Burnham. So which of the two can't he stand least, as it were?
Personally, he can't stand them.
Yeah, I think he dislikes both of them. I'm told. But politics is an extremely rivalrous, up-close game. He's been watching Wes Streeting around the cabinet table, knowing that Wes Streeting doesn't have any confidence in him for quite a long time. That can't be pleasant. But there is animus. This is also personal. Everyone will say it's not, but it is. If Starmer just says, I'm going to carry on, Wes can say whatever he likes from the back benches, don't care, I'm going to reshuffle the cabinet, and on we march. The game has changed because, as it were, the safety catch is now off. He now knows that there are 100+ MPs who don't want him to carry on. He now knows that there is a very senior and eloquent politician who will be making public criticism of him the whole time, who is ready to stand against him. One slip, one mistaken word, whatever, and he brings the whole thing on himself. Now, I just ask you, how can anyone govern effectively in that situation? So I think in his own interest, Keir Starmer either has to stand aside and say, OK, the game is up, I get it, or else he has to have a contest now.
Would you go along with what Lewis was saying earlier as well? You mentioned Natasha's comments. In my conversation with Lewis as well, he was saying in his bones he kind of felt this was a Heseltine moment for Wes Streeting, in that he was going to go out and, scatter the hens and then see what landed.
I think he's trying to scatter a few hens, that's for sure. I think what we really need to know now, and we'll know, I think, probably quite quickly, is what Wes Streeting really wants to do with the government and the country. What are his economic policies? How does he intend to make the centre of government, Whitehall and Downing Street, much more effective than it's been in the last couple of years? Who does he want to bring in? How wide does he want to extend his sort of hand of friendship across politics? What is it going to feel like? And I think, we haven't really heard him in his own voice, unplugged, as it were. We will now, and I think that's the next thing we have to hear.
The interesting thing about Angela Rayner, who we haven't talked about yet in any detail, her announcement today that in an ITV interview that her tax affairs are sorted, the HMRC found no wrongdoing, and yet again no announcement to bid a campaign against Keir Starmer. Where does that leave you thinking about the who and the what and the when?
I think on the left, or the soft left of the Parliamentary Labour Party, there's a huge amount of head-scratching as to who is the right candidate. Not just to beat Wes Streeting, but possibly also to take on Keir Starmer. Because if Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting start a contest, then a left-wing candidate will certainly join it. And whereas I think Keir Starmer thinks he will beat Wes Streeting head-to-head, he does not think that about a lot of the left-wing candidates, including Angela Rayner. Now, the timing of the HRC announcement, by the way, absolutely fascinating. Perfect timing from her point of view. I think she's known about this since Tuesday, held it back over the day of the King's speech, and just dropped it on Wes Streeting's morning. And in a way that helps Wes Streeting, strangely, because it means everybody's now going to think about the prospect of an Angela Rayner premiership. What would that do to the bond markets? What would it mean for the economy and taxation and the rest of it? And so I think, it clarifies things. I would be surprised if she really wanted to be Prime Minister right now, or maybe she does. But what she said in that speech to the Communication Workers Union a couple of days ago suggested very strongly to me that she also wants Andy Burnham back. She made a big point of saying, Andy Burnham, Andy Burnham, Andy Burnham, get him back. You don't do that if you're only thinking about yourself. So I think as between Angela Rayner and no doubt Ed Miliband and Andy Burnham, the left now has to decide who its candidate is. But I think the difference is that Wes Streeting and Andy Burnham could also be working together. So you can see the beginning of a way for the party to come together.
And for people who aren't as immersed in the whole left-right machinations of political parties, because it isn't just the Labour Party that has all of this, there are different incarnations of it, aren't there, in every party. When they look at this, is it an absolute sort of truism that political parties, when they get involved in these kinds of battles with one another, put the electorate off, full stop? Or, given the election results last week, given the persistent unpopularity of Keir Starmer, might this be different? Might this be a case where the public says, yeah, come on, get it done now and govern the country, and then general election, we'll see how we feel?
Well, the common thing to say in these kind of situations is it's a Westminster psychodrama. They're turning their backs on the public. How dare they? And that's what people said about the Conservatives, of course, quite recently. But in this case, in a sense, a lot of the public, not all the public, but a lot of the public have had their say. This is all based on those election results. So all those people who think, I don't want any more chaos at Westminster, if you defected from Labour to the Greens or Reform, or you voted against Labour, this is what you are voting for.
Yeah, and I know our phone-in programmes aren't a scientific poll of any sort, but when, in the very early days of this government, I used to push back on callers a lot when they said, oh, he's clearly rubbish at the job, they keep making terrible mistakes, and I was saying, you couldn't deny some of them were terrible mistakes, but you could just say, give it time, too early, you can't be pushing a government out or a Prime Minister out at this early on. And then as time went on, it was harder and harder to argue that, because it was as though they were surprised by governing, really.
I think, absolutely, there wasn't a plan, and that was the fault of, Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves and all the rest of them, including probably Wes Streeting at the top of government in the run-up to that election. There should have been a plan. There wasn't a plan. I don't think it could be said that Keir Starmer has been adroit or sophisticated in his dealings with other people. He's lost so many people. He's fallen out with so many people. That is a problem. But I think the fundamental question is that a leader, a democratic leader like any other one, has to have a kind of relationship with the electorate, with the public. And unfortunately, the relationship that Keir Starmer has with the public is a very, very poor one indeed. We just don't know how different things would feel if Wes Streeting came through or Andy Burnham came through and, talked differently, sounded differently. Maybe they would be just as unpopular so quickly, because we are all living atop a kind of very, very fragile, leaking and listing economy. We're in a very dangerous economic situation.
A bit of good news today. I'm not saying hang the bunting out, but yeah.
When that dropped, I thought, is it possible that Rachel Reeves and a bit of growth news saves Keir Starmer? Because that is by far the best news, and frankly, to a lot of people, quite unexpected. We had good figures in February, good figures in March. There's beginning to be a trend here that perhaps, had it not been for the Iran war, which, of course, Keir Starmer kept us out of, then we would be in a much better situation economically.
Now, I'm going to show my deep political acuity here by using the word Westminstery.
Westminstery,
Andrew. You talked there about Keir Starmer's sort of leaden relationship with the public. He's not very good even with his own parliamentary colleagues, is he, in terms of getting in those tea rooms, glad-handing, soothing people, reassuring people he's interested in them, doing the politics bit?
He's been working jolly hard over the last 48 hours, trying to bring people in, charm them, talk to them. He's not a natural glad-hander. He's not a smoothie. And in a sense, you could say good for him. But those are some of the skills that he used to rather despise at Westminster, which are very, very important. Can I, however, congratulate you, Sheila? You have not said Wexit and you have not said Wesignation, which are the two other terms that are flying around at the moment.
But I did say Westminstery, so I'm getting there. And can I ask you about the party as well, as in the party machinery, because it's going to be, if there is a contest, it's going to start to be very important. Clearly, Morgan McSweeney and others shaped the party internally sufficiently well for Keir Starmer to become leader in the first place. How much has that shape changed? Has it changed at all since?
That is such a good question.
Thanks.
And such a good question that's difficult to answer because we just don't really know. There's some polling out today from Labour List, I think, saying that Keir Starmer would beat Wes Streeting in a poll of Labour members quite easily, but would be beaten by, for instance, Angela Rayner, beaten by Andy Burnham, beaten by Ed Miliband. So that suggests the party membership is still quite a bit to the left. But what happened, I think really with the rise of the Greens as much as anything else, and Zach Polanski, and the exclusion by Keir Starmer of Jeremy Corbyn, is that a lot of the hard left has left the Labour Party and gone to the Greens. We don't quite know what the composition of local Labour parties is today, and there are even indications, Sheila, that some people are joining the Labour Party today in order to vote for Keir Starmer.
Wow, interesting. Thank you very much, Andrew. Very good to talk to you. It's always interesting. Thank you, Andrew Marr, presenter of Tonight with Andrew Marr, weekdays from 6 o'clock. Let me read a couple of texts here from you. We've been neglecting your texts. This is madness. I'm so angry and disappointed at Wes Streeting and these MPs. I'm so appalled at their behaviour. I couldn't vote for anyone who's been involved in this fiasco at such a difficult time for our country. It is so self-indulgent. I feel really let down as a voter. I hope Starmer fights him and anyone else and wins, says Sarah. Sally, on the other hand, says, Wes Streeting is my hero. Well done, Wes. Goodbye, Starmer. Sally in Devon. We're not quite there yet, Sally. So what happens next? What do you want to happen next? 0345 6060 973. There's still a way through for Keir Starmer to sit tight, and he's known to be stubborn and determined. Do you want him to succeed in that and stay put? Or do you think somebody else could do a better job at the top? 84850. It's 2:16.
PM Under Pressure. Follow it live on LBC.
For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, more people are switching to cartridgepeople.com. Like Max, whose kids have discovered printable colouring sheets. And now, there's no going back. And Jen, a business owner who wants printer cartridges so economical, she can print herself a pay rise. For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, switch to cartridgepeople.com. T's and C's apply. See online for our price promise.
What's the best present you ever got for your birthday? I bet it wasn't as life-changing as £1 million. Every week with the birthday draw, there's £1 million to be won. And you can enter from as little as £1 or via post. Enter by midnight on Sunday and your special day could win you £1 million. Visit thebirthdaydraw.com. Is it your lucky day? From Global and ITV. 18 plus, UK only, no purchase necessary.
The following is from TfL.
My name was Luna, like the moon. I was 2 days short of my 17th birthday when I was killed. My killer wasn't a bad man. He had a rescue dog called Frank and rang his mum every Sunday. He wasn't a speed freak. He just thought it was okay to go a few miles an hour over the limit. But that was enough to knock me off my bike and kill me.
Speeding injures or kills over 1,000 people in London every year. Slow down. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
I've just put my lippy on to tell you that we're live streaming the programme. You can find us at the LBC app. We'll talk in a few minutes to Andrew Lewin, Labour MP for Welwyn Hatfield. But let's talk to Eileen first in Doncaster. Hello, Eileen.
Hello. Thank you for hearing my call.
Pleasure.
I definitely don't think that Starmer should be resigning. If he can fight this, he should fight them, and he should go on and win. He's doing a good job as Prime Minister. And at this time, with the world, with the globe as it is, with people wanting to fight each other, well, Starmer doesn't want to fight. He saw the Trump off in Iran, didn't he? So, and he's done 20 items of his manifesto. He's doing a good job.
And even though those results in the elections, some of them in your area, I think, Eileen, were very, very
we've got
poor.
lots of reform people here. Well, because we're made up with reform people. I don't know. We've got an excellent mayor. And she's really, really working hard to get the dogs to Sheffield Airport up. And I don't know what the difficulty is, but reform seem to be nitpicking with it. But there you go. I think they want it, really. They just want to fight the mayor. Anyway, there we go. That's
so, despite the unpopularity of the Prime Minister with the public, and despite those terrible election results,
I don't think he is that unpopular. I think a lot of people who like the job he's doing are not calling in.
I don't mean on this programme. I don't mean on this programme. I mean in very scientifically run poll after poll after poll after poll. He's the problem. And his own MPs were saying, and councillors were saying it. You don't?
No, I don't. Well, look at the job he's doing. He's doing a good job. He hasn't got a really good public persona. That is all that's wrong with him, really. I'm looking at him on the world stage, and they like him, and he's doing an excellent job there. I actually think he should stay and fight them and win.
And do you accept? I mean, he seems to accept. I don't know whether he's going to act on it or be able to act on it, but he seems to accept he needs to do better. Do you think he needs to do better?
Oh, I don't think he can do better because his personality is what it is.
I don't mean about showing us he's funny. I don't mean that stuff. I mean on government. Get things moving, get things improving faster.
I'm not quite sure how he does it. I mean, I'm not a politician and I'm not an economist, so I don't know. But I know that with the amount of debt, 3 trillion debt, and the state of the World Banks, everybody wobbling, I'm not sure how we can invest. We need to invest, don't we, for growth? I'm not sure how we can do it. So I don't know if he can or not. And I don't know if anybody else can or not. There probably is a way, but I don't know it. And it would seem that Starmer doesn't know it, otherwise he'd be doing it. And the other politicians around him, they would be doing it. If they could be doing it, they would be doing it. Until we're more stable, I don't think it's possible.
All right. Thanks very much indeed, Eileen. Eileen in Doncaster. Let's talk to Philip in Banbury. Hello, Philip.
How you doing? You all right?
You think he's going to be okay, do you? He's going to stay put, Keir Starmer?
Listen, on the cutting edge of the timeline, there is some growth in terms of this thing where Starmer's finally got a backbone. It's like as if we've been missing something from him. And this kind of element of Starmer just standing up to anyone, i.e. in terms of having some kind of principle, on the cutting edge of the timeline, if you look at X, if you look at certain elements, people are standing for him. There's a lot of memes going around. Starmer...
It's coming through on the phones, definitely, yeah.
I think in terms of... people are kind of looking at that and thinking, you know what? We're resonating with that. Because the fact is that Starmer has come across as one of the managerial class, right? And we needed something more. And I think it's coming. I don't think it's going to go really as fast what people are saying, because we're seeing some backbone to him. And that's what's been missing.
That's interesting. I've just got a text here that kind of it goes a little bit further than what you've said, Philip, but it's kind of parallel. It says, if I were to be asked, I would tell Starmer to lean into being dull. I'd say this country has had more than enough of shouty, pouty, attention-seeking, show-off teens getting drunk, mooning at the electorate through a car window. That sounds about right. Yeah, maybe.
But I personally think it's just something that is needed. We needed this from Starmer. We all needed this. We needed some backbone. And this is what we're seeing, and I love it. I love that Starmer is standing up for something.
And so, okay, he's standing up for his job, is what he's standing up for. I mean, I'm not dismissing him for that. He absolutely has good reason to stand up for his job because he has belief in what he's doing. But do you think that when you talk about backbone, what do you include in that? his fight to remain in office, his fight to remain in control of the party. Would you include the war in Iran in that backbone notion?
I think in terms of the fact is that he's had a difficult time. We all know that. And for him to be in this particular position and for everyone to literally in terms of look at what's happened over the last 2 years and actually in terms of accumulate and think, you know what, because of obviously some issues that happened last week in terms of the election, it was always going to happen. And for us, obviously he has some policies.
What do you mean it was always going to happen?
It was always going to happen in terms of Labour at this point is at a low. It was always going to happen. But obviously there's certain things that have come in place now, obviously with the renters' rights, and obviously some elements that are coming that Labour has put forward. They need that to carry. We need that to seep into the economy. With the renters' rights, with in terms of obviously the issues around in terms of lifting child poverty. When that comes into the economy, we'll be able to see the benefits. Right now, we can't really see it. And the fact is that in terms of Starmer's looking at that and thinking, I've had to change so much. What's coming to the economy in the next couple of years, I want to see that through. So that's what Starmer's been looking at and thinking, I can turn this around.
Well, people who know him well say he is a determined individual, sometimes a stubborn individual. And I wonder whether, which fits in with what you're describing, Philip, and I wonder whether the shock of those election results and maybe even the shock of what's going on now is enough to break through some of that supposed stubbornness that people talk about. Determination is a great quality, I always think. Got to be determined in this life. Thank you, Philip, for your call. Andrew Lewing joins me, Labour MP for Welwyn Hatfield. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for joining me.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
What do you think is going to happen next?
Well, first of all, can I say, look, I'm really sad that Wes Streeting has left the government. He's been an excellent Secretary of State for Health, obviously one of the best communicators that we have in the party. But I think this is the wrong decision for him. I've been saying all week to colleagues that the last thing we should be doing is triggering a chaotic internal election contest. And we're now 4 days into this, and I can't predict what's going to happen next.
Well, without naming names, I'm not asking you to do that. In those conversations, in that back and forth you've had with parliamentary colleagues in the party, MPs, I presume that's who you're talking about, MPs in the Commons. What comes back? If people disagree with you, what comes back from them?
Sure. Well, first of all, I think important for your listeners to know that there are more than 100 of us who have said really clearly that there shouldn't be a leadership contest. Of course, others have taken a different view, but I'm afraid one of the reasons why I've characterised this as chaotic is because when you speak to colleagues, they do have, I'm afraid, different agendas. Some have talked about a swift contest, which would demonstrate, perhaps support for a certain candidate. Others have talked about an orderly transition, perhaps with a view for Andy Burnham to have time to get to Parliament. But all of this is playing out whilst the public expects us to be getting on with governing. And I think because the party has split in different directions on this, it's not been good for us. And that's why I continued my call to sort of pull back from this and get behind the Prime Minister.
If another, and I know I'm throwing ifs and buts at you, but if another cabinet minister were to resign, that would be problematic, wouldn't it? That would be very problematic for Keir Starmer.
Look, of course it would. It is really sad to have lost Wes, as I said a moment ago. It's sad to have lost other colleagues who are junior ministers and PPSs. I hope that nobody else leaves the cabinet. They had a meeting on Tuesday. I was pleased at that moment in time to see a number of senior figures of the cabinet go and approach journalists, reaffirm their support for the Prime Minister. And I don't see what has changed from Tuesday to Thursday, really. So I hope they continue to support him.
It was an extraordinary moment, wasn't it, when they all came out of well, not quite all of them, but a lot of them came out of number 10 and went straight to the microphones, which they don't normally do. It felt a bit like a kind of, parents on a rugby pitch surrounding the ref at one point. But I understood what they were doing there because I guess they felt there would be leaks and they wanted to just get in first how supportive they were of the Prime Minister. How has it come to this? How has it come to this? Was it his lack of popularity with the public? Was it his... I'm talking about polls now. Was it those dreadful election results? Or in terms of this leadership mess, or potential mess, or was it Catherine West saying, if this speech on Monday isn't up to muster, someone's got to move, and if nobody does, I'll do it? What brought you where you are as a party now?
Look, different colleagues will have a different answer to that question. My view is that one of the things that absolutely unifies us is fear of a reform government and their very divisive agenda. And because the local election results were so difficult, people have reached different conclusions about how to react to them. My conclusion has been that the worst possible thing that we could do was to descend into a leadership contest with all the instability that has brought already this week. And it is amazing to think it was only a week ago today that the local elections were playing out. It was polling day, and Nigel Farage put on his leaflets, vote reform to get Starmer out. And I still believe that it would be the biggest gift to him for us to do that and to have this leadership election, which is going to play out, if it were to happen, as I said, I really sincerely hope it does not, over weeks, if not months. And that's not what the country wants to see us doing when we're in government.
But let's just reflect for a minute on the criticisms that have come out. There's pretty excoriating ones from Wes Streeting in his letter today. Where we need vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. You had Jess Phillips describing a very particular example where she felt he had dragged his heels on child protection on a particular issue. You had Alex Davis-Jones saying that it was all just too slow, too low energy. People didn't feel we were fighting for them. And Miata Fahnbulleh, again, saying the same, that there was just too little drive in this government. Do you see drive from the Prime Minister?
I do see drive, and one example I will give to you, any colleagues who are watching or constituents who might be listening know that I'm really passionate about having a stronger UK-EU relationship. And in his speech on Monday, the Prime Minister talked about having Britain at the heart of Europe, on making sure we get this youth mobility deal over the line, and crucially for it being a platform to do more in the future. I know he's a pro-European. I know he cares a lot about that agenda. He got the biggest call of this Parliament right on the staying out of the war in Iran. So I think he has a vision, but he's also, there's no doubt that he's a statesman who spent much of the last 2 years building really important relationships across the world, which, were we to have a new leader, which, as you know, I don't want us to have, they would have to start again with all of that work.
When Reform ran away with the election results last week, and again, voters put them there. Voters put them in so many councils that have been Labour for 10, 20, 30, 40 years. When Labour voters abandoned Wales, but particularly with the reform support in mind, is pivoting to the EU the answer?
I think pivoting to a stronger relationship with the EU is crucial because of the economic benefit that it will bring. Brexit has been destructive to our politics, but most importantly to our economy. So many studies out there showing that we've lost between 4 and 6% of our GDP. And the reason, I believe, the fundamental reason why voters are impatient for change is because of the health of our economy. And so much of what, of our problems start from leaving the European Union and all the damage that's told. So I am willing to go out and make the case for that stronger relationship, just as the Prime Minister said on Monday that he would, but he needs to be given the space and time to do that.
But isn't that with space and time? Yeah, again, I understand why you're saying it, but people are like, we haven't got time. We need to see change and we need to see more of it. Even his attitude to the EU, he's only finally talking. I mean, I know he's been building that relationship, I don't doubt that, but he's only finally talking in more sort of urgent terms about that relationship since Thursday. What took him so long? He would barely say the B word in the election campaign and beyond it. He daren't say he didn't dare. I said it to his face sometimes in interviews, and you could look, his eyes would be like, right, what am I going to do about this? What words am I going to choose now?
Well, I would say it's not a characterisation I agree with, not least because we had a big EU summit last year. I spent some time in Brussels as a pro-European MP, and what representatives from other member states have been saying is we need to build this relationship back together over time. A lot of damage was done over the last 14 years. But you also asked the question about time and people saying we haven't got time. Look, what's been really interesting in my email inbox for constituents in Welwyn Hatfield and also for many colleagues I've spoken to is that we have received a lot more emails from people saying, please don't ditch the Prime Minister. One of the reasons we voted Labour 2 years ago is because we were fed up of the chaos of the Conservative Party road cycling through prime ministers, and we don't want you to do the same. And that's really core as to why my position is as it is.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us today, Andrew Lewin, Labour MP for Welwyn Hatfield. More of your calls after the news headlines as well. Just a reminder, we're live streaming the programme this afternoon, and you can access that in the usual way by the LBC app. It's 2:33. Let's get the headlines from Amelia Cox.
Wes Streeting has stepped down from government, saying he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister. The Health Secretary's resignation paves the way for a Labour leadership contest, which Number 10 says Sir Keir Starmer would fight. It's understood a handful of Labour MPs are considering putting themselves forward, including former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner. She was earlier cleared of any wrongdoing over her tax affairs. And the King has been meeting members of the community in Golders Green following last month's terror attack. A 45-year-old man has been charged with the attempted murder of 2 men who were stabbed. LBC weather, a cooler afternoon with sunny spells and frequent showers. It will be windier too, particularly around northern and western coasts, a high of 14 degrees.
Weekdays from 7 a.m.
Why don't you get the Prime Minister on the phone and say, come on, Sir Keir, we've actually got to show some action here.
Straight to the point.
You're going backwards.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
This is not a one-off incident.
Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. Download it now from your app store. LBC.
I'm in the kitchen with Charlie Bigham. So what have we got here, Charlie?
My brand new pan-fried pad thai noodles.
Noodles? But you're Mr. Fish Pie guy.
Guilty. And while ovens rule at roasting,
the pan is king of noodling.
Whether it's pad thai, yakisoba or laksa, finding that perfect texture is a bottomless noodle rabbit hole.
But all I have to do is stir it in the pan for 6 minutes, right?
Bingo! Try the new Charlie Bigham's Asian pan-fry noodle range. Handmade in my kitchen.
Pan-fried in yours.
At Wickes, the Home and Garden event is now on. Save on Ronseal 5 litre shed and fence protector. Was £10, now £8. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, more people are switching to cartridgepeople.com. Like Max, whose kids have discovered printable colouring sheets. And now, there's no going back. And Jen, a business owner who wants printer cartridges so economical, she can print herself a pay rise. For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, switch to cartridgepeople.com. T's and C's apply. See online for our price promise.
The following is from TfL.
My name was Luna, like the moon. I was 2 days short of my 17th birthday when I was killed. My killer wasn't a bad man. He had a rescue dog called Frank and rang his mum every Sunday. He wasn't a speed freak. He just thought it was okay to go a few miles an hour over the limit. But that was enough to knock me off my bike and kill me.
Speeding injures or kills over 1,000 people in London every year. Slow down. To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Now with Lidl Plus, collect points that you can turn into possibilities. Pepper abilities, pasta abilities, burrata abilities, kayak abilities. So collect and spend your Lidl Plus points on hundreds of rewards or money off coupons. Lidl, more to value. Exclusions apply for T's and C's. Lidl.co.uk/LPTV 18+ GB only.
Shelagh Fogarty on LBC. Text 84850.
Henry Riley joins me, LBC's reporter, with a kind of trot through, I suppose, the career so far of one Wes Streeting, who, in case you're just joining us, has resigned from the government today as Health Secretary at a time when they've just received some of the best news in a long time about NHS waiting lists and outcomes for this and that. But such is the febrile atmosphere in the Labour Party at the moment that they can't enjoy that for even 5 minutes, because all the talk is of whether Wes Streeting himself will run against the Prime Minister or whether somebody else will work alongside him to do the same. Henry.
And there has been that suspicion, Sheila, that Wes Streeting is after the top job. For his supporters, he's very much Mr. Charisma, but for his detractors, he is Mr. Conceited. But either way, since he's been in Parliament, he is ambitious.
Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling.
Now, it's epitomised when MPs were asked back in 2018 who would be Prime Minister in 10 years' time.
Jeremy Corbyn, of course. Anyone but Jeremy Corbyn.
Liz Haig, Bridget Phillipson. Any old bloody Labour woman I'll take.
I think it'd probably be me.
Wes Streeting right at the end there saying it would probably be me, and that clip was played back to him by our colleague Nick Ferrari.
And we concluded with a long list of very big political names. So you knew this all those years ago, did you?
As has often been said, it will be my sense of humour that will ultimately do for me one day. But if you don't back yourself, who will? That's my advice to the kids in my constituency.
Good on him for that, actually.
Yeah, and he has had a meteoric rise, Sheila. I mean, he was brought up on free school meals. He was in an East End carpetless flat that he describes as being covered in darkness because his mother couldn't afford the electricity bills. He has 5 brothers, a sister, a stepsister. His grandfather was a convicted bank robber. He was the first person in his family to go to university. He became the president of Cambridge Union, the president of the National Union of Students, and also not afraid to speak about his own personal challenges, including his well-publicised battle with kidney cancer. And that was back in 2021, but he's spoken about it on your programme.
As a cancer survivor myself, I feel so strongly that when the NHS is doing well on cancer, generally speaking, we know the NHS is doing well. It's like the canary in the coal mine. But when we're not doing well on cancer, we're not really doing well on anything.
And you lost a friend recently, didn't you, to cancer because of late diagnosis?
Yes. Today's very bittersweet in a way. I'm really proud of the plan we've published today and the way in which we've mobilised the whole cancer community behind it. But the person who I thought I'd be launching it with today, an amazing man called Nathaniel Dye, he died sadly last week with stage 4 bowel cancer.
Now, he was a fierce Jeremy Corbyn critic when he was leader. He's been dubbed by some an heir to Blair. He was on Keir Starmer's front bench within days of Sir Keir being the Labour leader. But he has garnered praise in that time for his media appearances.
And if that's the sort of health advice Nigel Farage is taking, maybe that's why he's the same age as Brad Pitt but looks 20 years older.
Someone in Downing Street has been watching too much Celebrity Traitors, and this is just about the most appalling attack on a faithful I've seen since Joe Marler was banished in the final.
But he's not infallible. For instance, when he was asked about which hospitals he's improving.
Well, it's St Mary's, it's Hillingdon. Sorry, I'm just... Charing Cross...
But he's not a stranger to controversy, lastly, Sheila. He had to apologise for tweeting in his student days a response to a controversial article by Jan Moyer from the Daily Mail, calling her a bigoted old bag and talking about her being under a train. He, in recent years, had to apologise for labelling Jeremy Corbyn as senile in the House of Commons. And then there was a rather embarrassing episode a few weeks ago when he went ahead and published his correspondence with Peter Mandelson.
June 25. I'm literally reading them as I go along. Well done on the BBC. Very good kiss. Are you planning to visit the US this year? You hope so, exclamation mark, kiss. Are you embarrassed by that?
No.
Henry, it's always a pleasure. Thank you very much indeed. Henry Riley, LBC's reporter, with that brief look back at the show so far when it comes to Wes Streeting. Joshua's called from Birmingham. Hello, Joshua.
Hi, Sheila. Initially, I was going to call up and say I think Burnham and Streeting. Let's just assume Starmer does go. I think Burnham and Streeting would be a really good ticket. They're probably the closest thing Labour has to Blair and Brown in terms of they're the biggest beast the party has. They're seen as competent. So I think that would be a really smart move if Wes was prepared to say, I'm not going to be the PM. Andy can be the PM. I'll be the Chancellor, which would calm the market because Wes is a bit more centre-right. But then I heard your call from Philip and he talked about how he was really backing Starmer and he's starting to show a backbone and that's all that people have ever wanted to see. So I do think there's sort of a redemption arc possible for Keir Starmer if he does decide to sort of stay resolute and not give in to this sort of challenge. So that will be really, and I would personally prefer that to be the case because I think a redemption arc is a great story.
It is.
And, he's
it's a lovely way of putting it. And you're right. I mean, one of my frustrations with him, just not particularly as a journalist, actually, just as a voter, as somebody who views him in action, is that I never felt he had. I still don't feel he has and I may be wrong. He may be able to show it. And this isn't to berate the man at all. I've got limitations, you've got limitations, we've all got limitations. But in the job that he has, whether it was just as leader or now as Prime Minister, he never felt to me like he had a kind of whip-smart flexibility that I think you need these days in politics. I don't doubt his intelligence. I don't doubt his determination. I don't doubt his integrity, particularly. I just remember often thinking, there's something stiff and rigid about this person. And then when he became leader, I thought, right, they've gone for the very, very safe option here. And they have. But I do think people these days want to see a bit more shooting from the hip, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I do. You know what? I think he does have it. I think, and the reason we haven't seen it is because when he's in the public domain, I think he is trying to be too prim and proper. I think you need a bit of aggressiveness. I think you need a bit of a snap to have that thing that you're talking about, and he doesn't show it.
But you have to feel very confident to do that, don't you? You have to feel very comfortable to be able to be very fluid and natural in your behaviour.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think he should show it more. I think you might see that now. If we start to see this now, he is, like I said, under challenge, then things could change. And I think the public just want to... I think someone said yesterday, and I totally agree with it, we're in the era of tough man politics or strong man politics, but a strong man doesn't always have to be on the right. You can be on the left and be a bit of a strong man. And I think that Starmer's got a potential. If he can show an element of being a strong man, a bit of a tougher guy, then it might work in his favour.
What could work in his favour is that obvious window of time between now and any, let's say, I mean, we don't know this is going to happen, but any Burnham Streeting combo that comes after him, that comes for the job, because he then has time to show some of the stuff he hasn't been showing, and to show us if it's there or not. And there's time, I guess, for some more economic improvement, some better figures on jobs, maybe some better figures on, well, we've had those good figures on health today. It gives him a bit of time to fight by demonstrating rather than arguing.
Yeah, and he can use those NHS figures as a way to sort of say, Wes, you were doing a good job at health, and now you're turning your back on it.
And a great deal of that business national insurance increase was about funding the NHS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So if he has the right people around him, and you're seeing, I'm seeing more people come out in terms of MPs in favour of Starmer than I've ever seen in his entire period in power, other than the cabinet, which I find quite interesting.
Yeah, and I thought the calls on James's programme this morning in particular were very interesting on this, telling Wes Streeting to, quote, wind his neck in or just give it up, go back into the shadows for now, leave it, now isn't your time. There was a lot of that going on in the calls on James's show as well. Thank you, Joshua. More of your calls after the news. After this, it's 2:46.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Is it good news if there's a leadership challenge to Sir Keir Starmer?
It will be a perfect thing to say, let's leave Starmer in place. He's the devil you know. Wes Streeting, I think, is just a sideshow.
Let's bring to the conversation Luke Akehurst. Now, Luke is a Labour MP. He's also an ally and a friend of Wes Streeting and joins me now.
My concern is that Wes could start the ball rolling on a leadership contest where the actual result, once you throw it out to the members, would be a Prime Minister that was significantly to the left of Keir Starmer.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical-grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexhere.com.
Is your cat drinking enough? Discover Purina One Hydrolife and help support their daily hydration with a taste they'll enjoy. Purina One Hydrolife. Make it easy.
Dreaming of a new kitchen? Getting started couldn't be easier. At Wix, you can begin planning your new kitchen with our design consultants. Simply arrange a free home measure or an in-store design consultation. Book your free kitchen design appointment and turn all your ideas into reality at Wix.
Now with Lidl Plus, collect points that you can turn into possibilities. Pepper abilities, pasta abilities, burrata abilities, kayak abilities. So collect and spend your Lidl Plus points on hundreds of rewards or money off coupons. Lidl, more to value. Exclusions apply for T's and C's. Lidl.co.uk/LPTV 18+ GB only.
For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, more people are switching to cartridgepeople.com. Like Max, whose kids have discovered printable colouring sheets. And now, there's no going back. And Jen, a business owner who wants printer cartridges so economical, she can print herself a pay rise. For unbeatable prices on printer ink and toner, switch to cartridgepeople.com. T's and C's apply. See online for our price promise.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Visit sunny Cyprus and tuck into fresh Mediterranean food. Unwind on golden beaches or sip fine wines in a local vineyard. Plus, with our flexible durations, you can stay as long as you like. So book Cyprus now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Aptranet or protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
This is LBC. Message Shelagh Fogarty on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
I'll get to your calls again in a few minutes. Lewis Goodall is here, presenter of Sundays with Lewis Goodall. Oh, you know who he is.
He's back.
Keep saying that every time. He's back.
Not just here, he's back.
He's back. Now, sources close to former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner say she would be prepared to enter a leadership contest if necessary. If necessary.
What a Labour Party outcome we have to this whole thing, Sheila. We've got a contest, it couldn't be more Labour, a contest which is half on and half off, where the candidates are keen to take part, but only at the appropriate juncture, a Prime Minister who will recognise a coup only if it's submitted with the proper forms and in triplicate. You could not imagine a more Labour Party situation, all at the same time, while you have a group of factions who are absolutely convinced that the other would be the destruction of the Labour Party and handing over the country to Nigel Farage with, after less than 2 years, I think it's fair to say, barely concealed malice and contempt for the other. That is where we are this afternoon.
And for the Prime Minister in many cases.
And for the Prime Minister. Look, I think something has changed with Wes Streeting's departure, Sheila, which is this. Up to now, we have had, among those factions, the right of the party, let's just say for the sake of argument, led by Wes Streeting. We've got the soft left of the party, the kind of Angela Rayner, Ed Miliband, Andy Burnham part of the party, and the left of the party, such as they are. They've all wanted slightly different things in terms of the timetable. So up to now, Wes Streeting and his part of the party wanted a shorter timetable because they thought we need to bounce ourselves into this, get the numbers before Andy Burnham gets in. Angela Rayner also wanted something perhaps a touch longer in order to get HMRC stuff resolved. That is now resolved. And the left of the party just wants to get rid of Keir Starmer whenever is possible. Now, what has happened as a result of today is that all of these factions now, from Wes Streeting all the way through, are now basically saying the same thing on a timetable. They're all saying that they want the Prime Minister to set out a timetable for his resignation. That wasn't the case before today, because before today, Wes Streeting was arguing for a contest, or it seemed to be, immediately.
And he didn't get the numbers, is that right?
He did, and it doesn't look like he got the numbers. And so therefore, what they're all basically saying, Wes Streeting included, is that they want to see the Prime Minister set out a timetable which is longer rather than short, which presumably gives time for Andy Burnham to find a seat and get back into Parliament. And that is why I said at the top of your show that for me, the big unresolved question today is whether Andy Burnham can say and can come forward with a seat which he can contest. And if he can, I don't think the Prime Minister will be in a politically strong enough position to be able to resist it, or if he does, then it really will ignite civil war within the Labour Party.
Just to be clear what you mean by that, a strong enough position to block him. He couldn't possibly block him. At that point, though, you were saying earlier you felt he could invite him in.
Indeed. I think that the Keir Starmer's power within the Labour Party and authority within the Labour Party at the end of this week is much diminished. And I think if he were to resist today, Andy Burnham coming forward and saying, I intend to start to contest a parliamentary seat, I think that would start an immediate contest. I think there would be enough numbers in Parliament who'd coalesce behind someone, and Starmer would know that. My question now, as a result of what Streeting has done, is this, is that now all of the factions, from Wes Streeting on the right through to John McDonnell on the left and everyone in between, there are now huge numbers of MPs, including even ministers in Keir Starmer's government, who are urging him to set out a timetable for his resignation. Is Keir Starmer able to resist that pressure? And are those people who want that willing to bring forward more pressure to force him to do it, i.e., I think, more ministerial resignations?
It's interesting, we've had a couple of calls from people saying, actually, I rather like this determination I'm seeing in the Prime Minister. I've been looking to see something like this from him, and now I am.
I can understand that, and of course, people want to see some. They want to see some grit, and you know, the Prime Minister. It is, I think, often underestimated about him because he's rather He isn't. So he's not a loud person. He's not a Boris Johnson. He's not someone who would walk into the room and suck up all of the oxygen. Quite the contrary. He has a sort of quieter steel to him, but that steel is there. He has, and I think it is often underestimated about him. He has an ironclad sense of his own mission in life and his own self-belief. He is highly competitive person, and he will want, I have no doubt, one of the best vignettes of how to sort of illustrate just of how competitive he is. It was in Patrick Maguire and Gabriel Pogren's excellent book on Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney on election night, as all of those Conservative seats were tumbling one after the other. The majority is in three figures, it's 100, it's 150, but the projection was that the majority would be 5 fewer than Tony Blair's, and Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney were gutted. This is how competitive this man is. This is this set man's sense of self-belief. So he will not go, like most Prime Ministers in fairness, he will go with his fingernails clutched to the Downing Street doorframe, because he will want to prove to himself that he is more than an interim Prime Minister, a Prime Minister who didn't even make 2 years. The question, though, of course, is whether the Labour Party are willing to do what is necessary if he doesn't name that timetable to force him from office.
I'm fascinated to know if Andy Burnham does have a seat, what that seat is. I know there was talk of Rusholme, there's been talk of seats in Liverpool as well. Because for him to do that, it would need to be ironclad safe Labour, wouldn't it?
Well, I tell you this year that we would, if it does happen, we will never have seen a by-election like it. It would basically be like a presidential primary. You know, we would never before have seen a situation where everyone knows that the 70, 80,000 electors of whatever constituency it might be, whether it's Withington or Rusholme or Bootle or wherever it happens to be, they would in effect be choosing the next Prime Minister of this country, those 70 or 80,000 people. It would be a political circus, jamboree, the likes of which I think we have never, ever seen. It will suck up every ounce, I would say, of political bandwidth and attention within Westminster politics, because everyone would know what the stakes would be, and there would be a clear incentive for these Andy Burnham or Labour's opponents to try and stop it from happening if you assume that he is the political figure that they would almost fear, which, according to the polling at least, would be the case. I can imagine you'll see, obviously Reform trying to take him out, the Greens. I can imagine if it was Rusholme, for example, I wouldn't be surprised if George Galloway would turn up. I mean, honestly, it would be a circus of politics.
Be great though, wouldn't it?
Well, it might keep us in some business, Sheila. I think it's fair to say. I think I'll be living in Rusholme for the month if that's the case. But that'll be a great honour.
We'll see what happens. Thanks very much indeed, Lewis Goodall. Now let me get a couple of calls in, or at least one. Derry in Medway. Hello. Hello, Derry.
Hi there.
Hi. What's on your mind?
I'm just I don't normally phone into radio programmes, but I've been so annoyed by this whole business with these Labour MPs coming out against Keir Starmer. Living under the Tories for 14 years, we had enough of this. And I thought that they were different, or they were supposed to be different. I think Keir Starmer is a really good leader, one that we need in this day and age now, and particularly after the last fiasco of the Tories. We need stability in the country. He's done already some pretty good things, I think. And, I think a lot of people, a lot of the things that we hear and I'm hearing on this programme too, is, it has to go faster, it has to go quicker. Well, it doesn't. The parliamentary machine moves very slowly, and making things become law is not a quick process.
And people get that. I don't think
crazy. This kind of. Sorry, Sheila.
No, it's okay.
I didn't realise I was so annoyed.
That's okay. All I was going to say was, you are absolutely right. Even the Prime Minister himself has talked about, he pulls a lever and nothing happens, and he's talking about the frustration of government. I absolutely hear what you say, but it isn't just that. This boy is a fan of a review. He's a fan of a review of a review of a review of a report that came out 15 years ago, and we already know the answer. And that would be my criticism of this government. They, social care, perfect example. Maternity care, perfect example. Everybody knows what's needed, and nobody's politically bold enough to say it out loud.
Okay, all right. Well,
not just
I don't know
Labour,
whether I
not
agree
just
with
him.
that or I don't agree with that. But I do think that the kind of review word is a really interesting one at the moment, because I think a lot of this kind of we need instant happiness kind of demand. We need to. You said you'll do this in your manifesto. Where is it? That's all like social media. A click and have it now. I just think it's.
Do you think the party is tantruming at him?
Yes, I do, and I think Wes Streeting. I mean, I'm really disappointed in Wes Streeting. He's turned his back on the NHS. He's done very well with the NHS, and now he's left them, just abandoned them. He's a career politician, nothing more than nothing less. He's not interested in the country. He's not interested in the stability that we all need. I'm a psychotherapist. I don't get annoyed with my patients like this. But,
I'm happy to be the therapist in this instance.
Okay.
You keep shouting.
Thank you. I need it, yes. But the people that I see on a regular basis, they don't need this instability. We've got enough instability in the country, over the last 14 years, causing lots and lots of issues with mental health. I mean, that's another point maybe, but I just think Wes Streeting, I hope somebody throws Wes Streeting under the bus. I mean, I just really think what he's done is just outrageous. The way that he was so kind of supportive of the Prime Minister at the beginning and everything. It's just, they're career politicians, and they're just interested in themselves, really, and putting themselves forward, not interested in what the country really needs, which is, a clear, calm, if you like, plodding Prime Minister.
Well, some people wouldn't agree with the plodding bit. And, to respond to some of the things you said about Wes Streeting, he says there is no vision. He's been in government with him. He says there's no vision. And he says there's no direction, just drift. And I think there is some evidence for that to support what Wes Streeting says there. But, I mean, you're not on your own, Derry, by any means in being annoyed with him for making this move. I think the question now boils down to two. I mean, obviously the who question boils down to several names. But the big overarching question for our country is change or stick with what we have. 0345 6060 973. It's 3:01.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 3 o'clock, Wes Streeting has resigned from government, saying he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister. It paves the way for a Labour leadership contest, but the now former Health Secretary has not yet put himself forward. In a letter to Sir Keir Starmer, he says there should be a battle of ideas from the best possible field of candidates. LBC's Andrew Mars says Sir Keir should act decisively on this.
If Starmer just says, I'm going to carry on, Wes can say whatever he likes from the back benches, don't care, I'm going to reshuffle the cabinet, and on we march. The game has changed because, as it were, the safety catch is now off. I just ask you, how can anyone govern effectively in that situation? So I think in his own interest, Keir Starmer either has to stand aside and say, OK, the game is up, I get it, or else he has to have a contest now.
Number 10 earlier insisted the PM is determined to fight any challenge he faces. The announcement comes off the back of new figures which reveal NHS waiting lists in England have fallen to their lowest level since summer 2022. Skills Minister and Labour peer Baroness Smith has told LBC it's a sign the government should persevere.
This is exactly the change that the British people told us last Thursday they wanted to see. They don't think we're doing it quickly enough. They don't think we're telling a clear enough story, but that's what they want to see change. And I don't think that is helped at this moment by a leadership contest where we turn inwards, where we turn against each other, rather than actually delivering that change for the British people.
Earlier, Angela Rayner was cleared of any wrongdoing over her tax affairs, clearing the way for her to stand in a contest. Also this afternoon, the King has visited Golders Green and met the two men who were stabbed in a terror attack last month. A 45-year-old man has been charged with their attempted murder. Charles also spoke with members of the Jewish Community Police Force who were involved in responding to the attacks. Police believe they've identified the bodies of 3 women who were found in the sea off Brighton Beach. Officers were called out yesterday and are trying to work out what happened. They're holding the names until families have been informed. And a long-awaited meeting between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping has taken place in China's capital, Beijing. President Xi called for China and the US to be partners, not rivals. Talks between the leaders were expected to cover trade, Taiwan and the Iran war. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 7 points at 10,332. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather, a cooler afternoon with sunny spells and frequent showers. It'll be windier too, particularly around northern and western coasts, a high of 14 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Shelagh Fogarty.
So here's a thought. Keir Starmer survives this. He survives these challenges and all this talk about being weak and boring and too slow and not inspirational and lacking in vision and drifting and no direction. He survives it all because the others can't get their act together in time. And by the time they do, Andy Burnham, he's wrested back control, wrested back a sense of being a man with determination, and you rather admire him for that. What do you make of that as a possibility? 0345 6060 973. Change the Prime Minister, change the leader, or stick with him? 84850, the number to text. I'm joined by Natasha Clark again, LBC's political editor for now and forever. If you were listening at 1:30, you'll know why I've said that. Listen, that is a possibility, isn't it, what I've just set out there?
Yes, it is. And I think, Keir Starmer's chances of surviving are now a little higher, I think. We're not 100% sure that that's where the dust is going to settle. And the dust is still really settling on this major news that we've had today from Wes Streeting resigning as health secretary, but not launching that leadership challenge. And people are still trying to figure out, with this game of 5G chess that the Labour Party are playing, what exactly it means and who it benefits. And the people I've been speaking to in the last hour or so do think that this is probably, on the whole, better for the Prime Minister because it buys him a bit more time. So if Wes Streeting had come out today and said, I am launching a leadership contest, I do have the numbers, of course we would be plunged into Labour Party civil war instantly if we're not already in it. But this gives him more time because he's not facing that imminent threat. So he can still say, and I'm sure number 10, or he will come out today with a statement saying, thank you so much, Wes Streeting, for all your work. Great to work with you.
It's been slow onwards. With that letter, hasn't it? Yeah.
It has. We haven't seen that.
We normally get them very quickly together,
so we haven't had that. And I imagine it's because Wes Streeting did not give him the heads up of sending him a letter. He probably just released it probably at the same time that he did formally resign. And I don't know if the pair have spoken. I don't know if the pair have sort of, talked on the phone or whether there was any sort of direct communication. We obviously know that they didn't speak over the weekend. They had that meeting in Downing Street yesterday. Brief. We know that Streeting was not impressed by that. And he said, in his resignation letter, despite our differences this week. So clearly there was something there when they had that conversation and they did not see eye to eye. But, such a destructive and scathing resignation letter from Wes Streeting, well, of course that damages the Prime Minister. Of course it does. But, in the way, it's sort of baked in this week, isn't it? Because we've had all of these resignations from all of these different ministers saying all of these horrible things about Sir Keir Starmer, and yet he fights on. And as we were talking about with that polling, with the Labour membership, they're clearly getting a little bit of a boost from these threats from other sort of challenges to Keir Starmer. And I think that will help to shore up support for the Prime Minister. Equally, on the other hand, there's also a situation where you could see now more ministers resigning in order to sort of continue the pressure on the Prime Minister. So that might happen. I've not spoken to anybody in government who is aware of anybody else about to go over the top. I have spoken to one MP who says, here are a string of ministers that I believe are Wes Streeting supporters, and obviously could not come out.
Ministers or cabinet?
Ministers, so junior ministers rather than cabinet ministers. And like I say, if that's true, then there is a reason why Wes Streeting wouldn't have been able to get to 80, because you can't put your name on a list without resigning, basically your position from government. And there may be people who would support Wes Streeting if a vacancy was available but could not do so. So that's another sort of element to throw in the mix.
I think the letter from Keir Starmer, which we're all waiting for.
I wonder how short it will be.
If I were him, I'd make it short, and I would take my inspiration from Queen Elizabeth II and do
I wish you well.
A recollections may vary, I wish you well kind of thing. Yeah.
But I mean, some of the things that Streeting said in that letter, he's going to obviously be reflecting on. And what we do have now is we might not have MPs coalesced around the idea of who they want to replace the Prime Minister, but they are all saying they want the Prime Minister to go, and most of them are now saying a timetable is what we're looking for. So do we then move to a conversation within the next few weeks where the Prime Minister does feel under more and more pressure to set out that timetable, because more and more MPs are calling for that?
So let's linger on that for a minute, because I think that's an important shift in the story, isn't it? More and more MPs saying to the Prime Minister, or indicating in various ways, that the game is up, let's make it nice, let's play nice.
But not right now, basically. They're saying that they do want to have that conversation. And actually, I was speaking with an MP earlier today who sort of said, actually, if this had happened later on, if this had happened a year later, we might be in a really different position where the Prime Minister may have resigned because it's closer to a general election. They may have had another disastrous set of local elections. The Prime Minister may not have been able to pick things up, and they may have been able to sort of force him out because people are staring down the barrel of losing their own seats and are worried that that's going to happen to them. And I was thinking, we've got to get the Prime Minister out. We've got to get change leader before the next election. And obviously, we're now, we're closer to the last election than we are to the next, probably, if indeed we have one in 2029. So there is this argument that it's just too soon. We need to give the Prime Minister more time, and it's too soon to oust him, which we have been hearing from callers, to be fair, saying, we don't believe that Keir Starmer is, obviously 2 years, we want to see some change, we haven't seen it yet, but there are people that want to see him be given more time. So I do think if we're having this conversation in a year later, Keir Starmer may have already gone.
And I'll tell you something else that's coming through as well. Since the increased popularity, electoral success, should we call it, of reform last week, quite a few people who might have been about Starmer before but are not impressed with reform look at the two men, let's make it about the two individuals for a minute, look at the two men and say, Farage will have his supporters, of course he does, but I wonder whether people will rally around the figure, the straight, dull, sorry, Keir Starmer, if you know what I mean.
Yes.
I mean in political terms. I don't mean as a human being, but the duller, less showy of the two is what I mean when I say that. And that could favour Keir Starmer in the longer term, couldn't it?
Yeah. Would you mean when you're comparing him against someone like Nigel Farage or another political leader? Yes, potentially.
Because he's Marmite Farage, isn't he?
Absolutely. And I think that's what the Labour Party were hoping, and the government were hoping in the run-up to this year. So the start of the year, we had a real change in tactic from the government, where they were just talking about was Nigel Farage and reform. And I think they were secretly hoping that when the election comes, it's going to be a straight fight between Nigel Farage and Keir Starmer. And they thought that enough people would be so turned off by the idea of Marmite Nigel Farage that they would be able to win those people back. And it's not clear. And look, we might never put that to the test, let's be honest. But going back to your sort of point about the timetable and what that sort of looks like, many people, and the Burnham allies that I've spoken to today, think this is good for us because it is buying Keir Starmer more time, and therefore it is buying us more time. But as you were saying with Lewis earlier, we still don't have an MP, we still don't have anyone willing to stand down, and maybe they're just not really willing to do so because they don't believe that this leadership contest is going to happen right now. Wouldn't you be embarrassed?
Or that the outcome is clear.
Exactly.
Because if you think the outcome is clear and Burnham is going to win, if you feel you have hard evidence of that, then you could imagine somebody who might be near retirement or wanting to leave doing so. But if it could go any which way, and at the moment it could, couldn't it?
It could, yeah. And I think look, the MPs I speak to, it's mostly Wes Streeting fans or Andy Burnham fans. And obviously there's a few people that would like Al Kearns, there's a few people that would like Angela Rayner, a few people would like other candidates. But those are the two main people that you do hear about day in, day out.
And I thought Angela Rayner's statement earlier, where she said, this is since Wes Streeting's departure, if necessary, I would launch a bid if necessary.
Yes.
Which suggests she is holding off for Andy Burnham, doesn't it?
Partly, although she did say in her ITV interview today, I've not done a deal with Andy Burnham.
Did she?
She did come out and say that, which obviously was the speculation after the weekend's events where we thought, she's saying she wants to see Andy Burnham return to Parliament. But I think actually she would be willing to do a deal with Andy Burnham if she hasn't done one already. There are lots of people in government in the Labour Party that don't think Angela Rayner wants to be Prime Minister at all, that believes that she wants to play a part. Obviously she was Deputy Prime Minister, but a lot of people just think she does not want that top job. She doesn't want that extra scrutiny.
She's very protective of her children, isn't she?
She is, and you sort of heard her talking about her son in that interview that she did this morning, where she was talking about being, in her words, cleared by HMRC, and that is a big sort of issue for lots of Labour MPs, and they sort of look at her and they go, obviously Angela would be a bit of a gamble. She's more to the left. What will the markets think? What will the public think? Obviously she was elected alongside Keir Starmer on a Keir Starmer Angela Rayner double ticket, right? But does that mean that if she were to take over, would the public accept that? And I think there are many people in the Labour Party that think with Angela Rayner we could be in for a general election within 6 months, a year, because the public have not voted for Angela Rayner. They voted for someone like Sir Keir Starmer.
And tell me a little more about a possible, and again, we're just playing around here really, but a possible Streeting-Burnham deal.
Well, I thought Lewis's point earlier was really interesting when he was basically saying that if you're sort of team Streeting, you absolutely want to get in with Andy Burnham. And Andrew Moss said, very similar to yesterday, he thinks that they should be doing some sort of deal. And I can see that happening in the sort of way of
party unity kind of thing.
Party unity candidate, right? If they genuinely want to get this right, then can they do some sort of deal where they manage to avoid a dangerous leadership contest going out, where Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, is battling with his own party, with his own sort of MPs over what the future looks like? Is there a way that they can do a deal together? Now, look, they are from opposite wings of the party, so you might seem to think, no, not possible. But again, I think before Angela Rayner and Keir Starmer were elected sort of deputy leader of the Labour Party and a leader of the Labour Party, that sort of, I think on the sort of face of it, looks like a little bit of an unusual ticket as well.
Blair and John Prescott. I know it's the other way around, but
exactly, there are political alliances that sometimes happen together that people maybe not see sort of at the offset. So I'm not saying it can happen. I don't know either of them well enough to know whether they are the type of person that wants to do that deal. And look, Andy Burnham, we know how ambitious Wes Streeting is, right? We know he wants to be Prime Minister. Is he willing to give that over to Andy Burnham in a way? I think that's probably unlikely. Equally, Andy Burnham's already had his shot at the Labour leadership and has not won. So
twice. What
does that mean? And what does that mean for a potential deal? Could you see Wes Streeting being the senior partner? But equally, all of the polls say, Andy Burnham's the more popular one, so should he be the one to come out on top?
Well, it's about who the party would vote for, isn't it? On that measure.
So would Wes Streeting go in on an Andy ticket? Yeah, exactly.
On that measure, Burnham is the Prime Minister, isn't he?
Exactly, Burnham would be the Prime Minister. Absolutely just wild times, Sheila. And I don't think anybody really knows exactly what is happening today, but I do think there is a feeling starting to settle in Westminster that things the peak may have already been reached.
Well, barring another ministerial resignation of note, of real note, it's the Prime Minister's letter we're waiting for next, isn't it?
It's the Prime Minister's letter we're waiting for, and we of course are waiting to see who he decides to replace Wes Streeting with as Health Secretary, and I haven't heard any names yet battered around. He has lost quite a few sort of junior ministers from the Health Department that have resigned in sort of tacit support of Wes Streeting essentially this week, so he's lost a few of them, but yes, I think he'll want to, he could use this as an opportunity for a wider reshuffle to try and sort of shore up his position. Whether that's a wise move or not depends on who you talk to in number 10, but yes, we're going to at some point have a new health secretary to take over.
And the thing with Wes Streeting as health secretary, because he's been on our programmes a lot talking about the health service, taking calls in particular from listeners, he did bring an energy and a precision. I mean, he didn't get everything right, and clearly there was the ongoing dispute with the doctors, but I felt he brought an energy and a precision to the task. You knew what he thought the task was, and you got a sense that he knew what he wanted to do about it. And I guess he is hoping to, I mean, it doesn't look like it's going to happen, but he wanted to attach that same energy and precision to the top job.
Oh, for sure. And I think if we were going to see Wes Streeting launch a leadership bid, if we do see him at any point stand in a Labour leadership contest, you can guarantee that his record as Health Secretary will absolutely be at the forefront of every single case he's making.
Bid, yeah.
Exactly. You know, you saw it in his resignation letter. He spends most of it actually talking
first
about
5
his record.
paragraphs. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's clearly, you know, it's important to him. It's his sort of pride and achievement so far. You know, all of the NHS waiting times that we hear about, A&E response times, and today the news that they finally met its 18-week target for the NHS for the first time in a number of years. That is arguably a big part down to Wes Streeting. So you can bet your bottom dollar he will be absolutely saying that to the members and to Labour MPs if indeed he gets anywhere near the Labour leadership contest.
We come back down when that letter emerges.
I will.
Thank you. Natasha Clark, LBC's political editor. Recollections may vary. Go with God. 3:18.
Tom Swarbrick from 4 p.m. Streeting resigns. His diagnosis of the problem is right, but he has not yet triggered the leadership contest he says is necessary. Why? Plus, Nigel Farage now has a different answer to the question of what the 5 million quid he was gifted by a crypto billionaire was for. We'll look at what he's saying now.
Tom Swarbrick from 4 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created. Because when you notice the details, you notice the difference. Search John Lewis Money. Terms and exclusions apply. John Lewis Finance Limited is authorised for insurance distribution and credit broking by the Financial Conduct Authority.
There's one green bottle sat on my fridge shelf. This green and white bottle that supports my gut health. Beautiful by nature, beautiful by name. It's the tastiest way to up my gut health game.
Beautiful Gut Health. Switch your yogurt to the UK's #1 kefir and give your gut and your summer a lift. Kefir is a source of calcium which contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes. For verification of UK's #1 kefir, see beautifulguthealth.com/radio.
Shine Night Walk London is a 10k, half marathon or full marathon supported walk around the city at night on the 19th of September to raise vital money for Cancer Research UK. It's also
everyone walking with all their colours, twinkling away. We can actually see how nice London is. And London is different at night time. Celebration of life, and it gives hope.
Step towards a brighter future at shinewalk.org today to get 30% off your entry. Together, we are beating cancer. T's and C's apply.
Sheila Fogarty on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
So Wes Streeting has resigned as press secretary. All manner of speculation is now happening around what happens next. This is what the Education Secretary, Bridget Phillipson, had to say in the last few minutes.
I'm really sorry to see Wes go. He has been a brilliant health secretary. He's done a fantastic job, and we see that today with the NHS waiting list numbers that are really encouraging and what people want to see. But I fundamentally disagree with the position he's taken. I'm sad that he's gone, but I think this is now a chance for us to pause, take a breath as a party and try and draw a line under all of this. The Prime Minister has my support in the job that he is doing, and he's got the backing of Cabinet too. And I do recognise where colleagues are coming from. Like them, I want us to do better. The Prime Minister gets it, I get it, and I get it very profoundly. You know, I had some very, very difficult local election results in my community just last week. I know people are feeling really sore, really hurting, but equally, I think the last thing that we need at the moment is a further period where we turn in on ourselves. We need to be getting on with the job that the British people elected us to do.
Still no sign of a response letter yet from the Prime Minister to the very long letter that Wes Streeting wrote as part of his resignation. Just to be clear, the letter did not include an expression of determination to stand against the Prime Minister at this stage. Let's talk to Sue in Glastonbury. Hello, Sue.
Hi, Sheila. Hi. I think what I'd like to say is it's personality versus character. Mm-hmm. I mean, if you want somebody with personality like former Farage, then, you can vote for him. But the character that Keir Starmer has shown, He's shown it in bucket loads in the past couple of weeks. I don't see anybody else with a similar steadfast, ethical character. And that's what I want to see in Parliament, certainly with the man with the top job, because I think he's got the interests of the country at heart, and people who are going against him in his own party, I don't think have the interests of the country at heart.
I was thinking this morning, actually, I'm a fan of Wes Streeting in as much as I have interviewed him many times. He is one of a relatively small number of MPs and ministers who will really give you a proper conversation as a journalist, you know, not just give you little sort of agreed statements and stuff. He'll get stuck into a conversation. And I've admired him for that because it's quite rare these days. I also admired the energy he brought to the NHS and the commitment he brought to the NHS. I felt he had an understanding of it. Again, some people who were working it have called me over the years and said, not as good as you might think. But I was just thinking this morning, because Keir Starmer has done so well on the international stage, hasn't he? I was just thinking this morning, just let me mentally replace Keir Starmer at the various situations I've seen him in internationally, whether that's the Oval Office or EU summits or global summits about the Iran war. Does it look right? Does it feel right? And truthfully, it didn't yet, because he's a young man still. Wes Streeting, you know, so there was a sense of authority there in Starmer, in my mind's eye, compared to what there was in Wes Streeting. That's kind of neither here nor there, but it's just how we appraise things, isn't it? And whether we're comfortable with somebody in a particular job. And I must say, Keir Starmer won out in my mind on that example I'm giving you. And you seem to be saying a similar thing, Sue, which is that you see a solid grown-up.
A solid grown-up in the room. What I want to say about Wes Streeting is he's a Blairite, isn't he? The people who would like to really see Starmer set down are Trump, Netanyahu and Tony Blair, because they have a different agenda going on, which is not in the best interests of this country. It's in their own personal interests. And that's the difference I see. And that's the difference I want to say. Keep Starmer, let him become the leader that he could be, the elder statesman that he could be, because Tony Blair made a complete mess of it.
When you put those three names together, Trump, Netanyahu and Blair, what are you saying?
Well, I'm saying they have their own agenda going on, and their own agenda is not, they don't want to look out for the well-being of the people in this country. They're looking out for themselves and how much money and what, you know, things they can make for themselves out of it. And I include Blair in that as well, because he's on the board of Peace with Trump's board of Peace.
The post-Gaza, which we don't know enough about by any stretch of the imagination in terms of the progress or lack of being made there. We must pick up on that. Thank you very much, Sue. Sue in Glastonbury. Stuart has called from Edgware. Hello, Stuart.
Oh, good afternoon. I think, speaking to a lot of people, as I do, I'm involved in sports, a lot of young people as well. What we don't want is a leadership election. What we want is a general election. This government, obviously you know who Andrew Neil is and Liam Halligan. They have said they've been in politics a long time. This is the most economically illiterate government in history. Two examples: the Renters Act, minimum wage. The Renters Act, what's everyone doing with their properties? My sister and her husband, 9 properties, sold them all. Some in the paper the other day, they've got 71, sold them all. So there's another guy, a friend of mine I've known for many, many, he's got quite a few hundred, selling them all. Everyone's selling them off because of this. And the minimum wage, talk to a friend of mine, he's a manager for Witherspoon. They're not employing, tried to get this kid a job there. We're not employing anyone. Actually, we're laying off staff. They haven't got a clue. When someone like Neil, how would you rate Andrew Neil as a...
I used to present a programme with him. I'd rate him very highly intellectually, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're a brilliant woman, and you know he is as well. And he is, when he says something like that, and you get people, you know the definition of insanity. It's doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. We wrote Labour, Tory, Labour, Tory. Nothing changes. Not a thing. And if it did, as someone said to me the other day, if anything changed, they'd ban elections. Any of them haven't got...
And where is this taking you, Stuart, as a voter?
Well, I'm going to vote Reform. Even if Wes Streeting, at one point, wins, he's out the next election anyway. He's only got a 500 majority. Rayner's out. Starmer's out. That's about 8 of them will all lose their seats at the next election. I mean, we've got to give someone else a chance who actually know about business, have run businesses, and know what they're doing to run this country.
Okay, well, they haven't been tested that much, have they? They will be now, running all these councils, so we'll see how well they do. Thank you very much, Stuart, for your call. Stuart and Edgware. David's call from York. Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm okay. What's going through your mind? We're all kind of trying to absorb what's going on, aren't we?
Yeah, I'm just trying to follow on from Stuart there a little bit. I actually feel really sorry for Keir Starmer. I think he's done well internationally. He's been very good. He's taken a lot of abuse and he's handled it very diplomatically. But he's not the best communicator. And I think the two things I would say about him that it lets him down a bit is reading the room and then communicating his story. But I don't think it's all his fault, and I think it plays on a little bit to what Stuart was saying there about we've gone Labour, Tory, it always does. I think the bigger issue is actually Parliament itself and the civil service and the movement behind it. So it's not designed to go fast. It never was. I think there's a bigger problem. I'm not convinced Reform will be able to do anything any quicker than anybody else. I'm not sure that's the problem.
Let me put this to you. During the pandemic, Boris Johnson convinced a brilliant woman. To my shame, I have forgotten her name. She was made a dame. Anyway, the woman who led the procurement of and testing of successful vaccines in the COVID era, and the only conditions in which she would accept the job. I saw a brilliant documentary about the whole process in which she said the only way I was going to accept that job was if I and my hand-picked team could be very close to power, i.e. next door to Downing Street, essentially, and see that once we had what we needed, things moved quickly, and we did it. And even you look at that as an example of how, when needs must, things can be done. Then it shows that things can be done. That where there is a will, there is a way. Now, she said in that documentary, if we could expand that, perhaps not on the same scale, but just because of cost, but if we could expand that attitude to some of the most dogged problems we have in this country, think social care, think child poverty, think joblessness, think current problem with kids between 16 and 24, 1 million of them not in education, employment or training. If we could apply the same urgency in government to those issues, then we would see dramatic change in the lives of people in this country. We don't. I still don't know why we don't. Do you know why we don't?
I really don't. It's a perfect example of how it can be done. And I think, something that you said a little while ago, Keir Starmer he gets bogged in the legislation and the small print, and he really goes into the detail. I think he'd be a brilliant Attorney General, that type of role where it's all about legislation and getting into the small print. But I think it's just the system. The pandemic, I guess, was maybe slightly different because of the immediacy of the impact. But you're right, the things like, poverty, child poverty, you've got educational issues with NHS. I don't know why it doesn't go quicker. And I think that is a bigger problem. And I'm not convinced Wes Streeting or anybody else coming in will go any quicker. But equally, I'm not convinced Reform or Conservatives or anybody else leading at the next election will go any quicker either. It's an attitude change. It needs to change. But it's like an analogue parliament in a digital world.
Well, exactly right. But it's more than attitude. I think, there's a really good piece in, I think it was The Spectator earlier this week, essentially saying, you'll miss Keir Starmer when he's gone because the next guy or gal won't achieve much more than he has. And it's not because of them necessarily. It's because of the structural things in our country that need to change. And I think that vaccine example I just gave you, it's Kate Bingham, by the way, the name I forgot, she's Dame, Kate Bingham, brilliant woman. That to me is an example of where she said, this is how it's going to be done if I'm going to do it. And the system that she had worked, and we got what we needed, which is vaccines for COVID. I think apply that template or something like it to some of the biggest problems we have in this country and get it sorted.
Yeah, and even just one at a time. Just start with one thing and do it and prove it works, and just keep repeating the formula.
Maybe Kate Bingham should be the Prime Minister. Maybe that's the answer here. Can she join the Labour Party? Come on, Kate, join the Labour Party. Although her husband was a Tory minister, so I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon. Thank you very much indeed, David. Very good to talk to you, David, in York. It's 3:32. Let's get some headlines from Amelia Cox.
Wes Streeting says he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister as he announced his resignation from government. It could trigger a Labour leadership contest, but the former Health Secretary hasn't put his name forward. Number 10 has previously said Sir Keir Starmer is determined to fight any challenge mounted against him. Earlier, it emerged that former Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner has been cleared of any wrongdoing over her tax affairs. And the King is meeting members of the community in Golders Green following last month's terror attack. A man has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder after 2 men were stabbed. LBC weather, a cooler afternoon with sunny spells and frequent showers. It will be windier too, particularly around northern and western coasts, a high of 14 degrees.
This is LBC. At Wickes, the Home and Garden event is now on. Save on Ronseal 5 litre shed and fence protector. Was £10, now £8. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
Nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. So who's ready for the best summer yet? Visit sunny Cyprus and tuck into fresh Mediterranean food. Unwind on golden beaches or sip fine wines in a local vineyard. Plus, with our flexible durations, you can stay as long as you like. So book Cyprus now. Jet2 Holidays. Package holidays you can trust. Aptronet protected. Subject to availability and conditions.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created. Because when you notice the details, you notice the difference. Search John Lewis Money. Terms and exclusions apply. John Lewis Finance Limited is authorised for insurance distribution and credit broking by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Noticed a change in your hearing? Well, get a hearing check from Specsavers. Oh, not sure where to start? Well, we're very flexible. Book one online, on the phone, on your lunch break, on Saturdays, on the same day if you're lucky. Oh, you only miss the odd word. But what if the odd words you're missing are nice ones like love you, or important ones like duck? Oh, too expensive, is it? All right, we like you. We'll do it for nothing. For free hearing checks, should have gone to Specsavers.
Fever Tree Mediterranean Tonic Water. Who are you? Usually the mixer, the T in G&T, but your delicate fragrance, hints of lemon thyme. When the tea's this good, do you even need the G? Fever Tree, straight up or mixed. It's a matter of taste.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Shelagh Fogarty. Text 84850.
We can talk to Joseph Draper now, LBC's reporter, who is in Wes Streeting's constituency of Ilford, getting reactions from constituents there to this news. Tell us what they were saying, Joseph.
Yeah, well, Sheila, a bit of background here. I mean, we've had that letter, that scathing letter, haven't we, from Wes Streeting attacking the Prime Minister's leadership. Really, we're expecting he may launch his own leadership bid in the next few days. Potentially, he's still considering that. But there are several hurdles there. Even if he gets the 20% of the Parliamentary Labour Party to support him, that crucial number of 81 MPs to come out and support him to trigger that contest, even if he passes that hurdle, he becomes Prime Minister perhaps if he wins an election, an internal election, and he leads Labour into another general election in a few years' time. It's not a sure thing that he'll even win in his own seat here in Ilford North, which is in north-east London, because last time around, Sheila, he only won by around 500 votes, which is an incredibly slim majority for a front-bench Labour candidate. He almost lost to a relatively unknown independent candidate. So the love for Wes Streeting really isn't shared by everyone here. So there's a lot of hurdles that he has to pass, I think, in the future here in his own constituency. And we've been here, Sheila, throughout the day, really, asking people what they think of him, about his potential leadership bid. This is what some of them said when they found that news out this afternoon.
I don't think he's the candidate for the premiership in the country, and I'll tell you why. Firstly, he does not enjoy the local support to the extent one would. He's only won about 500 odd votes. He could have lost the elections. Number two, I don't think he's done a terribly good job in his position as the Health Secretary. Number three, he's not very experienced. We need somebody who's level-headed. But the other thing, I'm not a Starmer supporter, but I'd say maybe give him a chance, because we are making this into a habit. Every time something goes wrong, you throw your toys out the pram. We've got to be consistent.
Would he be your favourite in the Labour Party?
Angela Rayner and him, I would probably vote for him.
You'd vote for him?
Yeah.
What about with Andy Burnham?
Him. If there's an election now, I'll probably vote for him, but not out of any enthusiasm, just because he's the best out of a bad bunch.
I mean, I've met him a couple of times. He seems pretty purposeful. The cost of living is hurting everybody, and even if you see the streets here, they're full of potholes. There's an international crisis. Nobody's speaking up against the people who started the war. That's America and
the war in Iran.
Yeah, Israel. Yeah. So everybody's paying the price for it.
So Shelagh, you can just hear a real mix of views there about Mr. Streeting in his own constituency. Of course, the situation for Labour and indeed the Conservatives since that last general election has got even more precarious now. We've seen a fracturing in the local elections last week of the two-party system. Smaller candidates from smaller parties, the Greens, Reform, taking huge numbers of votes and seats off the two major parties. So I think there's a lot of uncertainty ahead for Mr. Streeting if he runs for the leadership of the Labour Party, if he leads the party into the next general election. He could well face the very unusual situation, Shelagh, where he actually loses his own seat.
Yep, that could happen to a few of them. Thank you very much indeed, Joseph. Joseph Draper, LBC's reporter, although it's a few years before the general election, isn't it? All kinds of things can happen in the meantime. Let's get back to your calls. Quite a lot of texts coming in, calls too, but quite a lot of texts really denigrating Wes Streeting for what he's done today. Michael in Hull, hello, how do you see it?
Hi, good afternoon, Shelagh. Thank you for having me on the call. It's a first-time caller, so yeah, thank you for having me on.
For coming on.
No worries. I just think it's all smoke and mirrors with Wes. He's not necessarily done a great deal as Health Secretary, and I think what it is that all these people on the front bench are easy to kind of turn against the Keir Starmer and have a pop at him, and we can always blame his leadership, but what have they actually done in the last 2 years? And we spoke about 14 years of Labour not being in power. You'd think that'd be some kind of plan. And in terms of my background, I used to work with the NHS and I used to be a civil servant, and it's all about delivering at pace and delivering with, like I say, integrity and delivering with success. And it's just stagnated these past 2 years. We're not seeing any real change. And Wes Streeting, it's just he talks about these queue times going down with the NHS and the waiting list, but nothing's really happening. It is all smoke and mirrors, and he's turned against the Keir. And I just think it's ridiculous.
I don't think it's true to say that nothing's happening in the NHS, nor is all of it down to him, the good stuff that's happening in the NHS. Of course, that was about government decisions on spending, wasn't it? And not all of those decisions were popular by any means. So, you know,
I think the stats are that they recruited significantly more people within the healthcare profession, and the data suggests that and goes up. But in terms of waiting lists, they manipulate a lot of the figures. There's a lot of breach patients, what they call with the NHS, and if they get to a certain point within the waiting list, they'll simply just pick people up and move them about so that they do get seen. So it means cancelling appointments purposely to ensure people get seen quicker. So in terms of the waiting lists that are coming down for generals, for certain practices or certain things with the NHS, yes, some are coming down, but I think a lot of it is manipulation, what the NHS are doing, and they're applauding it as if it's a good thing. It's still fragmented, there's still holes within there.
But with your experience as a civil servant working towards the NHS, can you see ways in which government can be done more quickly?
I think it's what a lot of callers have said previously. I think there's a lot of bureaucracy and there's not a lot of delivering at pace, which is one of the key behaviours within the civil service. Everything is too slow to happen, whether it's red tape, whether it's a lack of emphasis, if there's a lack of urgency through politicians. I think it's just altered, and I think what it is as well, I think it's probably a lot of politicians that are a bit inept and they're all rabbit in headlights staring at each other thinking actually what solution can be done, and I think it's disappointing. I think that's why the government want a bit of change, whether it's reform or green, because it's just the lack of urgency, the lack of leadership.
The same, if they got into power one way or another, they would face the same organs of state that anybody else faces. I mean, it's then, I suppose, it's about what they do with those organs of state, which is true of this government as well. Thanks very much indeed, Michael. Let's hear from Georgina in Islington. Hello, Georgina.
Hello, Sheila. Thank you very much for having me on the show. I want to firstly say that I'm not a Labour voter, but I'm not biased in my thoughts on any other party. You know, I'm not one of these people who shout against one party or scream against another.
Yeah.
I listen to everything. But what I have noticed is that what's going on now within the Labour Party is weakening the Labour brand. Unity is strength, Sheila, and I think with every party, be it Conservative, Labour, Reform, or whatever party, they have got to have strength within the party. And when you see visceral backbiting and fighting within that party, that's when you get problems, because the electorate lose their faith. We saw this with the Conservative Party. I myself was a Conservative voter until all the shenanigans kicked off, and I thought, do you know what? These are not adults in the room. And this is what we need with parties. We need them to stick together.
But isn't the problem that millions of voters last week passed judgment on this government, and those who are part of it and who are MPs of that party are looking at the situation and thinking, we're not going to win the next election if we stick with this guy and this direction of travel?
Listen, I hear what you say, but what I think that Sir Keir Starmer needs to sit down and think about what the electorate are telling him. I know Labour had a horrific time at the council elections. It was awful. But if he sits down and listens to what the people, the electorate, are wanting and takes that into account. Now, I'm not saying I agree with all of Labour's policies, because I would be lying. But if he said, for instance, right, we are going to close the borders to secure the country, that would win him tremendous votes, because people would say yes.
Yeah, but we're an island. It's awfully hard to close the borders, isn't it? But I hear what you're saying about immigration numbers, or illegal immigration, or the boats coming along. Thank you very much, Georgina. David, I absolutely despise treacherous people like Streeting. While he was picking fights with doctors and sending out his colleagues to defend him, this is how he repays their loyalty. Dalian says, ask John McDonnell, who was on earlier, to stand for leadership. I'm not. I was going to say I doubt it'll happen, but I don't know. I don't know anymore. Stick with the man in charge, says Amanda. Just look at the timing. Look at the focus goes to Farage. Here we are with Streeting, winding things up. 3:45.
Coming up at 4 on LBC, Tom Swarbrick.
Wes Streeting's diagnosis of the problem is the right one, but in resigning, he's not yet triggered a leadership contest. What's going on?
Tom Swarbrick at 4. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app. At Wicks, the Home and Garden event is now on. Save on Ronseal 5 litre shed and fence protector. Was £10, now £8. Ends Wednesday. Terms apply.
You know what you're getting with a wedding? Wedding hats. A baby in a waistcoat crying throughout the vows. Themed tables. Awkward best man speech. The +1. Hello. People dancing in a circle. Ruined rental suit. Sometimes in life you just know what you're getting. Like a luxury bed and a great night's sleep. You know what you're getting with Premier Inn.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created. Because when you notice the details, you notice the difference. Search John Lewis Money. Terms and exclusions apply. John Lewis Finance Limited is authorised for insurance distribution and credit broking by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Is your cat drinking enough? Discover Purina One Hydrolife and help support their daily hydration with a taste they'll enjoy. Purina One Hydrolife. Make it easy.
Why are you abseiling down the front of your house, Ross? You have a staircase.
I like doing things the hard way, Albert.
Try something easier, Ross. Get cheaper off-peak energy. It's available at different times, like during the day or weekends. Just get a smart meter and choose a flexible scheme or tariff.
Ooh, I could batch cook some quiche.
Perfect. With a smart meter, getting cheaper energy is easier than you think.
Eligibility varies. Action required. Schemes and tariffs available to selected customers. There's one green bottle sat on my fridge shelf. This green and white bottle that supports my gut health. Beautiful by nature, beautiful by name. It's the tastiest way to up my gut health game.
Beautiful Gut Health. Switch your yogurt to the UK's #1 kefir and give your gut and your summer a lift. Kefir is a source of calcium which contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes. For verification of UK's #1 kefir, see beautifulguthealth.com/radio.
Shelagh Fogarty on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
Dan says, if Keir Starmer wins a leadership contest, this could actually be a big boost for him. It certainly would. It won't go well for Wes, this, says Dan. It's enormously disappointing from him. Still no letter in reply to Wes Streeting's resignation letter. The Prime Minister hasn't responded to it yet. They normally respond a bit more quickly than this, if I remember correctly, but not yet. Norman in Epsom. Hello.
Yeah, hi, Sheila.
You think Keir Starmer could survive this?
I think he could survive it. I think that he could beat Wes Streeting. I think he could beat Andy Burnham in a vote amongst the membership. I think that, if you look at what this week, it's been a funny week. But today, we just heard that the UK had the fastest growth in the first quarter. Who would have believed it?
Nobody.
Nobody knows the fact that actually...
Oh, your line's terrible, Norman. We'll try and get a better one. Katie in Milton Keynes. Hi.
Hi there, Sheila. First-time caller. I must be looking at somebody who other people aren't, because I don't find Keir Starmer being a great man of integrity, as everybody seems to be saying. I think he's been utterly ruthless, and he's shown himself to be a career politician. Issues with the welfare bill, where he actually withdrew the whip from some very serious concerns from his own MPs. He's been throwing everybody under the bus and not having accountability for some horrendous mistakes that he's made, including Mandelson. I just don't see him as being this man of integrity. And in all honesty, whether you like Wes Streeting or not, I think he has done the right thing in potentially making a leadership challenge, because I agree with Stuart, your previous caller. We're just in a round of how long do we wait until there's actually an acceptance that he's not the right man for the job. I think he would be a great Foreign Secretary, but he is not Prime Minister material at all.
I agree with you about the Mandelson thing. I mean, I really didn't think he would survive that, but he did. On the welfare bill and the people losing the whip, in a way, I understand what you're saying, Katie, but I think that was also about party discipline, wasn't it?
It was, but I mean, the fact that they then had to reverse it, again...
Makes him look weak.
To me, he is the Foreign Secretary. He is in no way a Prime Minister. And I think that it's not just about the local elections. It's the fact that he lost Wales as well. People are saying, we need to stand by him, we need a steady hand, we need this, we need that. People are already saying, we don't want him. And I think that message is not getting through to MPs and also to Keir Starmer. I think he is absolutely resolute in being a career politician and not stepping aside when he could do. And I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime, possibly existential crisis for the Labour Party, that if they don't do anything now, that they will face the same issues that the Tories have.
He said in that speech on Monday, didn't he, people have written me off before and I've proved them wrong and I'm going to do so again. You're not confident he will?
Well, as somebody who voted Labour, I am absolutely disappointed with how he's come in, the things he's done, the U-turns, the broken promises to the WASPy women, his attitude of the grooming gangs inquiry, where he said that people who supported that inquiry were far right, only then to actually agree to an inquiry. He just seems to be so out of touch with the public and also insulting the electorate. I mean, he might have that belief in himself, but the problem is...
In what way is he insulting the electorate?
Well, when he was saying that people who wanted to support the grooming gang inquiry, that they were far right, when
I see.
And then there was a U-turn on that, where they are going to have an inquiry. It's just this constant U-turning, not understanding, and I don't think he will understand. I think he's just very, very concerned about his position.
OK, thanks very much, Katie. This text here says, Wes Streeting just destroyed any hope I had for Labour. Norman in Epsom, we've got you back. Hello.
Yes, Sheila, sorry about that.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I was trying to say that I think Starmer can weather this. I think he can certainly get through another couple of years and then start to look at the next election with a new manifesto. As I said earlier, who knew that we had the fastest growth in the first quarter this year? And no one seems to have recognised it or acknowledged it, that actually things were starting to get better. We have to see what the outcome of the war and the impact of the war is going to be in Iran. But certainly approaching the war in Iran, things were starting to get better. And they promised we would have the fastest growth in the G7. Everyone scoffed. And look, we have.
Yeah, in these figures out today.
In the figures that have come out in the last few days, and the NHS is getting better as well. I think in terms of the problem that... There's a great book by Sam Friedman called Failed State, and he goes into great depth why Britain has been failing, because ministers pull levers, and those levers are not connected to anything, because we privatised everything in the last 50 years. So all the things that matter to people, with maybe the exception of the NHS...
The government has less and less power over.
The government has less and less authority, power and influence. So they can talk, but they're not in charge. They're not in charge of water. We've got water companies.
They threaten them with...
Gas and everything
they
else.
threaten them with very toothless regulators, don't they?
Well, yeah, so the whole regulatory framework that we've established in the last 30 years has failed. So what Labour should be trying to put together is a cogent philosophy to roll back pretty much the entire Thatcherite programme. Because that's what people really want. They want us to get back to something that we had, where we had control of the key services that impact our lives. Well, but we got rid of it.
Well, this is something that the left-wing Labour MP Clive Lewis was writing about the other day, very much in favour of Andy Burnham as the candidate. And he was saying that there is some evidence, and again, this would have to be tested, but there's some evidence that what Andy Burnham has done in Manchester is akin to the kind of voter satisfaction you see in Finland, and people are looking to Finland a lot because of how they run their country, what they put a public state value on and what they don't, and it kind of plays into it, speaks to what you've just said.
I think Starmer started off with a promise to talk to the regions and to Scotland and Wales and all that, and that sort of fell apart quickly. I think they need to go back to that. I think they need to work with the regions. I think they also need to give all the regions the same powers that Manchester has. Manchester is quite unique in terms of the regional moralities, in that it has a lot more power to do things that the other regions don't have, that South Yorkshire, West Midlands, etc., do not have. So Manchester's a bit unique. And
Burnham has a huge amount of power,
Yeah, so he can do things that other regions can't, and he's gone ahead and done them. So what they now need to do is to say to the West Midlands, we will give you the same powers that Manchester has. Same with Tracy Brabin in South Yorkshire and Teesside, etc. Say, we'll give you the same powers that Manchester's got, that Manchester's negotiated over the last... And it goes before Burnham. It all started, actually, I went to Manchester as a student, so I followed what's been going there. this movement in Manchester has been going on quite a while. It predates Burnham. But the powers that Manchester has, as a region, Greater Manchester has, they need to give to all regions of the country so that they have more autonomy to make changes that they want to see in their regions.
And that would favour the government, wouldn't it, if people are satisfied with it? If people are satisfied with that change, I suppose, is the big question. Thank you, Norman. I just want to make time for Daniel in Westcliff-on-Sea before I hand over to Tom. Hello, Daniel.
Hi, Sheila. How are you?
I'm okay, yes. What an afternoon.
What a week.
What a week. What a life. What a life.
Do you know what? I literally... The whole thing is a bit of a complete joke, personally, I think. Like, I don't know. The one thing is that Keir Starmer was always on the sidelines, get Boris out, whatever, and he come in with this whole ethos of, do you know what? We're going to have change. We're going to make everything better. Everything he has done has been the opposite of the Midas touch. Like, it's not turned to gold; it's turned to brown. And I think the Labour at the moment are kind of a B-tech Conservative Party. At least the Conservatives know how to cull their kings. But Labour at the moment are just doing a really terrible job. And I honestly, looking at the local elections as well, looking at Labour support plummeting to Reform and the Greens, we're going to have maybe Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband, hopefully not, Angela Rayner and Andy Burnham, but we don't know what their policies are going to be. So I don't know. I just think, you know what, the country has had enough. They're giving Labour a chance. Let's have another Jenny Leck.
Oh no. No, you can't just have a general election because the government is unpopular for a period. That is far from unprecedented, that a government goes through periods of great unpopularity. I mean, it's very deep, clearly, when it comes to Keir Starmer. But anyway, thank you very much indeed, Daniel, for your call. Daniel in Westcliff-on-Sea. A couple of texts coming in saying they think the Prime Minister's going to resign today. You know what? I don't agree with you. If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you can also stay up to date with all the latest news, videos and opinion. Download the official LBC app for free from your app store right now. Coming up at 6 on LBC, it's Andrew Marr. But now, with more on where this is all heading, it's time for Tom Swarbrick.
Sheila, thank you very much indeed. Afternoon, folks. Welcome to the show at 4 o'clock.
Just about the most appalling attack on a faithful I've seen since Joe Marler was banished in the final, to be honest.
It's on. Streeting resigns, saying where the country needs vision, we have a vacuum.
I know I have my doubters, and I know I need to prove them wrong, and I will.
A leadership contest presumably now inevitable, but the question remains about how many more candidates will put their names forward. Are you ready for Rayner?
I want us to pull together. I've said we have to do better and we all have to play our part in that, and I will play my part.
The floodgates have opened, the red-on-red bloodletting begins. Farage waits in the wings. Is Streeting right to say it would be unprincipled to stay in government? Would it be unprincipled, whoever replaces Starmer, not to hold an early general election?
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, Wes Streeting has resigned from government, but it's still unclear whether it will trigger a Labour leadership contest. In his letter to the Prime Minister, he called for a battle of ideas from the best possible field of candidates. LBC's political editor, Natasha Clark, has more.
But he's not saying, and I'm going to be included, though that is what his allies are telling us this afternoon, that he will, of course, play a part in a leadership contest if and when one is triggered. But he hasn't done it. So the question is anyone going to do it?
Earlier, Number 10 said Sir Keir Starmer is determined to fight in any challenge mounted against him. Education Secretary Bridget Phillipson says the PM still has her full support.
I'm really sorry to see Wes go. He has been a brilliant health secretary. He's done a fantastic job, and we see that today with the NHS waiting list numbers that are really encouraging and what people want to see. But I fundamentally disagree with the position he's taken. I'm sad that he's gone, but I think this is now a chance for us to pause, take a breath as a party and try and draw a line under all of this.
Earlier, Angela Rayner revealed she'd been cleared of wrongdoing in her tax affairs, paving the way for her to stand in a contest. Other potential candidates include Ed Miliband, Armed Forces Minister Al Carnes and Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham, although he is not an MP. Also this afternoon, the King has arrived in North London to meet members of the Jewish community following last month's terror attack. A 45-year-old man was charged with the attempted murder of two men who were stabbed in Golders Green. LBC's Helen Hoddinott has been there.
Today, the area is once again locked down by a heavy police presence, but the occasion is different. Crowds of people are out here on the street, which has been hung with Union Jack flags, to catch a glimpse of the King, who's here to meet representatives of the Jewish community, including local charities. Yesterday, as part of the King's speech, he said the government will take urgent action to tackle anti-Semitism and ensure all communities feel safe.
And Nigel Farage insists there is no connection between a £5 million gift he received and a property he bought soon after. It's understood the purchase was completed in May 2024, weeks before he decided to stand in the general election. The Reform UK leader is also facing an investigation over his failure to declare the donation to Parliament. In the city, a short time ago, the FTSE 100 was trading up 16 points at 10,341. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland. Lows of 1. A mixture of cloud and sunny spells tomorrow, as well as a few lingering showers. These will be heaviest in the southeast, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Just gone 4. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the show. Tom Swarbrick at Drive on LBC. Hope we find you very well this Thursday afternoon. Coming up...
Frankly, it was given as a reward for campaigning for Brexit for 27 years.
Nigel Farage is being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Chief after a £5 million donation from a crypto billionaire, which Farage says happened before he was an MP and went on his security. Actually, it turns out Farage bought a £1.4 million house in cash just after he got the dosh, and now, as you heard, suggests the money was a reward for Brexit. Is the story changing? Details shortly. Plus,
3 women found dead in the sea off Brighton Beach are now being formally identified as police continue investigating how they ended up in the water. I'm LBC's Emma Core on Brighton's seafront.
Call and WhatsApp message now. 0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Tom Swarbrick on LBC.
Very good afternoon to you. This hour...
I think someone in Downing Street has been watching too much Celebrity Traitors, and this is just about the most appalling attack on a faithful I've seen since Joe Marler was banished in the final, to be honest.
Is this traitorous behaviour? Or is it the truth? Wes Streeting telling the Prime Minister in a long letter, but particularly around the local election results, that good Labour people lost through no fault of their own. There are many reasons we could point to, from individual mistakes on policy, like the decision to cut the winter fuel allowance, to the Island of Strangers speech, interesting that Wes Streeting would pick that out, all of which have left the country not knowing who we are or what we really stand for. You have many great strengths that I admire, he says of the PM. You led our party to a victory few thought possible, and I was proud to fight alongside you in the trenches. You have shown courage and statesmanship on the world stage, but where we need vision, we have a vacuum. Where we need direction, we have drift. This was underscored by your speech on Monday. Leaders take responsibility, but too often that has meant other people falling on their swords. You also need to listen to your colleagues, including backbenchers, and a heavy-handed approach to dissenting voices diminishes our politics. For the first time in our history, says Streeting, the next generation faces a worse inheritance than the last. We have wars raging in Europe and the Middle East that are making our challenges harder, not easier. We are in the foothills of a technological industrial revolution that has huge implications for every aspect of our lives, not least the future of work. It is not clear whether democracy or tyranny will define the 21st century. After the financial crisis, austerity, the disaster of Brexit, Liz Truss, the COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine and now the war in Iran, the country needs to believe again that things can be better than this and that politics is part of the answer, not the source of the problem. These are big challenges that require a bold vision and bigger solutions than we are offering. And he's gone. His diagnosis, I think, is right, isn't it? But NHS waiting lists are down quite a lot today. Growth has edged up a bit, very surprisingly, given the first 3 months of this year. Best performance in the G7, apparently. Immigration numbers are down. Taxes are up, obviously. But was this the moment to strike? We're not in a contest yet. There's no leadership challenge formally, but we're not far off it. Who wants an early general election? I'll do today what I failed to do yesterday and give you my theory for how we get to a general election, possibly within the next 18 months. But given Streeting is probably right to say Starmer won't lead Labour into the next general election, do you think there should be a general election at the change of Prime Minister? And perhaps more interestingly, what happens to force one? Because no Labour Prime Minister would be stupid enough to call one now, so if you want one of these general election things, how do you imagine it comes about? If Angela Rayner is Prime Minister, if Ed Miliband is Prime Minister, or if Wes Streeting is Prime Minister? 03456060973. Gitto Harry joins us, former Downing Street Director of Communications while Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. Thanks for coming on the programme, Gitto. What would you be advising a Prime Minister in this position to do?
Well, it's weird. I don't think Keir Starmer should survive, and I don't think he will survive. But I can see a way in which he just about creeps away with this. There was something about Angela Rayner's wording this morning about the party coming together that suggested to me that what she was doing was offering herself as some sort of human shield for the Prime Minister, rather than indicating that she wants to be Prime Minister herself. And I can see a possibility where various people, for all kinds of unholy and conflicting reasons, decide that actually sticking with Keir may be better than risking somebody else, including Wes Streeting, and Wes Streeting would end up out on a limb. Now, I still don't think that's highly likely, because the damage done to Keir Starmer is such, it's self-inflicted, it's been caused by his own MPs, his own ministers, that for him to survive would be bad for him, bad for Labour and bad for the country.
So you would advise him to stick at it? Don't resign, don't trigger a leadership contest, wait.
Well, that seems to be what he wants to do. I mean, if I was a pal of his, which I'm not, I would say, mate, you should just walk away. This is excruciating. This is horrible. He missed that moment. I think a few weeks ago he could have walked away and left us all feeling a little bit sort of, grubby about hounding him out, and actually missing him when he was gone. I think there was a very brief moment where he could have gone with some sort of dignity, acting like the statesman that he's always claimed he is. Now it's very unseemly, it's very messy, it's going to be very painful, and the Labour Party, it's really hard to see how they get their act together after this.
Is the mess within the Labour Party that is now exploding out into the open, is that Starmer's fault? I mean, the mess has been the local election result, and that can be put on Keir Starmer to some extent. Is this a mess of his doing?
I think the failure of leadership is very, very personally down to him. He has gone through 4 directors of communications, the job that I did in Number 10. He's gone through 2 chiefs of staff, 2 deputy prime ministers. He's lost other ministers. He's lost his head of strategy. He has U-turned on more than a dozen key points of policy. This man does not know who he is, where he's going, and where he wants to take the rest of us with him. And in that situation, a political party is always, you can call it a broad church or a sort of, a weird array of different people with different goals. But strong leadership is what pulls them together. And it's falling apart because he hasn't provided that leadership.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Gitto Harries, a former Downing Street Director of Communications for Boris Johnson when he was Prime Minister. 4:10. Gemma Bolton joins us, a Labour NEC member and Momentum supporter. Thanks so much for coming on the programme, Gemma. What's your view of what Streeting has done today?
I mean, the contents of his letter, I don't particularly disagree with any of it. I think he's got the correct analysis there. What we have to consider is who he's pitching to when he writes this letter. And I think it's quite clearly that he is speaking to the members and giving the members what he thinks they want to hear and what they're disappointed in if it comes to a leadership election. But I think the concern is whether he is going to be any different. I would argue that he wouldn't be any different to a Keir Starmer leadership. He's of the same political wing. He's got the same policy platform. And I mean, I've heard people use the phrase that it's the same turd but more polished. So I do think that whilst I welcome his resignation, and he is correct that we need a timetable. It needs to be as inclusive as possible for as many people to put their name forward as possible. We need to have a round debate with the party about the direction of it going forwards. If he is putting himself up for the leadership, I'm not sure he's the way forward.
Is that to say that when you say a large debate with as many people as possible, that it is time, in your view, as an NEC member, to allow Andy Burnham to stand as an MP?
I think he should have been allowed to stand when he was blocked previously. We need our best players on the pitch, as so many people have been saying. He has clearly been a successful mayor of Manchester, and he'd be welcome back into Parliament with his knowledge and expertise. And he'd be welcome on a ballot for leadership when a timetable is hopefully set out and there is a leadership election. As I said, I would welcome him on the ballot, as I would a range of MPs from across the party, so there can be as much debate as possible and as much discussion between members, between trade unions, about the future of the party.
Well, I put it to you as I started the programme that when NHS waiting lists are down quite a lot as a result of the changes that the Labour government has made, that growth has edged up. I think we have the fastest growth in the last quarter of all G7 countries, despite everything going on with Iran. Immigration numbers have been falling quite precipitously for some time. Things are, in that sense, Gemma, moving in the right direction, and yet everybody's moving against Keir Starmer.
I mean, a week ago today, we had a local election. Anybody who knocked doors in that local election, and I knocked a lot of them, saw the same pattern. It's not about your local councillors. It's not even about potentially your good Labour MP. It is about the national leadership of the party. It is about the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. The constituents and the members of the public have roundly rejected Keir Starmer, have said we are not happy with the leadership he's bringing. He is not bringing change, is not fast enough. And a lot of his decisions have been really damaging to the country and to us as a party. Rollbacks on policy, messy policy platforms, two-child benefit cap, winter fuel allowance. So much has gone wrong over the last few years.
Two-child benefit cap has been lifted.
But they tried to cut it, and they built all that negative political cap.
I don't think they tried to cut the two-child benefit cap. I think they've lifted the two. They've certainly looked at cutting welfare.
What I mean is that they spent a lot of negative political capital on trying to keep the two-child benefit cap, and then they had to U-turn on that, and they've damaged the party and they've damaged themselves massively by bringing that negative press and then having to U-turn again. And that's been the case for quite a lot of our policy platform.
So would you like the next leader of the Labour Party, the next Prime Minister, to economically do things rather differently? No cuts to welfare, higher taxes, more borrowing?
I mean, we really need to be tackling the housing crisis we've got in this country. We need to be tackling the cost of living crisis we've got in this country. We need to be taking things back into public ownership. We need a more radical policy platform that people actually feel the change, people feel the money in their pocket, people feel the services are functioning.
So massive increase in the size of the state.
I mean, we do need to return public ownership for our key rail, mail, water. It's been proven that it's not working as privatised, and that's the same with fighting the climate emergency. We need the state to be working towards a just transition, and we need the state to be putting in place things to tackle the cost of living crisis. So we do need a strong government, but it needs to be listening to members of the public about what issues they're dealing with day to day.
And do you think members of the public would want the next Labour Prime Minister, whoever he or she may be, to do anything about the welfare bill, or just leave it?
I mean, I think that is for the debate for the leadership election. I really encourage as much debate to happen as possible. I represent members on the NEC. I want them to listen and to have the debate. And I do think that the feeling amongst members is that we need to be protecting the most vulnerable in our society. And that is a core sort of principle of a lot of people's politics when they join the Labour Party, is that we protect everyone, we care for everyone in society. And that means from those who are struggling the most to make ends meet, we need to be supporting them.
So it sounds like the manner in which they are supported is through greater spending brought about through massive wealth taxes or equalising capital gains tax with income tax, something like that.
I think that there's been some really, really great ideas put across, and wealth tax is definitely needed in this country to redistribute wealth and create better equality.
Appreciate your time. Thank you for coming on. Gemma Bolton, Labour NEC member and a Momentum supporter. The Momentum, albeit that he has resigned, I wonder whether the Momentum's rather come out of Wes Streeting's campaign, to be honest. There he's resigned from cabinet. Does he have the numbers to trigger a leadership contest? If you were in Wes Streeting's camp and you were a bit worried that Andy Burnham might come in or that the left of the Labour Party would be backing somebody else and not you, why would you be taking this long? You try and do it as quickly as possible, wouldn't you? I wonder whether he's got the numbers, or whether he's resigned actually to make appointment into a job in the cabinet of whoever comes next easier, because he can say, look, I resigned, I didn't try and keep Keir Starmer in power because I didn't really believe in him. 0345 6060 973 is the number. Anyone early general election, whoever gets in charge, on the policy platform that you've just heard from an NEC member there of much higher wealth taxes, greater wealth taxes, no change to benefit spending. That's the direction of travel this country now needs. Really? 0345 6060 973. Come to your calls after this. Tom Swarbrick here, 417.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M2 eastbound is closed because of a medical emergency between Junction 3 for Chatham and Junction 4 for Gillingham, so there are long delays. It's very slow in Fulham. Fulham Palace Road is blocked in both directions between Lambrook Terrace and Wardow Avenue because of an accident. In Neasden, it's very slow on the North Circular. Northbound, there's a lane closed. The car's breaking down at IKEA. On the Tube, because of problems with the signals, there's no service on the District Line between Earls Court and Parsons Green and severe delays on the rest of the line. There's also no service on the Circle Line clockwise. There's also no service on the Metropolitan Line between Baker Street and Aldgate. That's because of a points failure. That also means that the Hammersmith and City Line is suspended between Barking and Moorgate, and there are severe delays on the rest of the Hammersmith and City Line.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m.
Wes Streeting has resigned from the Cabinet, Wexit. But will he now launch a full-scale leadership contest with Keir Starmer, or is there a longer game being played? On the day when Angela Rayner was cleared in her tax case, I'll be joined by the Cabinet Minister, Pat McFadden, by a close ally of the former Health Secretary, and get the international context with John Bolton, Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Breakups, that is a tricky one. That's why EE is the only major provider who'll give you up to £300 to switch. You'll get full fibre, but you'll also get EE's most powerful Wi-Fi 7 as standard. So the whole house can do more, like streaming that series whilst your work calls stay crystal clear. Switch to EE today.
Up to £300 credited to your EE account. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims. New BT Group customers only. 62% availability. Terms apply.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
At Lidl, there's always more to value. Like switching from Asda to Lidl and saving £30 on this week's big shop at lidl.co.uk/usave. Which means a stocked up fridge of big brands, award-winning own brands, and your fresh value a day with extra helpings encouraged. Lidl, more to value. Prices check 11 to the 5th, 26. Asda also sell other products. See online for more details.
Have you spotted anything?
Only seagulls. Are you sure this beach is a nature reserve?
Well, the sign said, nature this way. Hey, what's that big bird over there? Flapping its wings, unusual markings.
You sure that sign didn't say naturists?
Oi, this is a nudist beach.
Ooh. Now, where are my binoculars?
Cheryl?
Struggling to read in the sun? Get 2 for 1 at Specsavers and make prescription sunglasses your second pair. From £70 with standard single vision lenses to the same prescription. Terms and conditions apply. See in-store for details.
Go all Irish to France with great low prices. With Irish Ferries, you can for less. Irish Ferries. See travel differently. T's and C's apply.
If you bought a home on a holiday park in the UK, what you thought you were getting may not be what you ended up with. From unexpected site fee increases, running costs, a huge depreciation in value, many owners feel they've been missold. If you think this might be you, holidayparkadvicecentre.co.uk could help you receive the compensation you're entitled to. Text ASSIST to 78900 to find out more. That's ASSIST to 78900.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
20 past 4 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. Wes Streeting's desk at the Department of Health already cleared, according to a civil servant who's been speaking to reporters to say, well, he swept his stuff up into a box and headed out the door, never to be seen again. Certainly not in the Department of Health under a Keir Starmer government. Why is the Home Secretary still in a job? Shabana Mahmood reportedly let it be known that she had told Keir Starmer that she didn't have confidence in him. Well, she's still Home Secretary. There's a vacancy at Health. When Starmer has to put someone in there, as he does, is he going to reshuffle to move Shabana Mahmood out of there? or any of the other. Yvette Cooper, who apparently has expressed no confidence in the Prime Minister to him. Is she going to have to go? Does Angela Rayner come back in as Health Secretary? Martin's a new caller in Hamilton in Scotland. Hi, Martin.
Hi, Dave. Thanks for taking my call.
You're very welcome, sir. Your thoughts on what Wes Streeting has done and what it might precipitate?
I think he's a man with an ego larger than his intelligence. I think there are people from the extreme left of politics and the very extreme right, which is also very much influenced on British media, trying to take down a very effective government and a Prime Minister who's led that government. People say Keir Starmer's boring. Well, Boris Johnson was classed as a character, great personality. Look what that man did to this country. And that man, Boris Johnson, who you had his aide on, to criticise Keir Starmer, which I thought was embarrassing, asking someone from the Boris Johnson administration to talk about anybody, should also be investigated with Farage for taking money to rig an election. If you look at the UK, we have 24 months of consistent growth, 6 interest rate cuts. UK stock markets outperforming America for the first time in 13 years. Nearly 70,000 illegal immigrants deported. Over 40% of the Tory immigrant hotels closed down. 456,000 children taken out of poverty. Renters' Right Acts, increased employees acts, minimum wage up. 2 of the largest increases in state pensions in UK history.
Yes.
Etc., under Sir Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves' leadership. And you have people on the far left, like the lady you had on a minute ago, who are basically jealous of Keir Starmer's success, and they would have you with someone like Jeremy Corbyn, who was an absolute failure, tried to set his own party up last year, and it's just been in disarray since day one he started. And you have someone here who's also building closer ties with Europe, who's negotiated trade deals with India, America, Australia, Norway, the EU, and the right, who run the British media, are terrified of us getting back to the EU, where it makes us stronger and makes us a bigger threat to Russia, and the EU a bigger threat to Russia. And Nigel Farage and his party's links to Russia should be under a serious investigation in this country. And Martin, for some reason the media are not talking about these things.
No, the media's been talking about it. In fact, I think it was...
No, they haven't. The media jump on nonsense to try and bring down a good government and good people. Angela Rayner, for example, it was like it was like rabid dogs when she was allegedly accused of trying to swindle stamp duty.
Well, I think it was the media that
she was just giving bad advice.
Yeah, I think
and then she's been proven today, whereas Nigel Farage has diddled expenses, taking money from foreign people, etc., and you don't hear half as much information about it.
Well, Martin, don't worry, that's coming. Just
late, coming very late.
Well, you might think that I disagree. You have done. Hang on a sec. You have done in 90 seconds a better job than any cabinet minister I can remember in extolling the virtues of Keir Starmer's government. And there are plenty of examples of where they've got things wrong, in my view. The U-turns, the first budget, etc., etc. Hang on a sec. You're going to let me go, and then I promise I'll come back to you. But in those 90 seconds of talking us through, yes, very small, in some cases, increases to the economy, the Renters' Right Act, the lowering of immigration, the closing of the assignment hotels. I think, Martin, you have done a better job than any cabinet minister has in the last year of telling us the story of the successes of Keir Starmer's government.
Yep, and I agree with you in that. And this is his big problem. He has a very bad media division in his party. And I can also tell you, see the term U-turn, that is a deflection term for small-minded people. I run 2 businesses. When you make a decision in a business, and then that decision either gives you a better angle than you actually anticipated, you then go back and make a further decision to improve things even more. If you make a decision in a business and the decision is wrong, then if you're a sensible, pragmatic, professional person, you'll admit your error and change it to benefit your business.
But if you're also in charge of leading that business, if you keep making errors... I've got to be able to get to the end of a sentence, Martin. If you keep making errors, people are going to question whether your judgment in making a decision...
What errors has he made? Can you tell me what errors he's made?
Martin... You want me to go through all the U-turns the Starmer government has made?
I'll tell you 2 ones that keep getting called errors. First of all, the winter fuel allowance.
Yes.
Now, quite rightly, They took the winter fuel allowance off the royal family,
yes,
off of rich people who weren't eligible for the winter fuel allowance. Right, and then, thanks to Rachel Reeves' economic policies, they were given more money than was expected, and that allowed them to go back and review the policy and give the winter fuel allowance to some more people.
Now that is, I'm calling that for what it is, Martin. That is spin, sir. Having imparted some of it myself back in the day for a particular government, I can smell it a mile off. Rachel Reeves' management of the economy was not the reason why the state pension increased. And frankly, they were right to take it off the royal family and people who didn't need it first time around, but their backbenchers disagreed and they U-turned on it. There have been many, many, many U-turns, as Wes Streeting has pointed out, which he's right to. There have been many U-turns. But Martin, I doff my cap to you, sir. I think you gave an exceptionally good account of where Keir Starmer has done quite well. Thank you for the call. Deborah's in Redhill. Deborah.
I certainly can't follow Martin, so I apologise for that.
Oh, gosh, Deborah, do not apologise.
I'm not going to be eloquent or articulate.
Wrong. You are already.
No, believe you me, I'm not. But I just want to say that I've been listening to LBC like most of the day, but I have to say that I think the Conservative Party and the Labour Party have delivered us Farage on a plate because of their lack of understanding the electorate. So that is just my personal point of view. And I see Farage turning up at number 10 in a limousine with Christmas lights and an open bar. Because I don't know how else. But I'm so very cross that it's been, 16 years? 16 years we've given them. And quite frankly, Starmer, he's wonderful on the European stage, but actually we the people took up that stubby little pencil and walked into our church halls and put an X in the box. And he has ignored us, as did the Conservatives before him.
Ignored us on what? What's he ignored?
Oh, pretty much everything. I mean, I think that you only have to look at the people around you, look at your family, look at, just look. People are hurting so badly. But for him, for Starmer, his stage is the European stage.
But again, come to what Martin was saying. Economic growth has been happening. The welfare bill hasn't been cut, although, yes, they tried it. There's been a cost of living increase, enormous cost of living increase, driven by a war in the Middle East that Keir Starmer didn't get us directly involved in.
It's not his responsibility, and Ukraine and Iran would have happened.
So what's he ignored? You said he's been ignoring us.
What he's ignored is that he takes huge pride in standing on the European stage and ignoring the people that put that stubby little pencil in the box.
You keep talking about my stubby little pencil, Deborah, which is lovely, but the image to one side, are you talking about Brexit?
No, well, God, that's another... forgive me for being blasphemous.
Please don't worry about it. Deborah, if that's the worst thing that happens in the next hour and a half, I've gotten away with it again.
That's another platform.
Yes.
Because
so what's he ignored
Boris
us about?
Johnson should have been shot between the eyes when someone got the opportunity.
Right. Well, we've done more than blaspheme there. We've called... Anyway, Deborah, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. You and your stubby little pencil again. 03456060973 is the number. Here's Caroline. Tom, see, if someone like Martin was leader, Labour might have done better in the local elections. The reason, says Caroline in one word, passion. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up...
The American and Chinese people share much in common. We love our families and we love our countries.
Xi Jinping threw a grand welcome for Donald Trump on the first day of the US president's visit. Could it signal a reset between the rival superpowers? We'll get a full report after this. 4:31. News headlines. Amelia Cox.
Wes Streeting has resigned as Health Secretary but has not triggered a Labour leadership contest. He says he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister and called for a battle of ideas from the best possible field of candidates. Earlier, Number 10 said Sir Keir Starmer would fight any challenge made against him. Angela Rayner could be one of those who runs in a possible contest after she revealed she'd been cleared of any wrongdoing with her taxes. And the King has visited Golders Green and met the victims of last month's terror attack. The Chief Rabbi told Charles that the community appreciates it enormously. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland, lows of 1.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Is it good news if there's a leadership challenge to Sir Keir Starmer?
It will be a perfect thing to say, let's leave Starmer in place. He's the devil you know. Wes Streeting, I think, is just a sideshow.
Let's bring to the conversation Luke Akehurst. Now, Luke is a Labour MP. He's also an ally and a friend of Wes Streeting and joins me now.
My concern is that Wes could start the ball rolling on a leadership contest where the actual result, once you throw it out to the members, would be a Prime Minister that was significantly to the left of Keir Starmer.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Big Motoring World is now an RAC approved dealer. But what does that mean for you? It means total confidence, because we check our cars and the RAC check us. Every car passes our RAC approved 200-point inspection and comes with a complimentary 3-month warranty and breakdown cover, so you can drive away with peace of mind. Big Motoring World. See website for nearest store. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk.
Experience. It's knowing the difference between a good deal and, well, a great deal. Saga Travel Insurance covers most pre-existing medical conditions and has been named a Which Best Buy. Smart choice. And right now, you can get 20% off travel insurance until the 11th of June. Search Saga Travel Insurance for a quote today. New policies only, subject to medical screening. Standard and Plus, or Which Best Buys May 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
Diary, what time's my Specsavers eye test?
Hi, Miriam. It's in 15 minutes. Would you like directions? Great. Exit the bedroom, past the dog's basket, sit at the kitchen table. You have arrived. Enough time to move pickles. Visitors do make him frisky.
Some people can't get to Specsavers unaccompanied. That's why we offer home visits. Home visits from
Miriam's Journey.
Savers.
Down pickles.
Geographical restrictions apply. Find out if you're eligible online.
Go all Irish to France with great low prices. With Irish Ferries, you can for less. Irish Ferries, see travel differently. T's and C's apply.
Fevertree Mexican Lime Soda. You're not like other mixers. Your zesty bite, twist of yuzu. Sure, you're perfect with vodka. But even on your own, you make the most exquisite soft drink. Fevertree. Straight up or mixed. It's a matter of taste.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
4:34 the time. Here's Daniel in Birmingham commenting on our guest from the NEC, the member of the NEC, the Labour NEC. Tom, your guest earlier confirmed that I will never vote Labour again. Higher taxes, more welfare benefits, more borrowing. I know who they represent and it is not me, says Daniel. Here's Dean. It is interesting to hear Tom positing an early general election. I don't remember him calling for that when May replaced Cameron, or when Johnson replaced May, or when Truss replaced Johnson, or when Sunak replaced Truss. Well, very good memory of going through those, Dean. And you're right, no, I didn't. In the same way that I don't think there should be or needs to be a general election as and when Keir Starmer gets replaced, to be quite honest with you. Whether people like it or not, the reality is you vote in the party. The leader of the party is elected by the party itself. And so whilst it feels odd, because we view much more these days the Prime Minister as some sort of, as more akin to a president than a Prime Minister, it is nevertheless the case that the Labour Party is the one that's in government and they can order themselves and sort out themselves who is going to be the leader of that party. So I don't think a general election is necessary. I can see how we'll get to one. And we'll get to one, I think, potentially because The person who was elected after Keir Starmer to be the leader of the Labour Party embarked upon an economic programme that spooks the markets so dramatically that the Chancellor in that new government struggles to get a budget through. And if you struggle to get a budget through, that's the end. You can't carry on. If you can't sort out economic affairs, you can't do anything. That's the way in which I think we get to an early general election. Someone comes in promising more borrowing, higher taxation, greater spending on the state. The markets take fright. The bond prices jump up. The yields jump even more. 10-year, 30-year yields keep going up. The Labour MPs, despite their personal political interests, think, whoa, what are we going to do by entrenching this, and vote against it. At which point you go to the country to seek a mandate for my economic plans, says Angela Rayner. 03456060973. Mike's in York. Hi, Mike.
Hi there, yes. I'm just going to quickly try and tell you why I would probably vote for reform in the next election. But on the Wes Streeting thing, very quickly, I believe that if you're part of a team, you should all go. If you're going to go, then you all go. Don't stab the guy that's been put you in the place and you've been working with for quite some time. But on the actual reform or on the local results recently, we just want to scream at the TV constantly at these politicians. They're all the same. I include Farage, everybody. The people have had enough of them. They don't answer a question ever. When they're asked it, they're untruthful. I have a service-based business. My other half's disabled, who works in a shop. We're struggling to pay the bills. We are the working class. The Labour Party are the lazy class. They're not the working class. They've lost the tune of the working class people. You know, they put people in prison for demonstrating, fair enough. But then you have two guys who beat the hell out of a policewoman, put her teeth in, break her nose, and they're Muslims. And by the way, the British Muslims had enough as well. Nothing happens to them because they're too scared to do anything.
Are you talking about the incident in Manchester?
Yeah, I am, yeah. And that the whole thing around it, the grooming gangs, the immigration. Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
You know, the immigration, right? We're sort of portrayed by, you know, people think we follow the media, we follow Starmer, Nigel Farage. We make our own minds up. We're not racist. We are sick and tired of seeing men coming into the country who mainly know women and children. I don't want to hear that because they're not coming in. You might get a few coming in families, but their majority of 20 to 45-year-old men coming in the country. No one knows who they are. And my mum, who is like 90, who's worked all her life, is struggling. We're struggling to pay for her care. She's got dementia. These are the sort of things. People have had enough of it. We want a government that is just normal people who are business people who tell the truth, look you in the eye, answer a question directly, work as a team for the people of this country. And there's too many people like, on the woke side trying to portray the majority of us as racist and bigots. We're not. I don't vote for reform. I won't vote for reform because of Nigel Farage. Right. I don't particularly like the guy. But I want to change, and I'll tell you now, there's a silent majority, massive here.
I understand.
They're going to wipe the Labour Party off the face of the map in the next election.
At the moment, I think you're right. I think Wes Streeting shares that analysis too. Just so we're all clear, it's not that the case that the two people at Manchester Airport got away with it or nothing happened. One of them was found guilty of attacking two female police officers during that disturbance at Manchester Airport. This is Mohammed Amaz, charged with assaulting the Greater Manchester police officers during a fracas on the 23rd of July, convicted of assaulting a police officer, causing actual body harm, and the assault of an emergency worker. So I'm afraid you're wrong on that.
Okay, I apologise on that one. What was the sentence he got?
The sentencing he got was 10 hours of deliberating jury, unable to reach verdicts on allegations that Amaz and his brother caused actual bodily harm. Sentencing I'll get to you in just a moment. I haven't got that at the moment.
So they couldn't work out if he caused actual bodily harm. Have you seen the pictures of the police officer?
Well, Mike, you and I are not lawyers, and we haven't been sitting through the whole court case. And neither is Keir Starmer responsible for the decisions of the judiciary.
And I apologise if I got the facts wrong, but I'm just saying that's the sort of thing we're sick and tired of. Those guys should go away for 20 years. not like a few months community service. That's the point I'm trying to make. People have had enough of it. You don't know when your kids go out now, whether they're going to come home after being robbed. London, you can't walk around in London anymore, the fantastic, beautiful city of London. They've let the kids get out of control because they can't control them.
Who's they? The government's not responsible for my parenting.
The government, no, true, parenting is a major thing involved in it, but the government and the Mayor of London and the judicial system and the holding back the police, there's a lot of reasons why this is going on. And it's not just parenting. Parenting is a massive part of it, but you look at London as a city, look at our cities, they are declining. And it's no good keep telling everyone the British people are racist and bigots and all this sort of thing. We want a decent government that look after everybody, whether you're a Muslim, a Christian, a Jew, a Buddhist, whoever you are, and you live in this country and you're British, we need to be looked after properly, not governed by people who are just after their own their own wants, their own issues, their own agendas. Okay, no one, Wes Streeting, resigns. He's part of the problem. He's going to, and all of them are.
Well, he says, given the problems that the nation faces and the problems that are to come, politics is part of the answer, not the source of the problem.
Right.
That needs to be the case, doesn't it? Your rage, Mike, at what is happening and what you say is happening around you, some of which I have to say is false, but the rage that you feel...
Well, you're saying it's false. I'll try and get some more people on here who you'd be surprised.
You're wrong about the fact that nothing happened as a result of that Manchester airport incident.
I just said I was wrong, but look at the sentencing then.
But your rage at what you feel is happening to the country is shared by tens of millions of people. But the answer, I don't think, can be, therefore, all politicians are in it for themselves and not interested in trying to turn this around.
That's not my whole argument. I've just said the politicians in general. Look at the Tories and the Labour Party over the last 20 years. Look at how we've had enough of it. And it's down to them. You can't sort of defend them and say, oh, you're wrong about the politicians. I'm not wrong about politicians. I can't. All right, don't get me wrong. There will be some very good ones, but whenever I look at the TV, which is very rare now, you don't get a straight answer from them.
All right, Mike, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. 03456060973 is the number. 4:43 the time. Next,
this region and the world is a special world with the two of us united and together.
The US and China should be partners and not rivals, President Xi has said, as he and President Trump exchanged some pretty warm words during bilateral talks in Beijing. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent, has been decoding those warm words to find whether there's any chill in the air, Simon.
Well, there is a chill in the air, Tom, still, and they got that difficult stuff out of the way at the very beginning of their meeting. I mean, we now know from both the Chinese and the American side that the Chinese directly raised the issue of Taiwan with President Trump and warned him that if the Taiwan issue was handled poorly, in other words, if an effort by the Chinese to bring Taiwan back into the mainland's aegis led to some kind of confrontation with the United States militarily, that was obviously going to be a big problem for the bilateral relationship. But having got that out of the way right at the beginning, then the rest of the conversation appeared to have been focused very much on cooperation, with the Chinese even agreeing, or at least expressing an interest in, buying more American oil to reduce their dependence on petrochemicals that transit through the Strait of Hormuz. That's a potential big win for President Trump, although, it's once again rooted in the profiteering that is taking place here by American oil companies and by the United States as the result of higher prices that, of course, are also impacting American motorists and truckers. So it doesn't all cut one way for President Trump, but both sides, I think, definitely trying to put this relationship on an entirely different trajectory, and that is a potentially very dramatic development.
And there's going to be a rematch in that sense. In that I see that President Trump has invited Xi back to America.
Yes, absolutely. Put it in your diary, September the 24th. That, of course, will be right around the time that world leaders, including perhaps whoever is Britain's Prime Minister by then, will be descending upon New York.
You've noticed our little backwater issue, Simon.
Keeping a bit of an eye on it, because, of course, September the 24th comes right in the middle of the annual United Nations General Assembly. So President Xi presumably will be attending the UNGA this year, and then will also be coming to the White House for a return visit, which will again be another very big deal.
Indeed, and you can leave us to our little parish council matters for the time being. Simon, thank you very much indeed. Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Coming up,
3 women found dead in the sea off Brighton Beach are now being formally identified as police continue investigating how they ended up in the water. I'm LBC's Emma Core on Brighton's seafront.
We'll be live to Sussex in just a few moments. 4:46.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M2 eastbound is closed because of a medical emergency, but in Junction 3 for Chatham and Junction 4 for Gillingham, so there are long delays. It's very slow in Fulham. Fulham Palace Road is blocked in both directions between Lambrook Terrace and Wardour Avenue after an accident. It's very slow in Neasden on the North Circular northbound. A car's broken down at IKEA. On the Tube, because of problems with the signals, there's no service on the Circle line clockwise and severe delays on the District line. There's no service on the Metropolitan line between Baker Street and Oldsgate. No Hammersmith and City line between Barking and Moorgate. And severe delays on the rest of the line, that's because of a points failure. And on London Overground, there are severe delays on the Windrush line between Clapham Junction and Surrey Quays. That's after there were some problems with the signals earlier.
Hear every side of the story. This is LBC.
Why are you abseiling down the front of your house, Ross? You have a staircase.
I like doing things the hard way, Albert.
Try something easier, Ross. Get cheaper off-peak energy. It's available at different times, like during the day or weekends. Just get a smart meter and choose a flexible scheme or tariff.
Ooh, I could batch cook some quiche.
Perfect. With a smart meter, getting cheaper energy is easier than you think.
Eligibility varies. Action required. Schemes and tariffs available to selected customers.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973. This is LBC.
You know what you're getting with a conference. Laptop backpacks. Security pass lanyard.
If you could just pop this on.
Being asked, how was your journey in?
How was your journey in?
An array of triangular sandwiches. Having to deal with a small crisis back at the office. Sometimes in life you just know what you're getting. Like a great night's sleep and a tasty breakfast. You know what you're getting with Premier Inn.
Shine Night Walk London is a 10k, half marathon or full marathon supported walk around the city at night on the 19th of September to raise vital money for Cancer Research UK. It's also
everyone walking with all their colours, twinkling away. We can actually see how nice London is. And London is different at night time. Celebration of life, and it gives hope.
Step towards a brighter future at shinewalk.org today to get 30% off your entry. Together, we are beating cancer. T's and C's apply.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created. Because when you notice the details, you notice the difference. Search John Lewis Money. Terms and exclusions apply. John Lewis Finance Limited is authorised for insurance distribution and credit broking by the Financial Conduct Authority.
With problem earwax, things don't feel quite right. The NHS recommends using olive oil to help relieve build-up. So Otex offers medical-grade olive oil in both drops and spray. But if you need to act faster, there's Otex Express. However you choose to treat it, choose the earwax treatment brand most recommended by pharmacists. And be clear to hear with Otex. Based on a survey of 200 pharmacies. For verification, visit otexear.com.
Have you spotted anything?
Only seagulls. Are you sure this beach is a nature reserve?
Well, the sign said, nature this way. Hey, what's that big bird over there? Flapping its wings, unusual markings.
You sure that sign didn't say naturists?
Oi, this is a nudist beach.
Now, where are my binoculars?
Cheryl?
Struggling to read in the sun? Get 2 for 1 at Specsavers and make prescription sunglasses your second pair. From £70 with standard single vision lenses to the same prescription. Terms and conditions apply. See in store for details.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC with Tom Swarbrick.
10 to 5 the time. Andy, I'll come to your call in just a few moments. First,
I know this incident will be highly distressing for the community, and we are working hard with our partners to understand exactly what has happened.
police believe they've identified 3 women found dead off Brighton Beach amid fears they could have misjudged the depth of the water. Emma Core is LBC's South East correspondent who joins us live from Brighton's seafront near to where the bodies were discovered. Emma.
Well, Tom, police say the bodies of these 3 found in the sea on this stretch of Brighton Beach just beside the marina here yesterday are now being formally identified, and their loved ones supported by specialist officers. The emergency services were called to the beach here near to Black Rock Car Park off Madeira Drive at around 5:45 a.m. yesterday to reports of a concern for a person in the water. On arrival, 3 bodies were sadly recovered from the sea. The sea was particularly choppy yesterday. We had bursts of thunderstorms and an easterly wind causing a strong riptide moving west to east. And I've been speaking to some local swimmers here on the beach this afternoon who told me it was particularly dangerous yesterday.
In situations we couldn't swim back to where we started, so you'd have to get out the sea and then walk along the beach. So there's definitely riptides.
And the last few days have been extremely strong, very strong. I wouldn't want to go in it through the day, let alone early hours of the morning.
Right there is this kind of like a groin that kind of goes up really far. Yeah, it's really, really sad.
Well, police say an investigation is ongoing to understand how all 3 women, who they've described as young, ended up in the sea. At this time, they say there is no evidence to suggest third-party involvement or criminality. In a press conference yesterday, Chief Superintendent Adam Hayes confirmed that after an extensive search with the RNLI and the Coast Guard yesterday morning, that they weren't looking for anyone else. He's now said today and it's an utterly heartbreaking tragedy, and the police are looking for answers for their families, the wider public as well. This is a sensitive investigation, and it would not be appropriate, he says, to speculate as we continue to gather evidence. He said again he is asking the public for their patience while the police establish the full facts. It's possible we may hear an update this evening. Police say they're now working around the clock to understand how this tragedy, Tom, unfolded.
Awful incident. Emma, thank you very much indeed. Emma Core, LBC's South East correspondent. Mike was referring there in our earlier call to an incident at Manchester Airport about which there has been various court cases. In fact, I can tell you that a jury has actually just retired today, really within the last few hours, to consider their verdicts in the trial of 2 brothers accused of assaulting a police officer at Manchester Airport. There have been trials previously in relation to various parts of that incident at Manchester Airport, but now we have a jury retiring to consider verdicts against Mohammed Amaz and Mohammed Ahmad, who stand accused of the assault of Greater Manchester police officer Zachary Marsden during the incident on the 23rd of July 2024. That jury has now gone out to consider their verdict. 4:53. Andy's in Pickering. Andy.
Hiya.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, so I was just following up, basically. Well, I'm a first-time caller.
Welcome.
Never called into a radio show
Great
before,
man.
you can probably tell.
No, not at all. I'm glad you've broken your duck.
But yeah, just in response to the caller from Momentum, in terms of the wealth tax idea, this has never worked in terms of a policy for a Labour government. And you look at the 70s and you look at the Wilson government, and the Wilson government imposed a wealth tax and basically led to us going to the IMF.
Wasn't the wealth tax? Andy, I am so boring. This is why I don't get invited to parties. I've been listening to a podcast series about the Wilson government in the 1970s. No, don't shake your head at me. That's just what I do, guys. I'm nearly 40, okay? I wear a cardigan and I'm nearly 40, all right? And I listen to podcast series about the 1970s, okay? Wasn't the highest rate of income tax about 85%?
85% it was,
Absolutely unbelievable.
And it led to the government at the time having to go for the IMF for a bailout. It just doesn't work. It doesn't work because it drives out the money makers of the country.
I don't think it was just that, of course. They spent
of course not. Yeah,
extraordinary sums on the unions.
What they could do. Yeah. Yes. And when you've got a Chancellor who is effectively creating his own fantasy world in the background, that is, something that can challenge you really there. But
so you know about this stuff, Andy?
Pardon?
You know about this stuff.
Yeah, I'm a history teacher, so I do tend to have quite a fond interest of the past. But I just wanted to phone up as well and just say that this is what Labour do. Labour get into power and then actively tear themselves apart between the left and the right of Labour. It happened under Wilson. Herbert Morrison tried to do it to Clement Attlee, who arguably is their the most successful ever Labour Prime Minister. You had it with Blair and Brown. You had it with Corbyn and the rest of the party trying to actually get rid of him.
Yeah, although Blair and Brown, I think, was probably less tearing each other apart in the end. In the end, it was sort of relatively cordial. It had its moments. Andy, great call.
Say the left and right tearing themselves apart again and at the complete detriment of the country.
Andy, brilliant first-time call.
Thank you.
Brilliant first-time call. Not to get too partridge here, but I'm tempted to say, do you want to go for a drink? Andy, thanks very much indeed. Tony's a new caller in Wigan. Hi, Tony.
Hello.
Sir.
I've been listening to your show for quite a while now.
Thank you.
You had a caller on saying how Starmer has done this, he's done that, and when you ask the question, what has he not done, nobody has got the answer. Now, I live in Wigan in the north of England.
Yes, sir.
For the last 40 to 50 years, whether it'll be Tories or whether it'll be Labour, and it's especially Labour because Wigan always has been Labour, but they have ruined the town of Wigan, St Helens, Lee, Bolton, Ormskirk. I could carry on. I mean, I'm a coach driver and I have been around the country.
In what way have they ruined?
The town doesn't thrive anymore.
Yep.
The town centres are dead.
Well, Tony, I've got to say to you, listen, I'm a market town man. I've never lived in a big city. I've born and brought up in market towns. The town that I live in Kent has got 11 charity shops on it. On its high street, and the only reason it's got 11 charity shops on it is because charity shops don't pay business rates. Everything else has basically been forced out.
But that's another thing. Why did they not cut the business rates? They've actually increased the business rates.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, when you go, a prime example is Southport. If you have a look at Southport now, when I was a kid in the 80s, it was thriving, literally. You look at it now, the pier, it needs fixing. For the shops are boarded up. Now, this is on the main drag in Southport.
Now, but Tony, people will, I assume, be screaming at their radios that Keir Starmer can't possibly be required to fix that within 2 years when there has been very, very little economic growth over the last 14.
Right, but the difference being is, if you look at it, right, every church says, look at Poland as an example. Right, Poland is thriving. Right, we give foreign aid, we give to whoever, which we don't realistically need to do. You know what I mean? We're just willy-nilly giving money away. Like France, how much did we give France to stop the immigrants coming in?
Millions and millions and millions. Tony, I think you aligned on something really important, that lots and lots of people are happy to pay tax. Very happy to pay tax, understand why we're paying tax, but not particularly pleased at the manner in which it is being spent because it's being spent frivolously. And I think you're absolutely right about that. Thank you very much indeed for the call. You're listening to Tom Swarbrick on LBC. In the next 60 minutes...
Frankly, it was given as a reward for campaigning for Brexit for 27 years.
Nigel Farage being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Chief after a £5 million donation from a crypto billionaire, which Farage says happened before he was an MP and went on his security. But it's being reported this afternoon Farage bought a £1.4 million house in cash and says now that it was a reward for Brexit. We'll get the details.
We've got increases across all three major sectors of the economy in the first 3 months of the year.
The UK economy saw surprising growth in March, despite seeing the first impact of the Iran war. We'll get the details. Plus...
I'm really sorry to see Wes go, but I fundamentally disagree with the position he's taken.
It's on. Wes Streeting has resigned, saying where the country needs vision, we have a vacuum. In the last few moments, I have been handed a piece of paper. The Prime Minister's letter to Wes Streeting. You'll hear it after the news.
On your radio, on the LBC app, and
Play LBC.
Leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 5 o'clock. It's still not clear whether there will be a Labour leadership contest after Wes Streeting announced his resignation. The former Health Secretary says he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister after last week's local election results. But he stopped short of putting himself forward to replace Sir Keir Starmer. Former Downing Street Director of Communications for Boris Johnson, Gito Harry, has told LBC he thinks the PM could survive this.
I can see a possibility where various people, for all kinds of unholy and conflicting reasons, decide that actually sticking with Keir may be better than risking somebody else, including Wes Streeting, and Wes Streeting would end up out on a limb. Now, I still don't think that's highly likely, because the damage done to Keir Starmer is such that for him to survive would be bad for him, bad for Labour and bad for the country.
Earlier, Number 10 insisted Sir Keir will fight any challenge mounted against him. Angela Rayner could be among those who puts themselves forward to replace him if there is a contest. She's revealed that she's been cleared of any wrongdoing over her taxes. LBC asked these people in her constituency of Ashton-under-Lyne who they'd want to see take the job.
I wouldn't want Angela Rayner coming in anyway, because she's too far left anyway, so...
But I think if Andy Burnham, I'd give him a go. I'm not Rayner, no, she just doesn't seem to... I think it's just a lot of hot air. I liked when she first came out.
To be honest, I don't trust any of them. All this Labour government, I just don't trust any of them.
Others include Ed Miliband and Armed Forces Minister Al Carnes. Also this afternoon, the King has visited North London to show solidarity with the area's Jewish community after last month's terror attack. 2 men were stabbed in Golders Green last month. Hundreds of people came out to greet Charles on the streets. And the government has hit a key target on cutting the number of people waiting for NHS care. An estimated 65.3% of patients in England in March began hospital treatment within 18 weeks. That's the highest percentage since November 2021 and has been described as a significant achievement. In the city, the FTSE 100 has closed up 47 points at 10,372. The pound buys $1.34 and €1.15. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland, lows of 1. A mixture of cloud and sunny spells tomorrow, as well as a few lingering showers. These will be heaviest in the southeast, a high of 15 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Amelia Cox.
This is LBC. From Global, leading Britain's conversation with Tom Swarbrick.
Very good afternoon to you. 3 minutes past 5 the time. Tom Swarbrick here on LBC. This hour.
But then I suppose the Health Secretary has been a bit distracted lately, hasn't he? Hasn't he? Yeah. He's chuntering now. Why don't you just do your job? Do your job.
Well, this afternoon he isn't. Wes Streeting has resigned, but has not triggered the leadership contest that he says is now necessary. Has Wes Streeting just blown up on the launch pad? He wrote in his letter to Keir Starmer of his fury at the local election results, at his lack of confidence in the Prime Minister's leadership. I have now, some time later actually, a couple of hours later, a letter from the Prime Minister to Wes Streeting, which talks about the achievement of the government, particularly on the NHS, something that was referenced in Wes Streeting's letter, that those NHS waiting lists are falling and have fallen quite far actually. And then the last couple of paragraphs say this, from the Prime Minister. Last week's local election results were extremely tough. I know many colleagues saw good friends lose seats. Everyone in our party is acutely aware that our opponents are more dangerous than ever before. They are a real threat to the values we care about, to the communities we represent, and to the country we love. It is incumbent on all of us to rise to what I see as a battle for the soul of our nation. As part of what we must deliver on all of the promises we made to the country, including our promise to turn the page on the chaos that was roundly rejected by the British people at the last general election. The Prime Minister says, I am truly sorry you will no longer be sat at the Cabinet table helping to transform our National Health Service. I hope we can work together to show that Labour in power can address the problems our opponents exploit, can install hope where they want despair, and can bring people together where they want division, says the Prime Minister to Wes Streeting, in a letter that doesn't drip with anger, but that lays out the fight that the Prime Minister says he is now engaged in, and a fight that the Prime Minister is going to carry on in. Aggie Chambray is LBC's Deputy Political Editor. Where are we with the Streeting campaign?
Great question.
Wes Streeting did not trigger a contest earlier today when he resigned from government with that excoriating letter. It was unclear when he resigned whether or not the reason that he had resigned and not launched a contest was because he simply didn't have the numbers. Of course, he needs 81 Labour MPs to actually trigger a contest. His allies briefing that he does have the numbers. Lots of other people saying that he absolutely does not have the numbers. He, in his letter, seemed to imply that the reason that he wasn't launching now was because he wanted a contest to be broad, suggesting an openness to Greater Manchester Mayor Andy Burnham standing in the race. And there is an argument that felt necessary. I was speaking to ministers who basically said if Wes Streeting were to become Prime Minister before Andy Burnham were back on the pitch, it would be illegitimate, using that word, illegitimate.
Illegitimate?
Illegitimate. That is
why?
what
Because Andy Burnham isn't an MP?
Because Andy Burnham isn't an MP and he is not on the pitch. He wouldn't have been able to run, and that's...
Weird use of the term illegitimate, but anyway.
And some suggestions as well that if Wes Streeting had become Prime Minister, then when Andy Burnham came back in, some suggesting the soft left MPs, so-called soft left MPs, would then remove or try to remove Wes Streeting as Prime Minister to install Andy Burnham.
Well, at that point you just bring the lettuce out and see who lasts longer, you know what I mean?
All very, very messy. But on Andy Burnham, I come with news, Tom. I am told by someone in his camp that there will be an announcement later today about how he will return to Westminster, or how he intends to return to Westminster. So this basically means that he, we think, has lined up a Labour MP to give up their seat so that he can run in a by-election to return to Westminster as an MP, presumably to challenge the Prime Minister. So we are expecting that later today from Andy Burnham, who I'll remind you, we have not heard from since those local election results last Thursday.
God, it would be hilarious if Wes Streeting was the one that actually gave up his seat for Andy Burnham was precipitating Wes Streeting's resignation from politics as a whole. Don't think that's going to happen. So, we're waiting for Burnham now.
We are now...
It's back to Burnham.
We're now waiting for Andy Burnham and seeing what happens there. I mean, I would stress that we have heard a lot of different names of Labour MPs who potentially might give up their seats for Andy Burnham. We've gone to a lot of them. We haven't had anyone who hasn't said no yet. Every MP we've gone to has said, I'm absolutely not giving up my seat for Andy Burnham. So we really don't know where there's going to be. And also, there is then the question about what the NEC, the National Executive Committee, who blocked him back in February, would do. And then there's the question of whether he could actually win that seat as well.
And when you were speaking to people inside Burnham's camp, it was very clear from them, wasn't it, that this was a plan to return to Parliament through the ballot box. He will be voted in as the MP.
That is the plan.
Scotch is my other theory.
And the other thing that people in Burnham's camp have told me is they want the National Executive Committee to make any contest last long enough so that if a contest was triggered now, which, now at the time we're speaking 5:08 on Thursday, doesn't look like it will happen very soon, but they would want any contest triggered now to last long enough, to be extended long enough so that Andy Burnham could fight in a by-election and then return to Westminster.
OK, theory number 124,000. Is there a world in which the contest takes so long to gin up because Andy Burnham has to fight for a seat, win a seat, get into Parliament? That can take weeks and weeks and weeks. The anger that is within the Labour Party at the results of the local election and the General Starmer government starts to fade away because actually things are getting a bit better. The economy's on the up, immigration is down, we're not involved in the war with Iran, blah, 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 blah. And it just sort of, the momentum dribbles away.
Yes, that's absolutely possible. That's 100% possible. I think eyes on cabinet ministers, whether any other cabinet ministers go. But I feel every hour that ticks by and we don't get further cabinet resignations, well, is that then going to happen? And there's two other problems facing any leadership contender. Listen to these two things that seem problematic to me. Number one, the Financial Times has spoken to 10 fund managers from bond markets. 9 said that Wes Streeting, the former health secretary, would elicit the most market-friendly reaction.
Yep.
1 said Ed Miliband would. 6 said Andy Burnham would elicit the least market-friendly reaction. 3 said Angela Rayner would. 1 said Ed Miliband would. But remember those 3 names. Labour members have done polling for Labour List who said that Andy Burnham, Angela Rayner and Ed Miliband, the 3 people who would elicit the least friendly market reactions, are all the most popular and would beat Keir Starmer.
Well, this, I'm afraid, goes to my earlier theory that we are heading, if any of those 3, Burnham, Rayner or Miliband, get it, we are heading to an early general election. because the markets would go nuts. And I don't know that there's a Labour Party, even with a parliamentary party that is inclined towards the economic policies of Miliband, Burnham, Rayner, that could vote for a budget that the markets are saying would see the country economically implode.
Yes.
And if you can't get a budget through, that's it.
So then we're back to your theory 1698, that Starmer clings on after the most chaotic week in British politics since a few weeks ago.
Love it. Aki, thank you very much indeed. Aki Chambray, LBC's Deputy Political Editor. 5:10. Ed Owen is Director of Strategy at Think Labour, formerly known as Labour Together, which, of course, obviously they aren't at the moment. Ed, thank you very much indeed for coming on the programme. Do you herald the arrival of the King of the North as a potential Labour MP and therefore PM?
Well, it's an unholy mess, isn't it? And I feel disorientated about the conversation you just had.
Yes.
And I'm not going to get into adding to your theories, because that just send me into a pit of despair. Listen, it is a mess. If there's going to be a leadership election, I think it's important that the Labour Party uses this moment to really examine where it's at and what it's for and how it's going to get in the right shape to win a second term in government. The Labour Party is in a perilous state. We saw that in the local elections. This process and period of uncertainty is not good for anyone, least of all the Labour Party. So if there's going to be a leadership election, I hope it will happen soon. I think it will be important to have a broad range of candidates who can properly address the challenges. Because what I think I speak as a member of Think Labour. We are here to generate the big ideas for Labour's future. What I think would be the worst of all worlds is some sort of leadership election process which avoids the big issues that the UK faces. We've got to make sure that Labour really now addresses the big challenges that the UK faces, recognises the big trade-offs that are necessary, so that, that the election of a Labour leader, which, remember, as you've reflected, is effectively the election of a Prime Minister, is the right one, that is, first of all, right for the country, and secondly, wins Labour in the next general election.
Those two things might... what right means depends on your view, of course, and the electorate who are responsible for doing this are Labour members, trade unions, and all the rest of it. They might have a very, very different view of what they think is the right thing to do versus the rest of the country, and absolutely crucially, the markets.
Yeah, sure. But I mean, that's what political parties are in the business to do. That's why I think it's a heavy responsibility on the Labour Party, if it comes to that. Listen, we're not there yet, Tom. But if it comes to the leadership election, and there is a leadership election, it's a heavy responsibility on the Labour Party that they choose the right person who is going to make the right calls for the country and the party over the next 2 or 3 years. That's absolutely vital. And
yes, but how does one determine that? Because plenty of people have many different views about what the right thing to do is.
That's the nature of democratic debate.
Yes.
And there'll have to be a process. We as an organisation, Think Labour, will be, our focus, if there is a process of that sort, will be to make sure all the candidates who are in that process address the big challenges that the UK faces. I'm not interested in candidates that want to paint a fairy tale future.
Right. Does that mean, Ed, that the thing that the candidates need to address, for instance, one of the big things is the welfare bill?
Yeah, absolutely.
And that means that a candidate, the right answer to the problem of the welfare bill is, this can't carry on like this.
Yes.
So any candidate suggesting that we can carry on spending what we're spending on welfare immediately rules themselves out of being a sensible Prime Minister.
I think so. I think there is an absolutely clear choice. So one of the issues we have got to get right, and actually, Tom, this is left, right, all across the ideological spectrum, across the political environment, across the public. We cannot continue to be funding welfare, not just because of the money, but we can't allow a situation where 1 million young people, 1 million of our young people are outside work, education and training. It is an extraordinary waste, and it seems to me no sensible Labour Party member, activist, or anyone taking part in any future leadership election can possibly say that that is a sustainable position. We have to deal with it primarily for the good of our country and for the good of the people who are languishing on welfare, but we have to do it also because the financial and wider political challenges demand it.
Who then do you think would be the candidate best placed to do that, Ed?
Well, the one. Thank you. That's a good.
I thought I'd try.
It's a good, obvious question. But actually, what I think Labour are going to be doing is not. We're not going to back a candidate. We think the days of factionalism and all that stuff is over. Okay, so we are going to be focusing on the issues and making sure, going back to the earlier point, that all the candidates address those issues seriously and in a way that can start answering them in order to, one, become the best Prime Minister that Labour can offer and win the next election.
Thank you very much indeed for your time. Ed Owen, Director of Strategy at Think Labour, formerly known as Labour Together. 03456060973. You've heard it from Aggie Chambray in the last few moments that Andy Burnham is going to announce that he will run in a by-election to be a Labour MP and therefore potentially Prime Minister. We are getting more details about that challenge and about the manner in which Andy Burnham is going to do it. Let me bring this to you. We are hearing that the Labour MP Josh Simons will resign to trigger a by-election in Makerfield to give Andy Burnham a route back to Parliament. So we think that there's going to be a by-election as a result of Labour MP Josh Simons resigning, quitting, and Andy Burnham will be the candidate, unless the NEC get in the way, to run in that by-election. It's all happening this afternoon. More details to come as we get them. 5:17. News headlines now. Amelia Cox.
Sir Keir Starmer has told Wes Streeting he is very sorry he stepped down from government. The former Health Secretary resigned earlier but stopped short of triggering a Labour leadership contest. It's still not clear whether he has the backing of enough MPs to start a challenge. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland. Lows of 1.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M2 eastbound is closed because of a medical emergency between Junction 3 for Chatham and Junction 4 for Gillingham, so there are long delays. On the M25 clockwise, the exit slip road at Junction 14 for Heathrow is partly blocked because of an accident, so there are queues from Junction 13 for Staines. There are delays in Fulham. Fulham Palace Road is blocked in both directions between Lambrook Terrace and Wardow Avenue after an accident. On the Tube, after problems with the signals earlier, there are severe delays on the Circle and District lines. There are also severe delays on the Metropolitan line between Baker Street and Aldgate, and severe delays on the entire Hammersmith and City line. That's after some problems with the points earlier. And on the train, Southern have no service between Shepherd's Bush and Watford Junction. That's because of 8 points failure.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m.
Wes Streeting has resigned from the Cabinet, Wexit. But will he now launch a full-scale leadership contest with Keir Starmer, or is there a longer game being played? On the day when Angela Rayner was cleared in her tax case, I'll be joined by the Cabinet Minister, Pat McFadden, by a close ally of the former Health Secretary, and get the international context with John Bolton, Donald Trump's former National Security Advisor.
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6 p.m. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
At Tesco, we know that right now, every little helps. That's why we've made Aldi Price Match available in over 2,000 Tesco Express stores. Price matching on essentials, so you can bag the basics with confidence. When every penny counts, just look out for the Aldi Price Match logo next time you nip into your local Express. Tesco, every little helps. Prices checked and matched in Aldi stores and online twice weekly. Pro rata excludes promotions. Selected products excludes Northern Ireland and Whoosh. See tesco.com/Aldi Price Match.
PM Under Pressure. Follow it live on LBC.
The people of Britain have bought loads of noise-cancelling headphones. With a Barclaycard Rewards credit card, you could get cash back on eligible purchases and no fees on spending overseas. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 28.9% APR representative variable and 28.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
What's the best present you ever got for your birthday? I bet it wasn't as life-changing as £1 million. Every week with the birthday draw, there's £1 million to be won, and you can enter from as little as £1 or via post. Enter by midnight on Sunday, and your special day could win you £1 million. Visit thebirthdaydraw.com. Is it your lucky day? From Global and ITV. 18 plus, UK only, no purchase necessary.
Fancy a trip to France without the fancy price tag? Go all Irish. With great low prices, travel from Dover to Calais with Irish ferries, and you'll have France at your feet in 90 minutes. Can, less. More money, less money. You get the picture. Get a warm Irish welcome on board and a cool pint of the black stuff on us. Zero alcohol, of course. When you book direct at irishferries.com. Go on then. Irish Ferries. See travel differently. T's and C's apply.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Right you are, 5:21 the time, Tom Swarbrick on LBC. As you heard 10 minutes ago, Andy Burnham was going to announce his route back into Parliament. 10 minutes later, we have the route. Josh Simons is resigning as an MP. He was a minister, I think, in the Cabinet Office. He called on Keir Starmer to resign in an op-ed on Sunday and has written this letter to his constituents. The truth is, he says, complacency has become a rot. The establishment is so far from the realities of your lives that too many tweak a failing system just to stay in power. As our world gets more insecure and our economy flatlines, Westminster stays stuck. I could not stand here and tell you that our politics is broken and things need to change, then stand in the way of supporting that change. That is why, says Josh Simons, I have decided to put you, the people I represent, and the country I love first. That means stepping aside as your MP for Makerfield to make way for a leader who has the radicalism, the energy, and immense courage to meet that moment. That leader, Aggie Chambray, Deputy Political Editor, is
Andy Burnham.
This is his way back in.
This is Andy Burnham's way back in, potentially. So the Mayor of Greater Manchester, of course, to run for leader, if he were to so choose to challenge Sir Keir Starmer, would have to be an MP. And this seems like it's his route in. So he is now going to try, we think, and stand as an MP in Makerfield, where at the last general elections, Josh Simons won 5,400 votes. Reform UK coming second. 5,400.
It's okay.
It's okay. You probably wouldn't call that a marginal seat.
No.
It's okay. It's not great. And, you know, in the local elections, Reform did much better than that. And I think there will be massive question marks over whether or not this will backfire and whether or not Andy Burnham might still lose this by-election. Now, there's another hurdle as well before we even get to whether or not he will win this by-election, and that's whether he will be allowed to stand for this by-election. So the National Executive Committee blocked him when he tried to stand for a seat back in February. My sense is, from the conversations I have had, they have probably now shifted. So either way, whether it's the 10 people making the decision, the sort of executive committee, or the 40, and I think he will be pushing for the 40, I think probably they've moved enough that they will let him in. If not, you could imagine the civil war in the Labour Party getting even worse.
OK. Galaxy brain moment. Theory number whatever we're on now.
2000.
Thank you. This becomes the sort of circus show in Makerfield that everyone anticipates, because if Andy Burnham is to win that seat, he's basically likely to become Prime Minister. Subject to the NEC thing, whatever. Narrative swing, Reform win it.
Yes.
Does that Andy Burnham goes again?
It's such a good question. I mean, it's like...
Sorry, I know that we're so far down the line.
No, but it's the momentum thing you were talking about before, right, isn't it? So has the contest already started to replace Keir Starmer as leader at that point? Or is Andy Burnham coming back into Westminster to challenge Keir Starmer? If it's the latter, if it's the former, the contest has already started, someone else, I think, wins. Maybe that's Keir Starmer. If it's the latter and the process is only triggered by Andy Burnham, probably the more likely option, and Andy Burnham then doesn't get in, maybe everyone does just think, should we just leave it?
Back in the real world, what's the timescale for this?
So we are probably talking 6 to 8 weeks.
My God. That's a long time.
It's a long time, probably 6 to 8 weeks for Andy Burnham and we will find out then whether or not he is going to be back in Parliament. The other thing is as well, so Josh Simons is standing down, fine. I mean, that I would say is unexpected. You know, you mentioned it, he was a minister until earlier this year. That is astonishing in itself. But
he's only just been elected.
He's only just been elected. Let's just leave that for one side for now. He's someone also who's been steeped in Labour politics. He was the director of Labour Together, who you were just talking to. Exactly. So he's going to stand down. So there is going to be a by-election. If the NEC block Andy Burnham, someone else is going to have to fight that by-election. Does Andy Burnham then quit? Because the argument that the NEC will make is that because he's Greater Manchester Mayor and they might lose that mayoralty, they've got to block him from standing in this by-election. He could then quit as Greater Manchester Mayor and use that as his argument. Then are we going to have... is he going to quit? Is he then going to be allowed to stand? We've then got a by-election in Greater Manchester as well for the mayoralty, which Reform could also win.
Aggie Chambray is LBC's deputy political editor. If you've just joined the show...
It's all the drama, Mick. I just love it.
Philip's in Sandhurst. Philip?
Oh, can you tell Aggie not to have too much coffee?
She's doing great, Philip. We knew the news before Andy Burnham knew the news.
She's doing a fantastic job, but come on, my head's starting to
I know, mine too.
I'm going to be a bit dull.
No,
Tom, I'm going to be a bit dull. Andy Burnham, he says the cheque is in the post to Josh.
Yes.
This is when you're in a storm, and I think partly of this is a conflated storm by certain people in certain sections of the media or whatever. But there is a storm. There's no doubt about it. You don't change a captain. You're going to be a bit boring. Unfortunately, with Keir Starmer, is that he can't rely on people like me. I'm the type of person who gets that the challenge faced by this government is a long-winded affair. We understand that Rome wasn't built in a day. We recognise who has truly got the country at heart and those who don't. And we're prepared to work hard and be patient to see things through. Unfortunately, there are people around the Prime Minister who don't think that way, who put their own interests first. Mr. Streeting doesn't understand, despite his name, that it's a two-way street. If
the direction of travel, unfortunately, for your argument about boring continuity, which, listen, I think has its place, and I think a lot of people are fed up with all of this stuff, is that Labour are going to get annihilated at the next general election if they carry on like this. That's their concern. And in that concern is that the people that would come in after them are not the normal sort of Labour-Tory swings that we see. This would be a reform government. And Keir Starmer has written to Wes Streeting this afternoon to say that it is incumbent upon all of us to rise to what I see as a battle for the soul of our nation.
Yes, and I agree with that. The thing is, though, that Keir is not flapping. He's not flapping, and he doesn't believe in TikTok politics. He realises that the stability of the Labour government is intrinsic in the stability of the country.
Maybe, but if that stability and therefore delivering what he's delivering, which doesn't seem to be moving the needle in his favour, delivers the instability of a reform government propped up by a Conservative, by whatever, that's not stability, arguably. Philip, I appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. Jane, I'll come to you in just a moment, 5:28. Let's bring an update from the city. Ben Kumar is here from Seven Investment Management, where we have seen some growth in the UK economy, Ben, surprisingly perhaps.
Yes, and I know you like to be at the top of a league table. We're at the top for GDP growth for G7 companies for the first quarter of 2026. So get the banners out. The street parties can begin. We've beaten Japan, we've beaten Canada. It's this is excellent. It is actually a little bit better than expected, and it does suggest there is a difference. I mean, I'm always a bit sceptical about these numbers because they're not as hard data as they maybe sometimes seem to be. But there's a big difference between what consumer confidence, which is where you go and ask people, how are you feeling about the world? And at the moment, consumer confidence is low. But there's a difference between how you say you're feeling and what you go and spend your money on. And at the moment, people might be saying, okay, I don't feel very good about the world, Iran, politics and whatever. But at the moment, we're still going out and spending. which is what really does drive the economy. People are still making business decisions, making investment and so on. So I think there is possibly more than we've ever seen, a bit of a dislocation between how people say they're feeling and what they're doing with their money at the moment.
I've got another theory. When did the markets closed at what time?
4:30.
Is there a coincidence that Andy Burnham's announcement about the seat that he is going to stand in came at just after 5 o'clock, when he has a bit of a turbulent relationship potentially with the bond markets?
I couldn't possibly say, because I have no idea, but if I were advising Andy Burnham and I had any idea about finance, I would be saying, do you know why most companies issue their results after the market's closed? Okay, yeah, it's because you don't want people to overreact. You want to give them time to digest and maybe do a bit of damage control.
Yep.
So I suspect, absolutely, it's come after the market's closed. The interesting thing, I think, is, what he hasn't done is do it on a Friday night.
Yes, quite.
Where you'd have the whole weekend to then work out how people felt.
But there is a relationship to have to build there, Ben. And I know we talked about this on Monday and we talked about it again yesterday, but it is really, really worth repeating. Andy Burnham's economic, whatever amounts to a plan for the economy, starts with not paying any attention to the bond markets, apparently.
Yeah, and
which is,
bond markets don't need attention. They don't need love, but they also don't need to give you any money if they think you're going to throw it away. It's not that he doesn't care. They're not sad. They're just saying, I can't trust you with my money. And walking that back is pretty tough, Tom.
Ben, appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. Ben Kumar from Seven Investment Management. If you live in the constituency of Makerfield, I'd love to hear from you. Your MP has just resigned or is about to resign, paving the way, potentially, subject to a few hurdles to overcome, but potentially to Andy Burnham to stand as the Labour candidate there. Will he win that seat, based on your knowledge of it, based on how you voted last time? 03456060973 is the number. Tom Swarbrick here, coming up.
Hang on a second. I can't be bought by anybody. No, not anybody. Not even Elon Musk.
Nigel Farage is now being investigated by the Parliamentary Standards Chief after a £5 million donation from a crypto billionaire, and Farage's story about the reason for that donation has moved on. We'll tell you how after this. 5:32 headlines. Amelia Cox.
A Labour MP has announced he is standing down from his seat to pave the way for Andy Burnham to return to Westminster. The member for Makerfield, Josh Simons, says he believes the current mayor of Greater Manchester can drive change. It follows Wes Streeting's resignation from government earlier. The former health secretary says he has lost confidence in the Prime Minister but did not trigger a leadership contest. And the King has met members of the community in Golders Green following last month's terror attack. A man has been charged with 2 counts of attempted murder after 2 men were stabbed. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland. Lows of 1.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast on LBC.
Is it good news if there's a leadership challenge to Sir Keir Starmer?
It will be a perfect thing to say, let's leave Starmer in place. He's the devil you know. Wes Streeting, I think, is just a sideshow.
Let's bring to the conversation Luke Akehurst. Now, Luke is a Labour MP. He's also an ally and a friend of Wes Streeting and joins me now.
My concern is that Wes could start the ball rolling on a leadership contest where the actual result, once you throw it out to the members, would be a Prime Minister that was significantly to the left of Keir Starmer.
Nick Ferrari at breakfast. Back tomorrow morning from 7. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
Pam, what on earth has happened to your eye? I don't know. I looked online, but then Well, for what it's worth, to me it looks like what my gran said her old neighbour Queenie had. Her eyes went every colour of the rainbow. Had to bathe them in warm carrot juice every day for a year. You could give that a try.
It's best to get a gammy eye checked by an expert. That's why Specsavers can help treat eye problems in every store. Should have gone to
Unwanted advice.
Savers. Conditions apply.
You've packed enough suitcases to know quality when you see it. Well, Saga Travel Insurance has been named a Which Best Buy. And now get 20% off when you buy before the 11th of June. Search Saga Travel Insurance for a quote today. New policies only. Standard and Plus are Which Best Buys May 2025. Terms and conditions apply. Over 50s only.
The people of Britain have bought loads of noise-cancelling headphones. With a Barclaycard Rewards credit card, you could get cash back on eligible purchases and no fees on spending overseas. What you buy is your business. Rewarding you is ours. Subject to financial status, T's and C's apply. Check if you're eligible at barclaycard.co.uk. Representative example, 28.9% APR representative variable and 28.9% purchase rate per annum based on a £1,200 credit limit.
Fancy being spoilt for choice when it comes to your new kitchen? Wickes has over 80 kitchen styles and hundreds of cabinet options, so there's something for every home. Plus, choose from a wide range of leading appliance brands and beautiful worktops. Book your free kitchen design appointment at Wickes.
Fevertree ginger beer. There's no one quite like you, is there? That fiery character, warming undertones. Mixed, you make a spirited Moscow mule. But even on your own, you still have the most delectable kick. Fevertree. Straight up or mixed. It's a matter of taste.
This is LBC. Message Tom Swarbrick on WhatsApp now on 0345 60 60 973.
If you've just joined the show, you've just got in the car, you've put on the Global app, you've turned on the radio, the news this afternoon has been non-stop. We have resignation of Josh Simons, MP, from his constituency in Makerfield to make way, potentially, pending the NEC's approval, for Andy Burnham. Josh Simons penning a letter. He is someone who had been a minister, resigned, criticised Starmer. Josh Simons penning a letter to say that basically Westminster is completely broken, that there is rot, there is complacency, the establishment is so far from the realities of your lives that too many tweak a failing system just to stay in power. I think actually that's not bad insight, is it? He's only been a minister 5 minutes. Josh Simons says, I'm stepping aside, but I'm not stepping away. To get things done, the Labour Party and the government must change. The way Westminster and Whitehall work must change. Our towns and our communities, the places that built this country, must be at the heart of this change. Here's Cheryl, Tom Theory, number 6,592. Perhaps Kemi Badenoch picks up the phone to Nigel Farage and they agree for only one candidate for the right to stand against Labour in Makerfield. Oh, Cheryl, that is naughty. Talking of Nigel Farage...
This was given to me on an unconditional basis, completely unconditional basis.
The story on Farage's fortune is changing. Sky reports that just after Nigel Farage received a £5 million gift from a crypto billionaire, he bought a £1.4 million house for cash. Previously, Nigel Farage has said the money was for his security. Speaking to The Sun, Farage said this.
Hang on a second. I can't be bought by anybody. No, not anybody. Not even Elon Musk. They care if you're a crook, which I'm not, and never have been. But the fact that I made a few quid doing things, that doesn't worry people at all. Frankly, it was given as a reward for campaigning for Brexit for 27 years.
A reward for campaigning for Brexit? Duncan Hames is Director of Policy at Transparency International UK. We've got this Parliamentary Standards Commissioner investigating. Duncan, I wonder what you make of perhaps how this story, or the story from Farage, has shifted a bit.
Well, yes, it is shifting, and it's good that there's going to be an investigation. But I'm sure it will be conducted very well, but within a very tight remit. And so I doubt that it's going to satisfy anyone. The investigation will look at whether he was meant to declare the receipt of these funds, whereas I think most of your listeners will have a view about whether or not he should have taken the money. And as things currently stand, in most cases, there isn't a prohibition on our politicians taking this kind of money.
Although, to be fair, he wasn't...
that many people think there should be.
To be fair, he wasn't a politician at the time. I mean, he was involved in politics, of course, but he wasn't elected.
Yes, that's very true. And though the rules on declaring income do apply to new members of Parliament to declare income that they've received within the last 12 months. And so these transactions do fall within those rules. But you know, there'll be people in Parliament who'll be of the view that this shouldn't have happened. Mm-hmm. He shouldn't have taken this money. He should have declared it, but he shouldn't have taken it anyway. They have an opportunity with one of these pieces of legislation that the government's put in the King's Speech to actually prohibit it, so that this sort of thing can't happen again. And it's a bit hollow, frankly, when you hear them complaining about what other politicians have got up to, but aren't stepping forward to actually instead of tweaking the system as is currently proposed, actually stop people getting up to this.
But how would you stop people doing it if the people that are doing it are not elected officials? They're not elected representatives of the people. They are, to that all intents and purposes, private citizens receiving, in this case, 5 million quid. I mean, there can't be many people, Duncan, as private citizens who wouldn't go, yeah, I'll take it, go on then.
Well, this is no ordinary private citizen. Right? This is someone who has held elected office for a number of years, representing people in the UK in the European Parliament. And this is someone who very shortly after receiving this payment stood for election and is now leader of a political party. Our rules on political finance in this country do need to cover and do cover the payments that politicians receive in the run-up to being elected. They don't only apply to those who have already won elections. In other countries, they have caps on how much politicians are allowed to take from their private patrons. There's a new cap coming into force in Australia just in July of this year. There are already caps on this sort of thing in France, in Canada. And the government commissioned a review because of its concerns about foreign interference that only in March of this year recommended, and the government accepted it, that there should be a cap on how much overseas voters are allowed to give to our politicians.
I don't think, therefore, Duncan, based on what you're saying, that we have heard the last of this story. Thank you so much for coming on. Duncan Hames is Director of Policy at Transparency International UK. We have word, ladies and gentlemen, from Andy Burnham. This he's put on X in the last 30 seconds. I can confirm that I will be requesting the permission of the NEC to stand in the Makerfield by-election. I grew up in this area. I've lived here for 25 years. I care deeply about it and its people. I know they have been let down by national politics. 10 years ago, I decided to leave Westminster. Why? Because after 16 years, I came to the conclusion that our national political system does not work for areas like ours. I learnt this fighting its failure to invest in the Wigan Borough, for justice for the Hillsborough families and against its treatment of Greater Manchester during the pandemic. Over the last decade, I've been challenging this failure from the outside and building a new and better way of doing politics. We have built Greater Manchester into the fastest growing city region in the UK and put buses back under public control, introducing a £2 fare cap to help people with the cost of living pressures. However, there is only so much that can be done from Greater Manchester. Much bigger change is needed at a national level if everyday life is to be made more affordable again. This is why I now seek people's support to return to Parliament, to bring the change we have brought to Greater Manchester to the whole of the United Kingdom and make politics work properly for people. Millions are struggling, and they need the Labour government to succeed. It has already made changes to make life better for them in its first 2 years. After this week, we owe it to the people to come back together as a Labour movement, giving the Prime Minister and the government the space and stability they need as the by-election takes place. I want to recognise the difficult decision taken by Josh Simons and the sacrifice he and his family are making. I've worked closely with him as Mayor on issues like flooding and illegal waste dumping and have seen firsthand how effective he has been. He has put the communities of Makerfield first, made a real difference for them and should take great pride in that. Finally, I truly do not take a single vote for granted and will work hard to regain the trust of people in Makerfield constituency, many of whom have long supported our party but lost faith in recent times. We will change Labour for the better and make it a party you can believe in again. Those are the first words from Andy Burnham since this challenge to the Prime Minister began. Note that there is no reference to saying I'm going to be Prime Minister, I'd like to be Prime Minister, but that last line gives you the indication, doesn't it? We will change Labour for the better and make it a party you can believe in again, suggesting you can't believe in it at the moment. It's not a ringing endorsement of the current Prime Minister. Steve's a new caller in Doncaster. Steve.
Yeah. How are you? All right.
Go for it.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of what a great scenario would be if Andy Burnham lost the Makersfield election, Makersfield election, but he's going to have to resign from being the mayor of Manchester. So what happens if Reform get the seat of Manchester and he loses everything?
Well, I can tell you this from the local elections. There were 8 Makerfield wards that were voted in last week, according to the chief political commentator of the Times. Reform won 50% of them. Labour won fewer than 23% of them.
Yeah.
So, but that is not with the apparent, charisma god that is Andy Burnham, who can just waltz around Greater Manchester, and women and babies will swoon all over the place and vote for him.
Well, is that the Andy Burnham who supported Corbyn and got him into power? Is it that Andy Burnham?
I think he challenged Jeremy Corbyn at the leadership election.
Yeah, but I think he helped him get into power, didn't he, as the MP, as the Prime Minister?
Yes, I think he would have supported the Labour leader at the time during a general election.
Him and Keir Starmer was all supporting the great Corbyn, weren't they?
Well, maybe, but I guess, Steve, from where we are today, that may feel like a lot of water has passed under that bridge. Appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. I say again, if you are in Makerfield, you are in that constituency, you are going to be the centre of the British political universe for the next few weeks, I think. I wonder what you make of the circus that is coming to your town, and whether or not Andy Burnham is going to be the ringmaster of it. 0345 6060 973 to your calls after this. Tom Swarbrick here. What a day. 5:45 headlines. Amelia Cox.
The Labour MP for Makerfield has stood down to pave the way for Andy Burnham to return to Westminster. Josh Simons says he believes the Mayor of Greater Manchester can drive change. It follows Wes Streeting's resignation from government earlier, saying he'd lost confidence in the Prime Minister. LBC weather turning drier overnight as clear spells develop. Some showers continuing in the far north, southwest and Northern Ireland, lows of 1.
LBC Travel, I'm Dave Goff. The M2 eastbound stays closed because of a medical emergency between Junction 3 for Chatham and Junction 4 for Gillingham, so there are long delays. On the M25 clockwise, the exit slip road at Junction 14 for Heathrow is partly blocked because of an accident, so there are queues from Junction 13 for Staines. It's very slow in South Woodford on the North Circular. Northbound, it's partly blocked at the M11 because a car's broken down. There are queues in Hawley, the A23 London Road southbound is partly blocked near Gatwick Airport because of an accident just after the Longbridge roundabout. On the tube, after problems with the signals earlier, there are severe delays on the Circle line clockwise and the entire district and Hammersmith and City lines. And on the train, Southern have no service between Shepherd's Bush and Watford Junction because of problems with the signals.
Coming up at 6 on LBC, Tonight with Andrew Marr.
As the Health Secretary Wes Streeting resigns from government and Andy Burnham's route back to Westminster opens up, can Keir Starmer keep going?
Tonight with Andrew Marr from 6. Listen on our free Global Player app or the LBC app.
How likely is she to, have another heart attack?
Can I still go to the gym after heart surgery?
Is my mum still my mum if she has a new heart?
When it comes to heart health, no question is too big or small. That's why British Heart Foundation have dedicated cardiac nurses you can speak to by phone, email or online chat.
Hi, this is Chloe from British Heart Foundation. How can I help?
Search BHF Cardiac Nurses.
Call Tom Swarbrick 0345 6060 973 LBC.
Have you spotted anything?
Only seagulls. Are you sure this beach is a nature reserve?
Well, the sign said, nature this way. Hey, what's that big bird over there? Flapping its wings, unusual markings.
You sure that sign didn't say naturists?
Oi, this is a nudist beach.
Ooh. Now, where are my binoculars?
Cheryl?
Struggling to read in the sun? Get 2 for 1 at Specsavers and make prescription sunglasses your second pair. From £70 with standard single vision lenses to the same prescription. Terms and conditions apply. See in-store for details.
At John Lewis Money, we know your home is more than an address. It's the sunlight pouring in. Well, sometimes. The coffee on tap and the best spot on the sofa. It's why our home insurance is thoughtfully designed with 3 levels of flexible cover for the home you've created. Because when you notice the details, you notice the difference. Search John Lewis Money. Terms and exclusions apply. John Lewis Finance Limited is authorised for insurance distribution and credit broking by the Financial Conduct Authority.
Shine Night Walk London is a 10k, half marathon or full marathon supported walk around the city at night on the 19th of September to raise vital money for Cancer Research UK. It's also
everyone walking with all their colours, twinkling away. We can actually see how nice London is. And London is different at night time. Celebration of life, and it gives hope.
Step towards a brighter future at shinewalk.org today to get 30% off your entry. Together, we are beating cancer. T's and C's apply.
There's one green bottle sat on my fridge shelf. This green and white bottle that supports my gut health. Beautiful by nature, beautiful by name. It's the tastiest way to up my gut health game.
Biotiful Gut Health. Switch your yogurt to the UK's #1 kefir and give your gut and your summer a lift. Kefir is a source of calcium which contributes to the normal function of digestive enzymes. For verification of UK's #1 kefir, see biotifulguthealth.com/radio.
Big Motoring World is now an RAC approved dealer. But what does that mean for you? It means total confidence, because we check our cars and the RAC check us. Every car passes our RAC approved 200-point inspection and comes with a complimentary 3-month warranty and breakdown cover, so you can drive away with peace of mind. Big Motoring World. See website for nearest store. Terms and exclusions apply. Visit bigmotoringworld.co.uk.
Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Listen on your smart speaker. Just say, play LBC.
10 to 6 the time. Tom Swarbrick on LBC. Andrew Marr with you here after the news at 6. And for all my couple of hours worth of theories and what-ifs, the thing that you realise, and whatever the rights and wrongs of it, the thing that you realise is with all this going on this afternoon, and for what is to come over the next few weeks, we are going to see our 7th Prime Minister in 10 years. The line in Andy Burnham's tweet, or X, or whatever we're calling it these days, that obviously indicates what might be to come over the next few weeks, is this one about giving the Prime Minister and the government the space and stability they need as the by-election takes place. So here you go, there you go, Keir. You can have the stability of the by-election period, but then after that, you're off. Mick's in Wigan. Mick.
Hi, Tom, you okay?
Yeah, good, sir. Thoughts?
Oh God, I'm in disbelief. I've met Tom. I've met Josh Simons just last week with an issue. Yeah, nice guy. I've met Andy Burnham a few times in the past as well. We've heard rhetoric in the last week about, you can't switch the pilot halfway through the flight.
Mm-hmm.
I think what Burnham's done is he's just said to Simons, move over, I'm going to crash this plane as quick as we can. I live in Josh Simons' constituency. We've just had Wigan Council lose the biggest amount of seats they've ever lost in about 100 years. And we're now asking Andy Burnham to be the saviour. Andy Burnham's name around here isn't particularly good because he tried to inflict this 490 square mile clean air zone upon us, which he obviously blamed the Tories for.
Right.
Big white elephant, £190 million, it failed. He couldn't participate in any of the discussions because his wife had shares in a conflicting company. So he's not got the best reputation for that.
Right. And you will, Mick, just to be really clear, you would have a vote in the by-election that's coming up?
Absolutely. And for disclosure, I've protest voted in the last few times. I've had to think about who I wanted to vote for. It won't be Labour this time either. Burnham just doesn't deliver anything that he says. I'll give him his due for Hillsborough. That goes without.
Yep.
But he's trying to give us this clean air zone, which has cost hundreds of millions. He said he'd remove homelessness off Manchester streets. Mm-hmm. It's got worse.
So just to be really clear about this, you will not be voting for Labour in this critical by-election, which could determine the future, not just of obviously your constituency and your local area, but the country.
Correct. I think we'd be doing a favour if we displaced Andy Burnham. You know, we look back to the 2000s when he was in as the health minister. He got the NHS at nearly £100 billion in debt with PFI. He wants to use PFI now to get a train line that was meant to go to Manchester for HS2 to Birmingham. He wants to do PFI again.
Very interesting. Mick, I really appreciate the call. Thank you very much indeed. As Andy Burnham says, he's not going to take any votes for granted in this by-election. By the way, he's still got to get NEC approval to stand. And meantime, here's Andy and Bishop Stortford. Interesting this, Tom. I'm a Conservative member. I would not be against Kemi Badenoch declining to stand a candidate to allow Reform a clear run at the seat. Bearing in mind they did very well in the council elections there, and the majority's around 5,000 or so. Doreen's in Stoke-on-Trent. Doreen.
Hi, Tom.
Hello.
This is the first time I've called you, so I'm a bit nervous.
You're very welcome. Thank you for picking up the phone.
Oh, it's a pleasure. I'm really upset about the way this leadership thing is going. I am, late out for a start, I am a fan of Keir Starmer. I think he's made mistakes. He's acknowledged that himself. But, I mean, the things are just beginning to turn around. We've had the first shoots of things beginning, the health services, the waiting lists are coming down. And, Labour does its usual thing, and I'm a member of the party, but we do the usual thing of when things, we've got a huge majority, things seem to be going right, and we behave like this as a knee-jerk reaction to the local elections. I mean, they were bad. I'm not arguing with that. But the guy, and I just think the humanity of things, the way people speak, Starmer, whether you like it or not, is a human being. He's got feelings.
Yes, of course.
And
yes.
I think it's all getting very, very nasty. And I agree with the gentleman.
Doreen, pause there for a moment if you don't mind. Can I introduce you to Daryl in Woking?
Yeah, sure. Hi.
Hi, Daryl.
Yeah, hi. How are we all today? How are you, Tom?
I'm extremely well, sir. I wonder what you make of what Doreen's saying. She's fed up with the scheming of it. The green shoots were just starting under Starmer.
Well, I think, Tom, you are my go-to man. You're my political guru. At the end of the day, what I'm saying to you is that, I very much agree. What on earth is going on? I understand the machinations, or rather I try to understand the machinations. The last time I checked, we elect a government to govern.
You elect a party into government?
We just seem to be going part two now with Labour following on from the Tories.
I agree with you, Daryl.
And all I'm saying is very many hard-working people are really struggling to make ends meet. And are we really now saying to ourselves, we're going to be held ransom basically to the Labour Party before they can find somebody to run the country? I just find it very, very difficult, Tom, to be honest, that we're facing this yet again.
Yeah.
Doreen?
Yeah, I would agree with him. And what the gentleman said before about what Andy Burnham had done in Manchester. Imagine how those people feel in Manchester who voted him in. So you just turn your back on them and walk away when he'd still got probably a couple of years left. I think it's really shameful.
Yeah, we're asked to consider that maybe the Tories and Labour, etc., are, a cut above, shall we say, Reform or whoever. But really, I see very little distinction in any of this. This is absolute manoeuvrings at the expense of the electorate who are paying for this soap opera on a massive grand scale.
I don't want to insert myself into this sort of love-in between Daryl and Doreen on this particular point. So I'm willing to be taken on by the double Ds, as it were, in Darren and Doreen, by saying that the path that Labour is currently travelling on, as evidenced by the local election results, is reform is going to make the next government. Keir Starmer has called this a battle for the soul of the nation to try and stave off that reality. And the reality is it won't happen under Keir Starmer. So what are Labour MPs meant to do if they think that reform would smash the country apart and it would be an absolute disaster, the soul of the country would be lost? Daryl, Doreen, go for it.
Yeah, Tom, you're far too garrulous on this subject. The bottom line is I totally agree with what you said, but I believe, the English-British people should be able to hold the government accountable to at least, first and foremost do the job. At the end of the day, totally get what the Labour MPs are saying, but they should be beyond this by now. Yeah. There should not be this level of nonsense that is going to play out for months and months. There is a country to run, and I repeat, people, hard-working families, etc., they're really struggling.
Doreen?
Yeah, again, I can't really add any more to that. I just think I think I've made my views quite clear. I just think it's
Well, are you waiting for a reform government then?
No, I certainly do. No.
I know, but that's the path you're on. The path you're on at the moment is reform.
Well, yeah, in the local elections, but general elections can be quite different. And I don't know why you say Keir Starmer can't do the job. He's only been in less than 2 years. You know, you're not going to change around 14 years of Tory cuts and austerity in less than 2 years.
That's a fair point. Doreen, I really appreciate it. Daryl, thank you very much indeed. After an extraordinary few hours on the radio, which has been an absolute privilege to be with you for, I think there's only one way in which we should end this show, with this really quite astonishing political insight.
It's all the drama, Mick. I just love it.
If you missed any of today's show, you can listen back on our free Global Player app or the LBC app, where you could stay up to date with all the latest news, videos and opinion. Download the official LBC app for free from your app store now. At 7, Ian Dale, next, Tonight, with Andrew Marr.
Thanks, Tom. Well, after a day of genuine high-calorie political drama, Angela Rayner announcing she's been cleared of her tax problems, Wes Streeting resigning from the cabinet, and Andy Burnham's route back to national politics suddenly opening up,